Relax. Now go find the ghost. Come on, John.
Okay.
And if you hear a scream from one of us, come running.
I'll run, all right. Here we are. Hey, John, where's the light switch for this room?
Oh, it's way over the other side of the room. I know where it is. I'll go and put it on.
Okay. Don't fall over or anything.
No, I'll be all right. I know my way around.
Yeah, but not as well as that ghost. How are you going? John? What the diff? Who shut that door? John, did you? Open up, man. It's pitch dark in here. Are you there, John? Listen, will you do...
Oh, we don't seem to be finding any secret passages in here. Wonder how the boys are making out. Perhaps we should go and find them.
Hello there.
Oh, John. Oh, you gave us a fright.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if you'd seen Mr. Troy anywhere.
No. Isn't he with you?
Well, he was, but then...
Then what?
Look, girls, I don't want to alarm you, but some very funny things are going on here.
We don't need to be told that. What do you mean, John?
Well, you know I went off with Mr. Troy to the tapestry room.
Yes?
Well, the light was out, and I went over to switch it on.
Yes.
And something hit me on the head.
What?
And the next thing I remember, I was out in the hall waking up.
What about Pete? Where's he?
I don't know. When I came to, I went to the tapestry room and put on the light, but he wasn't there.
He's in the kitchen.
Aunt Harriet, we thought you were asleep.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. I suppose I worry about poor Emmeline more than she deserves. I came down, and in the tapestry room I found Mr. Troy.
What was he doing?
Lying on the floor. He said somebody had struck him a blow on the head.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's all right. I've bandaged his head with vinegar and brown paper.
Oh, he'd love that. Is he conscious?
More or less.
Oh, Pete.
Look, what's so funny? I get sapped by some sneaky customer, and you go into hysterics.
Oh, it's that sloppy brown paper around your head. Oh, you look a scream. It does look rather funny.
Oh, well, I am assured by Miss Mailing that vinegar and brown paper is the best thing for bumps on the noggin. And Miss Mailing is okay with me.
Oh, that's a change. What happened to you anyway?
That's what I want to know.
Oh, John was hit on the head, too.
Oh? Where are your lumps, John? You look okay to me.
Oh, it must have been a much lighter blow than you got.
Yeah. Now, the question is who was dishing out the KOs? So let's go and take another look at this tapestry room.
Oh, yes, it might be an idea. Coming, everybody? Well, I'm not staying here alone, I know that.
It's very odd about that business, Mr. Troy.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, that's funny. Who switched off the lights again?
Not me.
Well, they were on when Miss Mailing found me. I may have been still in the daze, but I remember the lights being on.
Oh, but it's dark in here.
I'll go and see if I can find the light switch this time.
Yeah, well, let's not go through that head-knocking routine again.
That's funny. It doesn't work.
What doesn't?
The light switch.
Oh, it must have blown a fuse. Pete, look.
What?
The tapestry.
What? Oh, for crying out loud. Writing. There is writing on it.
Glowing in the dark.
Yeah, it says, Harriet, you must leave this house.
Oh!
What? Hey, what now?
Oh, the message. The message. The spirits have commanded. I must go. I must go.
Well, girls, got over all your creepies and crawlies?
Oh, I was just saying to Tony how different it all is in daylight.
Yes, it is rather. Funny to think that last night we were all shuddering and shaking and seeing ghosts.
Oh, it's not the ghosts that worry me. It's that writing on the tapestry.
Oh, because of your aunt leaving. Oh, I shouldn't worry too much about that, darling. She'll get over it.
I don't know that she will. She's always been so sure that she'd die when she left this house.
Oh, you wait till we get her set up in some nice little place in town. She won't know herself.
It's gone. It's gone.
Good heavens, that was Aunt Harriet.
Oh, it's gone. The tapestry's gone. It's been stolen.
Stolen? But that's impossible.
Oh, this is very odd. I'd better take a look and see
No
if...
need to take a look, John.
Pete, I was looking for you earlier. Where were you?
Oh, I had some business to attend to, Julie.
Has the tapestry really disappeared?
Well, it's not hanging on the wall in that room any longer.
Oh, Pete, what's going on?
Oh, that'll be your answer, I think, Julie. Inspector Caswell, or I miss my guess.
Inspector Caswell? Oh, what's he doing here?
He's bringing the tapestry back.
The tapestry?
That's right. I took it to him at 4 o'clock this morning. He didn't appreciate being dragged out of bed either, so don't expect him to be in a good mood.
Right, now that I've met everybody, I suppose we can get on with the business that brought me here.
My tapestry. Well, what are you doing with that?
Well, at the moment, I'm returning it, Miss Mailing. It's none the worse for the treatment it's received.
Inspector, if you don't mind, I'd like to be getting along. I have to be at my office by 9.
I think you'll find your work will wait, young man.
But it's very important
You mean it's very important that you get out of my sight, is that it?
What? John, what does he mean?
We'll come to that. Now then, this tapestry that Troy brought me so infernally early this morning.
Pete, did you?
Sure. Oh, was I right, Inspector? Had the message been written on it in invisible ink?
Invisible ink?
Yes, Troy, you were right, and just as well, or I'd have you on a charge of disturbing the peace getting me out of bed at 4:30.
Now, let's be quite clear, Inspector. On that tapestry are written the words, "Harriet, you must leave this house," in invisible ink.
That's right. A special ink that shows up under ultraviolet light.
What is this? I don't understand.
What it means, Miss Mailing, is that your aunt here has been the victim of a particularly low trick.
Somebody who wanted to get her out of the house and who knew about her belief in messages from spirits wrote the message on that tapestry in ink that can't be seen in ordinary light, but which shows up in the dark under a special light. The light's over there behind that picture, Inspector.
Ah, God. Now, we'll get it later. How long have you been working for the Parker Construction Company, young man?
What? I don't work for them. I work
Oh, yes, you have your regular employment, I know. But you see, we've already been on to Parker, and he's admitted he offered you £1,000 if you could get Miss Mailing to leave this old house of hers.
John, is this true? Is it?
Yes, it's true, I'm afraid. Parker offered to buy this site, and Miss Mailing refused to sell it. He wants it very badly for a new development project. Pretty choice and extensive list of acreage, you know.
And John was in league with him to... Oh, you monster.
Oh, shut up.
Well, and to think he might have succeeded.
He might have succeeded if he hadn't been so busy hitting me on the head. And that made me mad.
No, Mr. Troy. It was Emmeline who led us down to the room at night. She must have been trying to help us. And as for you, young man, you're a disgrace. I don't think Tony should associate with you any more.
Miss Mailing, I'm with you all the way.
Don't worry, he won't be associating with anyone for some time. He's coming down to headquarters with me.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes, Miss Summers?
Pete, you may have solved the spirit writing thing, but what about the other ghost? What about Emmeline?
Emmeline? Oh, that's simple, Julie. Emmeline's a real ghost. Isn't she, Miss Mailing?
Oh, yes, definitely.
What? Now, see here, you didn't even want to come here in the first place. If you're going to get together with Miss Mailing to gang up on me, well, you'd better walk softly, Peter Troy.
As I said later to Julie, it just goes to show what you can do when the spirit is willing. Yeah, I said it to her, but I guess I shouldn't have. And I must admit that I was thoroughly ashamed of myself for 2 days afterwards. I usually do a little better when I make with the funny stuff. I guess the solving of a case I never wanted to get into, for a fee I'm not likely to collect from anybody, kind of went to my head. But I did get something out of it. A doll I can have a date with any time without Julie turning a hair. And you know something? Harriet Mailing is one of the nicest old dolls who ever rode a broomstick.
Walk Softly, Peter Troy is an Artranza production written by Creswick Jenkinson and directed by Russ Ryder.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is foot. F-O-O-T.
Really?
You'll bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You'll Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Brother, what I know about him. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some locksmiths and some dynamite experts to the program, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected locksmith Robert Eads and dynamiter Robert Crabtree. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. A locksmith and a dynamiter, eh? Mr. Dynamite, Bob Crabtree, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
What kind of a name is that? English?
That's right.
It's not an uncommon name, is it?
Well, not as uncommon as Marx.
Is this what I can expect for the next few minutes? You're the dynamite man, huh?
That's correct.
Have you got any with you?
No, we don't generally carry it with us.
That's good. At least we can count on you to stay with us for the whole show, huh? Where are you from, Mr. Crabtree?
Oh, I was born in Reno, Nevada.
Well, how did you come by train, or were you blown out of town? Where do you work, Mr. Crabtree?
Oh, I work for the Hercules Powder Company here in Los Angeles.
And Mr. Locksmith, what is your name? Eads? Where'd you go to school? Did you go to Yale?
I went to Fairfax.
You went to Fairfax?
Yeah.
Oh, Beatrice, or where do you work, Mr.
Downtown,
Eads?
I own my own business, Speedo Key Service.
The Speedo Key Service? What does that mean?
That means speed and service.
Have you ever been locked out at home?
Yes, I have.
He's got a nice business, this fella, huh? Can't even get in his own house. Why? What happened?
I just lost the keys.
Now, what kind of jobs are most common in your business,
Oh,
Mr.
opening
Eads?
cars,
Opening what?
homes, opening automobiles, homes, offices, changing combinations, general repairs, installations.
I change my combinations about 3 times a week, huh? I change them more often, but I have to wash them myself. Huh? If you think my combinations are washed out, you should see me around 8 o'clock in the morning. How do you change the combination of a lot?
By the rearrangement of the tumblers or the replacement.
What do you mean, tumblers? You mean they have midget acrobats inside? What are tumblers?
Tumblers are the pins that, the different length pins that go to make up the combination of the lock.
TNT, that's you, Dynamite. By the way, what does TNT stand for?
No, it stands for trinitotoluene.
Oh. I thought it stood for tamales, knockwurst, and tortillas. That's a pretty explosive combination, too. Do you have many accidents in your profession?
Well, the average powderman only has one accident.
That's the most conclusive statement I ever heard. What would happen if you accidentally dropped a stick of dynamite?
Well, probably nothing. However, we don't recommend dropping any dynamite.
Why not?
Well, in the first place, it's made to explode, and we treat it as such.
What happens if somebody drops a stick of dynamite? Would he be fired?
He probably wouldn't be fired.
Well, you mean if you could find him?
If we could find him.
Well, I've learned a lot about locks and dynamite. Now, let's see if you two are going to be the ones who get the chance at the $2,500 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
And now, an important bulletin from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Quote, Here's good news for the many thousands who are waiting for a new DeSoto or a new Plymouth. The production lines at the factory are really humming, and beautiful new cars are rolling off the line. We suggest that you contact your DeSoto Plymouth dealer at your earliest convenience. End of quote. Yes, folks, that's good news to all of us. More and more people will now experience the thrill of driving a DeSoto, the car that lets you drive without shifting. So be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected American expressions for English words as your category, right? Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
$10.
$10. They call it a lift. What do we call it?
Elevator.
Elevator is right.
And they're on their way up with $30.
Well, you've just raised yourself to $30 here with that elevator. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
Make it 25, Red.
25. All right, that's dynamite. Yeah, the English expression is accumulator. Accumulator. What do we call it?
Additive.
Adding machine?
No. I'm sorry. It's a tough one. It's a storage battery.
They now have $5.
Here's your third question. How much of the $5 will you bet?
$4.95.
$4.95. The English expression is tram. What is our expression?
Elevated Express.
Streetcar.
Streetcar is right.
Well, they're on their way again, Groucho. They have $9.95.
What? How much of the $9.95 are you going to bet?
$9.95.
All right. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. In England, they call it a pub. What do we call it?
A bar.
A bar is
We knew
right.
that
And they wind up with $19.90.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still foot.
Foot, huh? Which one, George?
It doesn't matter.
It does to me, huh?
Perhaps our next couple will say it, too. We asked for volunteers from the audience who had interesting stories. Just before we went on the air, Mr. Harold Price and Mrs. Florence Schwartz were chosen. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, youngsters. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Harold Price, eh?
That's right.
Well, I'm happy to see that you came down to the program tonight. I'm always glad to see a price come down. Harold, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a fry cook.
Fry cooks. I always thought cooks were hard-boiled. Where do you work right now? At the Greasy Skillet?
No, well, I came out here from Buffalo, New York, and I'm going to get something pretty quick now. I'm going to get work right away.
In other words, you're unemployed. Is that
Well, I'm unemployed.
Did you quit or did you get fired?
Well, got fired, I guess.
When will you know? Well, I hope you land something real soon, Harold. Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes. Hi.
Where are you from? Are you from Florence?
I'm from New York City, the Lower East Side.
The Lower East Side.
Mm-hmm.
Fenneman says you two have had some interesting experiences. Mrs. Schwartz, what's happened to you?
Well, years ago when I went to work, I met my husband. He was a bloomer cutter. He was a
bloomer cutter, did you say?
We worked for South.
Just a minute, not so fast, Mrs. Were you a bloomer girl at the time?
No, I was much thinner, and these were you had to make work for stylish stouts, and I only weighed 105 at the time.
Mrs. Schwartz, I'm an expert on double talk, but triple talk throws me, so Mrs. Schwartz, eh?
So he would we'd have layers of cloth, and he'd have to cut them. I'd be slicing them. I'd have to slip a bloomer.
He was a bloomer cutter, and you were a bloomer slicer.
That's right.
And that's how you met? Slicing and cutting your way through the
I
east
was
side.
working on this table, and every time we'd look at each other, they'd be getting cut wrong, so we'd have to cut them a little smaller.
So anyway, what happened?
Well, anyway, the boss says that I was distracting this cutter from his work.
I can understand that, huh?
And that I'd better look for another job. So it was during the Depression at the time, and I couldn't find a job. So he says, I think I'd better marry you. So he won't start haunting me about a job.
Well, that certainly was a note of despair on his part.
That's what he says.
Tell me, Mr. Schwartz, were you modeling these things at the time?
Well, sometimes I did when they were cut short.
Well, maybe we better cut this short, huh? Harold, what's your story, huh?
Well, one day I was broke. Next day I had $27,000, and a few days later I was broke again.
Well, that's the income taxes for you, huh? What happened to the $27,000?
Gave it to a lawyer.
That sounds logical. Maybe you better go way back to the beginning and tell me everything, Harold.
Well, I was walking down Main Street here in Los Angeles. I was broke, and didn't have a room, didn't have any money, and I kicked a package, a newspaper package. When I kicked it, all these bonds and checks and securities were spread out all over the ground.
You found stocks and bonds on the sidewalk?
That's right.
It must have been curb stocks, huh? Well, what'd you do next, huh?
Well, I looked at them, and I realized that they were pretty valuable, and I turned them over, and I saw that they'd been signed and that they were negotiable, and...
You mean you could actually obtain these into cash?
That's right. That's what they told me.
Who told you that?
Oh, everybody told me. Even a boot blacker, even a shoe shine boy.
You usually take financial advice from a boot black? You should have come to me immediately, huh? Now, after you talked it over with the boot black, did he take a shine to you when he found out you had them? After you realized the socks were so valuable, what did you do with them, Harold?
Well, I borrowed a dime from a fella I knew, and I headed for the bus station.
Now you're talking, huh? How far did you expect to get on a dime?
Well, not very far. I took the dime and I checked them in one of these check locker boxes for it.
It's a good thing that key man wasn't around, huh? Well, that was an ingenious hideout. Then what did you do, huh?
Well, I tried to locate the people that had them. There was a name on them.
Yeah, so?
Didn't have any money, so I went to a blood bank, sold a pint of blood, got $4 for it, and I started phoning everybody in the phone book by the name of the owners of the stocks and bonds.
And?
Well, I couldn't locate them, so I took them to the Los Angeles Times in the hope that the newspaper would find the owners for them.
Well, you're a very honest man, huh? Harold, if everybody in the world was as honest as you, there probably wouldn't be very many people with $27,000. When the owner of the stocks was identified, did you get a big reward, Harold?
Well, I got this suit here, $50 suit, and $25 in cash.
What else did you get?
Well, I had a lot of other interesting things happen to me. I had quite a few offers for jobs. One woman called up and said she was 28 years old and considered quite pretty, and that I looked a lot like her ex-husband. She thought I was cute and that he was a rat. She said she'd like to have an honest husband.
Well, you'd have been provided with cheese anyhow. Well, what are your plans for the future? Which of the jobs are you going to take, Harold?
Well, I'm going to take whichever one has the most security and the most promising future, whatever it is.
Well, you better marry the girl whose husband was a rat. Well, it's been refreshing talking to you, talking to an honest man. I rarely encounter one. Now, let's see how well you two can make out in the battle for the $2,500. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 and more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The locksmith and the dynamiter won $19.90.
Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected stars of current movies as your category. Is that correct?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
$10.
$10. Who's the male lead in Chain Lightning?
Humphrey Bogart.
Humphrey Bogart.
Well, to a good start with $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now you have $30. How much are you going to try?
15.
15. Who is the leading man in Francis?
What's his name there? Donald O'Connor.
Donald O'Connor is right.
It's right, we have $45.
Fooled me. I just said the jackass. Huh? All right, you got $45. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 45?
Bet 30.
Who plays the lead in Willie Comes Marching Home?
Tap dancer. What's his name?
Dan Daly.
Dan Daly is right.
Now they have $75.
Okay, now you got $75. Now, how much are you going to bet? Now, talk it over, kids.
Bet 50, I'd say. Bet it all.
Who plays the young man with a horn?
Wait a minute.
Kirk Douglas.
Kirk Douglas.
With a grand total of $150.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And I will soon know who gets the chance at the $2,500 question.
What would you do, friends, if you were to get up some morning and find your car won't start?
I'd get back in bed, Fenneman.
Well, smart folks would call up their DeSoto Plymouth dealer, because he'd send a man over to fix up your car and get you back on the road.
In my pajamas, huh? I'll thank him to let me alone.
Well, Groucho, most folks will thank their DeSoto Plymouth dealer for the kind of fast, courteous treatment he's willing and ready to give.
All right, Fenneman, I'll thank you to tell us who's leading in the battle for the $2,500 question.
Well, the honest man and the housewife are ahead with $150, and the secret word is still foot. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a perfume salesgirl and a county fair official. And here they are, Miss Libby Kohler and Mr. Tex Condon meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, folks. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Libby Kohler?
That's right. Kohler.
Kohler. You're the perfume salesgirl, eh?
That's right.
Where are you from? Cologne?
No, Reading, Pennsylvania.
Where?
Reading, Pennsylvania.
Oh, pretzel bender, eh? How long have you been selling perfume?
Oh, about 10 years.
Well, you add a very fragrant note to our program. Mr. Condon?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from? All of you, I mean. Huh?
Originally from Texas. I'm now living...
This lady in the front row knew it because she used to be a panhandler. We insult anybody around here. We don't. Unfortunately, we mean it. Now, where are you? You're from Texas, huh?
Originally, but I live in California now.
Well, that's quite an admission for a Texan to make.
I'm a displaced Texan.
Are you married, Tex?
Yes, sir.
How many children do you have?
I have 3.
3. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Are they all as big as you?
No, 2 of them, they're all girls. 2 of them are 5 feet 8 and 5 feet 9. One of them's only 5 feet 7 and a half.
She's probably from Oklahoma, huh? Miss Kohler, are you married?
No, sir.
You sell perfume? You haven't trapped anybody yet, huh? No, what kind of perfume do you sell? Repulsive number 5? I always get a kick out of the names you people choose for your products. What are some of the scents you sell?
Voodoo, taboo, shocking, white shoulders.
What does white shoulders do for a woman?
Well, it's not so much what it does for the woman, it's what it does to the man.
What do you do at county fairs, Mr. Condon?
I judge livestock.
Judge, I'll be big about this thing. The air is all yours, huh? Well, let's see how good you are. Let me hear you judge me. Go ahead and be sure to notice all my fine points.
Well, what are you?
If I have to answer that, the whole thing is off. Huh? I'm a Brahma, Judge. Any fool can see I'm not a Holstein. Do you judge Brahmas?
Oh, yes.
You're a Brahma critic, in other
yes,
words.
indeed. We handle a lot of them. And,
I say you're a Brahma critic?
Yes, sir, Brahma.
Who do you work for, the Daily Moose? Well, all right, go ahead and judge me, huh?
Generally speaking, you have all the fine points of an outstanding animal. You have a very well-shaped head. You have...
For what?
Well, for a good Brahma. You have fair shoulders, but I'd say they could be a little thicker, a little fuller, your shoulders.
Well, my head makes up for that. Well, how do you judge cattle? What do you look for in a cow?
General conformation, quality, and showmanship.
I never heard of a cow with showmanship. Huh? Is that when a cow is a good hoofer?
No, not exactly.
How much does a prize cow bring?
These top cows, good cows, bring anywhere from, $12,000 to $20,000.
A cow is worth $20,000?
Oh, yes.
Gee, you wouldn't think a cow would be smart enough to save all that money. She probably made it in a bull market. Huh? How much is a bull worth? Huh? Not a wool worth, but a bull worth. Huh?
Oh, good, real top, outstanding bull sold for $65,000 this year.
A bull is worth $45,000 more than a cow?
Oh, yes.
I hope you girls all listen to that out there. Well, I've always said it was a man's world. How much does a prize bull weigh, Judge?
Good bull weigh from 1,600 to 1,800 pounds.
How much does that come to a pound for a $65,000 job?
Well, don't figure them, but Pa, you don't eat those bulls.
What do you do with a bull? Put in a jewelry store window? Suppose I did eat it.
Well, if you did eat it, well, let's see, it'd figure around $150 a pound.
That's just what the Beverly Hills butcher charges. Well, you've both been very interesting and very nice people. Now, let's see if you'll beat the other two couples and get the chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The honest man and the housewife are ahead with $150.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected cities of the world as your category. Is that right? All of these cities are over 300,000 in population. Now, you have $20. How much you want to try?
$10.
Are you an auctioneer at times, too, Judge?
Yes, sir, I am.
In what country is the city of Genoa?
Italy.
Italy is right, huh?
We're off to a good start with $30, Groucho.
All right, now you got $30. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
In what country is the city of Baku, or Baku, B-A-K-U?
India?
Do you agree with that?
No.
I'm sorry, the Hemingway is told back here. It's Russia.
They now have $5, Groucho.
All right, here's your third question. You're down to $5. Now, how much will you bet?
$3.
$3, huh? In what country is the city of Helsinki?
Norway.
No, you're close, Judge, but not close enough. It's Finland.
They now have $2.
Well, now you're down to $2, huh? Now, you can put it on the third race, or you can bet it here, whatever you want.
Well, we bet $1.
You're going to bet $1. In what country is the city of Valencia?
Spain.
Spain is right, huh? All right, you're practically cleaned out, and we want you to go away from here a little better off than when you came in. Now, if you get this one right, you'll be $10 richer. After what state is the Mississippi River named?
Mississippi.
Mississippi is right.
This couple winds up with a grand total of $3 And that means the honest man and the housewife with $150 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question. To get the most mileage from your car, you'll find it will pay you to take it for service to a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. For that's where you get the benefit of factory-designed and approved tools and equipment, and skilled factory-trained mechanics who know how to use this equipment to do an expert job on your car in shorter time. To you, this means a saving of money and a car that will give you faithful, economical service mile after mile. So next time your car needs service, no matter what make of car it is, take it to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the honest man and the housewife, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question, Groucho.
Right. Here we go for $2,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. The Comstock lode is one of the richest deposits of gold and silver in history. Many present-day fortunes were started in the mines of the Comstock lode. For $2,500, tell me, in what state is it located? All right, what is the answer you
Nevada.
decided upon? Nevada is right. Well, you had the right answer, so you win $2,500. What are you going to do with all that money?
Well, I think open up a little hot dog stand or something, a little small
Good,
restaurant.
good. And Mrs. Schwartz. what are you
Gee,
gonna do with the
I
money?
don't know. I only know thank you very much.
Well, let's see. You won $2,500 plus $150 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,000.
By the way, folks, I want to warn you that I'll be on the cover of Quick magazine that's out tomorrow. I suggest all dogs be kept on leash and small children be locked indoors. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. When driving, showing off doesn't pay. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, by transcription, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
didn't figure I was getting into all this. I thought all I had to do was to tell you what I saw in Whitegate Park last night.
That is all you have to do, Sidney. Here, sit down. It'll only take a few minutes. We want to see if you can identify the man in the park who walked past the bench where you and your girl were, that's all. We picked up someone who fits the description you gave us.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, like I said, Lieutenant, Gloria, my girl that is, was repairing her lipstick when this guy sauntered by. Boy, imagine me putting a finger on a murder.
Now, hold it, Sidney. Just look and listen, huh?
You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identification, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you.
Oh, wait till I tell the guys in the block about this, huh, Lieutenant?
Your identification. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the bathroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, boys, all right, let's move. This way, over to the end of the stage. That's it. Now turn and face the front. Hands to your sides, look straight ahead. Number 1, Charles Heltzer, assault. Why were you fighting, Charles?
It was self-defense. He said he wished I was dead.
Talk up, Charles.
It was self-defense. He said he wished I was dead.
Witnesses say you started it, Charles.
They ain't witnesses. They're downright liars. His buddies.
Number 2, Maurice Calder, drunk and disorderly on private property. Where do you live, Maurice?
It all depends on the weather.
Why did you start a disturbance in the theater lobby?
I was drunk, I guess. Anyhow, when I got inside, I found out I'd already seen the picture, and they wouldn't give me my 40 cents back.
Number 3, Jimmy Vedder, vagrancy. How long have you been in town, Vedder?
61 years, Sergeant. I don't know if I was born here.
There, Lieutenant. That one.
You,
like I told you, bald and with a nose that's flat as a pancake.
Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 3, hold for interrogation.
Okay, Vedder, right in here. I'll be back in a few minutes, Ben.
Okay, Matt. Come in, Vedder. Sit down over there.
Yes, sir.
We want a few facts, Vedder. Early this morning, an unidentified woman of about 60 was found choked to death in the park. A nice-looking unidentified woman of about 60, Vedder. Nice-looking until she was strangled.
So?
So the coroner says she was murdered sometime between 9 and 11 last night.
I don't get it, Lieutenant. This morning I'm picked up in an alley sleeping off a snootful. Now this, where's the connection?
A kid who was necking in the park last night, not 50 feet away from the dead woman. That's the connection, Vedder. A kid who read about the killing in this morning's paper and came in and gave us a description of the man he saw in the park at a little after 11.
I still don't get it.
Well, then try this. The description the kid gave us was a bald man with a nose flat as a pancake who keeps sniffing all the time. That, Vedder, is the reason we picked you up. Not for sleeping in an alley.
No.
And just to make it all real tight, 5 minutes ago, the kid identified you in the lineup.
No, that ain't so. He couldn't have. It was dark there in the park. Okay, Lieutenant, I was in the park, all right. I might as well save us both a lot of time and tell you the rest.
You killed her, Vedder? A stick-up that got out of hand when she started to yell?
No, Lieutenant. She was dead when I got there. Could I have a smoke, Lieutenant?
Yeah.
I was walking through the park, Lieutenant, looking for a good spot to flop for the night when I saw something shiny off in the bushes away. This here house key. When I bent down to pick it up, I saw the body. She was dead like a doornail.
And there was no one around? You sure of that?
Positive. I looked good. Anyhow, I was flat broke, so I went through her pockets. She didn't have no pocketbook. Just $1.50 and change in her coat. That's all I took, and I beat it. I walked slow past those kids on the bench so they wouldn't be suspicious. That's all, Lieutenant. The truth, so help me.
The lineup's finished, Ben. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Turn Vedder here over to Sergeant Quine, will you, Matt? Gonna hold him on suspicion of murder.
Lieutenant, I already told you.
Let's go, Vedder. Be right back, Ben.
Right.
Hi, Becker.
Hi, man. Good morning, Lieutenant. Here's the first report on that body in Whitegate Park. Not much.
No identification yet, Beckett.
And it may be a while. Most of the stuff she was wearing was homemade and home washed, so no labels and no laundry marks. Also, there's no record of her prints here or in Washington. Coroner's office is checking on her dental work now. Call you as soon as we get something, Lieutenant.
All right.
See you, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, Ben, what did Becker have? Does it look like Jimmy Vedder?
Maybe, I don't know. He says he was walking through the park, spotted this key and then the body. Admits robbing it, no more.
Well, where do we go from here, Ben?
Well, until we get something on the body. This key, I guess. Come on, let's check with Harrison on the robbery detail. Get a listing of locksmiths.
Lieutenant, you may be lucky at this key.
Now, how's that, Harrison?
One thing, the number punched on it by the locksmith who turned it out, this G104 here, is a local serial number. Get the name and address out of the file in a minute. But better than that, the key itself is for a Brasso Dunlap lock. They're pretty rare in this part of the country, so the locksmith may remember who he made it for. Of course, only Yale or Master Padlock wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, don't locksmiths have to keep a record on each key they turn out, Harrison?
No, Sergeant. Only keep a record when they make a key for a specific lock, not when they make a key for key. Let's see who G104 is. V, F, G, 80, 95, 1, 103, 104. Here we are. Wallerman Key Shop, 3920 South Clement Avenue.
Right with you, gents.
Fine. Well, cross your fingers, Matt, and hope he's part elephant.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, gents, what can I do for you?
We're from the police department, Mr. Wallerman. I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Grebb. We'd like to ask you about a key.
Oh, key I made?
Yeah. This key, Mr. Wallerman.
Do you happen to know who you made it for?
Brasso Dunlap, huh? Don't often make one of these, once, twice a year. It's good luck, all right. But it's unusual.
Well, what is it, Mr. Wallerman? You remember something?
Yeah. Bad temper. Sure. About 2 months ago, officer. Guy with nice clothes and a nice way of talking till he got sore. Yeah, I remember now. Said I took too long. I was a blundering idiot, that's it.
You know this man's name?
His address?
No, I don't. But he does live in the neighborhood.
How do you know that?
Because I've seen him a couple of 3 times at Tommy Lowe's place. Tommy runs a Chinese hand laundry over the next block. This bird must be a customer of his.
What does this man look like?
Oh, he's kind of tall, thin face, sharp nose, but don't worry. Tommy Lowe will know him, officer. Just mention his temper.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. No man you speak of very well. His name, Mr. Leonard Elster. He live 105 Duane Boulevard.
Yes?
Mrs. Elsner?
That's right.
We're from the police department, Mrs. Elsner. I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Graham.
How do you do?
Mrs. Elsner.
Mrs. Elsner, is your husband at home? We'd like to talk to him.
Yes, he's inside listening to the radio. Just a moment and I'll call him. Excuse me.
Sure.
Oh, Leonard? Leonard, there's...
See if that key fits, will you, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah, it works all right, Ben.
Now, here's Elsner. Now, Mr. Elsner, I'm Lieutenant Guthrie. This is Sergeant Graham. We'd like a few words with you, please.
Very well. Living room is this way, gentlemen.
Thank you. Oh, Mrs. Elsner, if you don't mind, we'd like to talk to your husband alone.
Of course.
All right, dear. Sit down, gentlemen.
Frankly, I'm curious to know what this is about. Do you mind telling me?
Well, it's about a woman, Mr. Elsner. An elderly, unidentified woman who was found choked to death in the park last night.
What? Woman choked to death? I don't understand. You want to talk to me about that?
That's right. Tell me, Mr. Elsner, did you read about this in the newspapers?
No, I haven't seen the paper today.
Do you mind telling us what you did last night?
I stayed home.
All evening, Mr. Elsner?
Yes, all evening. Now, what is this all about?
Mr. Elsner, do you recognize this key?
Of course. My house key. One just like it.
Do you have your house key with you now, Mr. Elsner?
I do, together with all my keys. Here.
How many house keys are there? For everyone who lives here, I mean.
3, 4, 5, maybe. I don't know. They're all around.
Does the maid have one?
She does. At least she let herself in with one a few minutes before you arrived.
And your wife, Mr. Elsner, she has a key, of course.
Of course. Now, look here, enough of this. Why all these stupid questions about house keys? What, if anything, do they have to do with the woman who was strangled in Whitegate Park last night? Well?
Well, this key was found near the body, Mr. Elsner, and there were signs of a struggle.
Which could mean that whoever killed the woman dropped this key. Your key.
But I have my house key. I just showed it to you. There. And I'm sure my wife does, too.
And what about extra keys? Are they around?
I couldn't say. House keys are famous for getting lost, Lieutenant.
Did you ever lose one?
Since you've been in this house?
Yes. About 2 or 3 months ago.
Where'd you lose it?
Here, at home, in the street?
I don't know. It wouldn't be lost if I did.
Leonard, darling, your temper, please. Control yourself, please.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'll be glad to answer your questions. Carol, you'd better leave it there.
No, that won't be necessary, Mr. Elsner. Now, about last night. You say you were here?
Yes. Carol here went to bazaar. What was it again, dear?
The Woman's Auxiliary of the North Point Country Club. I'm chairman. We're raising money to build a new clubhouse next spring.
I see. Mr. Elsner, did you have any callers last night? Any visitors of any kind?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember them specifically?
I think so. There was the newsboy who was making his weekly collection about 9, I'd say.
For what paper, Mr. Elsner?
The Evening Star.
And anyone after that, Mr. Elsner?
2 people. Along about 10, a delivery boy from the liquor store at King's. He brought 2 bottles of scotch. At 10:30, a friend of my wife's dropped in looking for her, Ruth Millard.
She lives at the Park, Netherlands.
She stayed about 20 minutes. We watched a television show together, a quiz show called Number Please. A Brooklyn housewife won the jackpot. Some question about Steinmetz.
Leonard?
And gentlemen, at 11, I had a long-distance person-to-person call from a Mr. Saul Meadow, toy jobber in Des Moines, Iowa. I manufacture toys. Now, is there anything else?
No, sir. Not right now, anyway. We'll be in touch. Good night, Mrs. Elsner.
Good night. Good night, Sergeant.
Good night, ma'am. Good night, Mr. Elsner.
Good night.
You know, Matt, Mr. Elsner said he didn't read about the killing in the paper.
So?
So I'd like to know how he knew it happened in Whitegate Park. We never mentioned the park by name.
Next Sunday, CBS brings you an exciting, timely appraisal of the world situation and some of the answers when 10 top CBS correspondents are heard in a special broadcast entitled The Challenge of the 50s, Years of Crises. For the past month, these famous CBS reporters have been interviewing world leaders. On next Sunday's broadcast, you'll hear on special recordings what these leaders predict. Edward R. Murrow will be the moderator. Don't miss this unusual, significant broadcast, The Challenge of the 50s, next Sunday afternoon on most of these same CBS stations.
Did you get that, Willis? On Walnut, yes. King's Liquor Store. They're supposed to have sent 2 bottles of scotch to Elsner last night about 10:20. Yeah. And get a hold of the newsboy who collects for that route, will you? It's the Evening Star. Yeah, that's right. And put a tracer on a person-to-person call Ellison claims he got at 11 from a Saul Meadows in Des Moines. Yeah. I want every bit of that alibi checked. Right.
You know, Ben, personally, I think you're wasting your time.
What, checking Ellison's alibi?
Yeah, it sounds good to me. Too many people involved to be a phony.
Well, we'll see. There's something wrong there someplace, Matt.
Well, the keymaker backs up Elsinore in his story about losing the key. For my money, you're reaching quite a ways to tie a well-to-do guy like Elsinore into a threadbare old lady dead in a public park. Why would he do it, Ben? That's what beats me. Why?
Well, you got me.
Well, anyway, I'd go easy if I were you. Elsinore is the kind of bird that really blows his lid over a false arrest. In fact, there was...
Come in.
Call, Lieutenant. Matt.
Hi, Becca.
Well, we got an identification on the old lady in Whitegate Park.
Good.
We traced the shoes. They'd been half sold lately, and we finally located the shoemaker. A guy way out in the Henning district. He just now identified the body.
Well, who is she?
Edna Clooney, 4412 Durban Street. That's a walk-up, and it checks out.
Who'd you talk to there, Becca?
A landlady, a Mrs. Peters. She says Mrs. Clooney's had a room there for about 6 months.
Let's go, man.
I just can't believe it. She was such a sweet little old thing. Why, terrible, that's what it is. Down this way, gentlemen.
Thank you.
When did you say it happened?
And last night, Mrs. Peters, sometime between 9 and 11.
Didn't you notice she was gone today, ma'am?
No, I didn't, Sergeant. Sometimes I go a week or more without seeing all my tenants, especially the quiet ones. This is her door here. Ooh, right. Stuffy in here. I'd better open the window.
No, I wouldn't bother. We won't be here long.
Yeah, we just want to look around. Maybe she kept a date book or a diary or something.
If she did, it'd be over there in that table with the drawer.
Oh, here, huh? Well, she was sure a tidy housekeeper.
She was a nice, sweet woman, Sergeant. One of the best tenants I ever had. It's just terrible. I can't
Now, this
imagine.
picture, Mrs. Peters, who is it? Do you know?
Why, yes, that's her. Oh, my goodness.
No, what's the matter?
That's Jim, her son. Why, that boy doesn't even know yet that his mother is dead.
Is he here in town?
Well, as far as I know, he lives over on the south side someplace, works in a mill over there, a stamping mill, I think.
You wouldn't know the name then, huh?
Could it be McLennan and Lamb?
She's got a metal ashtray here and a letter opener, both stamped with the compliments of McLennan and Land, 1024 South Market.
Well, let's try it. Now, Mrs. Peters, leave everything just as it is and keep this room locked, will you? We may be back.
This must be him, Ben.
You the fellas who wanted to see me? I'm Jim Clooney.
Yeah, and let's go inside here, Jim. Out of this noise where we can talk.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'm Lieutenant Ben Guthrie. This is Sergeant Greb. I'm from the police department, Jim.
Police? What do you want with me?
No, wait. I'm afraid we've got some bad news for you. It's your mother.
Mom? What's happened to her? She hurt? It's worse than that, fella.
She's dead, Jim.
Dead?
It happened last Sunday night.
Her body was found in Whitegate Park. Park? But how?
She was murdered, Jim.
Mom? Murder? Who did it?
We don't know. But maybe you can help us. Just answer some questions.
Sure. Go ahead. I'm okay. What do you want to know?
When did you see your mother last, Jim?
Yesterday afternoon. About 1 o'clock, I guess. Buddy drove me out to her place. Lieutenant, I don't get this. Mom never went out at night. Oh, maybe once or twice to a movie, but the park, she never went in there. When you were with her, did she seem upset about anything? No, not a bit. We just sat around and talked like always.
Now, what did you talk about? Anything special?
No, the same old things. My job, draft, my gas station. You've got a gas station, Jim? Oh, it's not really mine. It's one I'd like to have. It's out on Grand. The guy's going to sell out and retire.
Used to talk about me buying it and going into business for myself. I'll never have that kind of money. Yesterday, Mom was kidding around that she was going to borrow the down payment for me. She ran into a wealthy old friend, she said.
Well, who was that, Jim?
Oh, some guy she knew 25 years ago. I worked for the same company up in Evanston for a while after my dad died.
Uh-huh.
She hadn't seen this guy since then, but, well, she ran into him on the street last week and recognized him. She got a big kick out of it.
Did she mention his name?
Yeah, it was Melvin something. Melvin Berry it was.
You know where we can get in touch with him?
No. Why do you want him?
Well, maybe your mother wasn't kidding. About borrowing the money, I mean. Mothers are funny where their kids are concerned, you know. Oh, by the way, did you ever hear of a Leonard Elsner? Lives up on Duane Boulevard?
Leonard Elsner. No. Wait a minute. That's funny.
What's funny, Jim?
But you mentioned that Duane Boulevard.
Why? What about it?
Why, Mom used to go up there quite a bit. She used to take a bus to the library up there.
And what, Jim?
I think she said that that's where she was, coming out of the library when she ran into this Melvin Berry.
Say, Becker, you seen Lieutenant Guthrie?
Yeah, about 30 minutes ago, Matt. He was on his way down to the file.
Oh, okay, thanks.
If they take the papers to the right person, they wouldn't have it.
Ben?
Yeah, back here, Matt.
Oh.
Any luck?
Yeah. We had to dig back into the desk for this one. Have a look.
Melvin Berry escaped from state penitentiary February 1930.
Uh-huh. Evanston had him for embezzlement. Tried and convicted up there in December 1929. Got 5 years.
He's a nice-looking guy. Pretty dapper with that mustache.
Matt, do you see what I see?
Huh? No, I guess not.
Well, look. Skip the mustache. Forget it. The eyes, Matt. The eyes.
Holy smoke. You weren't wasting your time checking on that alibi after all, Ben.
Lieutenant Guthrie. We're good. Put him on. Yeah, go ahead, Willis. What? The checks? All of it? You sure? Okay, Willis, that's all.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, Elsner's alibi is airtight.
That's almost impossible.
But it's a fact. Let's go, Matt.
Go where?
To the Elsner residence, 105 Duane Boulevard.
But you just said...
I know what I said. Let's go.
Now, look, Lieutenant Guthrie, when you fellows were here before, I tried my best to cooperate.
I know. But we found out a few things since then. We want to find out a few more.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, there are 4 parks in this city.
That's an interesting bit of information.
So how did you know the murder took place at Whitegate? You said you hadn't read about it? Neither of us mentioned Whitegate.
Why, perfectly natural assumption. That's the largest park in town. I simply assumed...
For another thing, we had a long talk with Jim Clooney today. He's the dead woman's son. He told us how his mother ran into an old friend right out here on Duane Boulevard.
She hadn't seen the man in 25 years.
So what? If you've got a point, get to it or get out of here.
Leonard. Leonard, please.
I'll get to it, Mr. Elsner. The man's name was Melvin Berry.
Leonard?
Be quiet, girl. Go on, Guthrie.
We checked on him. He was convicted of embezzlement up in Evanston back in 1929. Escaped from prison in 1930. He was never caught. Of course, we have his picture in prints. It won't be any trouble.
I don't know what you're talking about. If this is some crazy way of accusing me of murder, then arrest me. Go on.
Nobody's accusing you of murder, Elsner. We know you didn't do it.
Huh? What you...
Of course not. You were home here. Your alibi checked all the way.
That's right. But there are all the circumstances. We can't ignore them in spite of a perfect alibi. You know, Mrs. Elsner, a life like that Melvin Berry lives must be pretty miserable. Constantly afraid that the next time he turns around, somebody will recognize him. Always under a shadow of fear.
No matter how successful he is, there's always the dread that sometime, someplace, someone will know him. Don't you think so, Mrs. Elstner?
Must be even worse for a woman who loves a guy like that. Wouldn't you say, Mrs. Elstner?
She could never escape it, could she? The more she stood to lose, like wealth and social position, the worse it got until finally...
Finally, Edna Clooney was murdered. Edna Clooney ran up against a person like that just because she recognized an old friend who had a secret. She didn't know about the secret, but she did want to borrow money.
And that's all it took, wasn't it? The killer could only figure one way: blackmail. Everything was ruined. Suddenly, all the fears and all the suspicions that had been piling up for years broke loose, didn't they? Didn't they?
Yes.
Carol, don't.
Yes. Yes, Lieutenant. I can't take any more. I had to do it. I had to kill her. I knew it from the instant Leonard told me she'd recognized him as Melvin Barry. No other way out, no other way. I left the bazaar, arranged to meet her in the park. When she said she wanted money, I grabbed her, choked her. Leonard didn't know anything about it until you came in with my keys.
Okay. Give her some help, Elsa, until she gets hold of herself. And we'll all go downtown and put it on paper.
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you the lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identification, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, hand him help.
The lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, is written by Gene Levitt and Bob Mitchell, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Gil Stratton, Ted Osborne, Parley Bear, Herb Butterfield, Robert Griffin, and Virginia Gregg. The lineup was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. The big postseason football game of the year, the Rose Bowl contest between Michigan and California, will be broadcast next Monday, New Year's Day, over most of these same CBS stations. For action, color, excitement, be sure you're on hand for this great sports event, the Rose Bowl game between Michigan and California. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, where you find songs for sale every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time, Kraft presents from Hollywood, California, Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, here's what a prominent government official said about nutrition not long ago. This official said that in times like these, proper nutrition is as important as fighting planes. Yes, we all need the right foods and plenty of them to keep up the pace our great defense effort demands. So you'll be glad to know that Parquet margarine, made by Kraft, is one of the right foods and that it's so economical you can use all you need. You see, Parquet margarine not only has delicious flavor that makes it grand for table use, baking, and pan frying, Parquet contains lots of valuable food elements, too. Yes, wholesome Parquet margarine is a highly nutritious food. In fact, one of the best energy foods you can serve. And what's more, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. But just because Parquet margarine is good for you, don't think it isn't good tasting. Why, Parquet's delicate, appetizing flavor has made it a favorite with families all over the country, both for table use and for cooking. So try it. Buy a pound or two of delicious Parquet margarine tomorrow. Yes, ask your dealer for Parquet. Parkay. And now let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve, and his niece and nephew, Marjorie and Leroy. They're trying to entertain a friend of Marjorie's, Oliver Honeywell, a chap who's taken so many pills that he's beginning to look like one. Today, Oliver is the man who came to lunch and stayed through tea and dinner. It's after 9 now, and a quiz game is in progress.
Very good. Now, the next question is for you, Uncle Mort.
Okay. I love quizzes. Let's hear it, Leroy.
Well, what's the difference between Niagara Falls and your friend Judge Hooker?
There's no difference. They're both big drips.
No, that's wrong.
Oh, is it?
The difference between them is that Niagara is a mountain fountain and the judge is a legal.
Oh, yeah. Well, I see. Now whose turn is it?
It's your turn next, Oliver. Boy, this one's a cinch.
Huh?
Can you tell us who was the third Assistant Secretary of Agriculture in President McKinley's administration?
Oh, that wasn't fair, Leroy.
No, that's too hard, Leroy.
Oh, no, it isn't. Third Assistant Secretary of Agriculture, McKinley's administration, Lucius N. Follansby.
Yep, that's right. I remember.
It is? That's great, Oliver.
Oliver, that's wonderful.
Oh, really, it's nothing. A fellow shouldn't get any credit for remembering his own grandfather's name.
Boy, you had me fooled for a minute. I thought you were smart.
Yes, Leroy.
Next is Marjorie's turn.
Huh?
Sis, what does it mean if you say, throw up the sponge?
I give up.
Absolutely correct.
Oh,
right. Very good.
Now, the scores so far are Oliver 27, Marjorie 19, and Uncle Mort -2.
Young man, what do you mean, -2?
You answered one question wrong twice.
It's twice?
Now, here's your chance to make up, Unc. It's an arithmetic.
Arithmetic.
If Jones buys 50 bales of hay and 100 bushels of barley for $300...
Yes?
And the barley costs 4 times as much as the hay, how much did each bale cost?
Oh, my. Let me get paper and pencil. 50 bales, 100 bushels, $300. Mr. Jones should have bought defense bonds. The idea. Oh, what's that? 9:30. Leroy, I've got a question for you this time. If 9:30 equals your bedtime, and you haven't done your homework yet, how do you expect to know your lessons tomorrow if you have to go to sleep now?
Gee, that's an easy one, Uncle Mort. All those questions I've been asking you people are my homework. Oh, it's all done.
It is? You're a bright boy, Leroy.
Say, can we just finish this game, Uncle Mort?
I sort of lost interest in this game.
I thought it was fun.
You would. Now scamper off to bed, Leroy.
Gee whiz, I'm not a bit sleepy. Why can't I stay up?
It's the same thing every Sunday night. First Jack Benny, then Charlie McCarthy, and after that trying to get Leroy to go to bed.
But, Uncle Mort, you stay up a lot later than this. Why can't I?
Because you're growing, Leroy, and I'm not.
No, maybe not in the same direction as I am.
Step up, Leroy. What? Leave Uncle's waistline out of this.
You leave it out. You brought it in.
Yep. Children, let's drop my waistline.
It's dropped too far already.
Good night, young man.
Oh, are you going to bed, Uncle Mort? Sweet dreams.
No, you're the one who's going to bed.
Yes, and let's not discuss it anymore.
But...
That's all, brother.
But it isn't fair. It's not democratical. I'd like to stay up as late as everybody else.
Well, let me see.
Can I, Uncle Mort?
Promise to go to bed the minute we do?
Gee, of course I promise.
Then you can remain up as late as Marjorie and I.
Boy, that's keen.
Well, I'm pretty sleepy right now. How about you, Marjorie?
What? Oh, yes. I can hardly keep my eyes open.
Yeah.
Oh, I catch on. It's a trick to make me go to bed now.
You've made your bed, Leroy. Now get into it.
In that case, maybe I should...
I'll get it.
Well, if that's my mama, you tell her not to worry.
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, hiya, Pig. It's for me. It's Piggy Banks.
Piggy Banks.
What'd you say, Pig? What for? Oh, no, Uncle Mort wouldn't.
Huh?
No, I wouldn't even ask him. Oh, it's too bad, Pig, but that's the breaks of the game. Goodbye.
I don't want to intrude in your private affairs, Leroy, but what is it Piggy Banks wanted to do?
Oh, he wanted to come over here tonight to carve out his pumpkin for Halloween.
Well, I'd have no objection to that.
Yeah, but he wanted to use you for the model.
You go straight to bed, young man. We're all going to bed now.
All right.
Well, in that case, maybe I should.
Yes, you should, Oliver. Good night. Marjorie, don't let Oliver forget his overcoat tonight. It's awfully chilly, and he might catch something he hasn't got already.
Mr. Gillsleeve, I didn't bring any overcoat. I didn't expect to be invited for tea and dinner, too.
Invited?
Oh, my. I hate to think of you going clear across town on the streetcar.
Oh, Midgie, the streetcar doesn't bother me. It's the waiting and the walking.
Yes, and in the dark, too. Say, why don't you stay here for the night, Oliver?
Oh, that's a splendid idea. Where can we put him, Uncle Mort?
On the sofa in the study. It's the kind that collapses into a bed.
Oh, no, thanks, really. I don't think I should.
Why not? I'll fix you up with a pair of my pajamas.
Oh, I don't think I could sleep in a strange pair of pajamas.
Yes.
And besides that, don't you think they'd be a trifle large?
Oh, come, Oliver. It'll be fun. Like sleeping in a tent. Yeah.
Well, I'll bring out a couple of spare blankets and a pillow.
Oh, never mind the pillow, Midgie. I'm allergic to feathers.
Feathers? Is that so?
Oh, yes. You know, I have it so bad I even break out with spots when I eat chicken broth.
Well, you better telephone your parents and tell them you won't be home tonight, Oliver.
Oh, yes, I better. Otherwise, Mom would have to send Pop out to look for me. Then she'd have to go out to look for Papa.
Well, I'll get the blankets.
Oh, hello, Mama. Mama, this is Oliver. What's that? Papa's been out looking for me already. Well, it isn't 10 yet, Mama. Oh, we want to get an early start. You better go find him, Mama. Try the place on the corner. Oh, not the drugstore, the place in the other corner. I don't know why he always goes there. I never do. Well, you just push open the doors and call in. That's all. What? Oh, I'm still at Midgie's house. Yeah, Mama. They invited me to spend the night here on account I didn't bring an overcoat. I did? I must have left it in a streetcar, huh? Well, I got my pills. Don't worry, I'll keep out of drafts. Good night, Mama. Poor Mama. You know, she doesn't seem to realize that I'm a big boy now.
No, it's very hard to believe, Oliver.
Oh, I almost forgot. Here.
What's this nickel for?
Oh, for the phone call. I never like to be under obligations to people.
Yes, I can see that.
Everything's ready for you, Oliver.
Yeah, go right in and make yourself comfortable, Oliver. I'm going to lock up.
Oh, be sure all the downstairs windows are fastened, Uncle Mort. There have been some burglars in the neighborhood lately.
Burglars?
Oh, don't worry, Oliver. Go right in and get ready for bed. If a burglar ever saw you in my pajamas, he'd put back everything he took. I wonder who built these windows. The Pullman Company? Oh, my bunion. Almost forgot to wind the kitchen clock. Somebody already wound it. Oh, excuse me, Aesop. I didn't mean to step on your tail. Now, Scat Cat, scram, go, outside. Yeah.
Everything locked up tight, Uncle Mort?
Yes, a burglar would need 3 policemen to help him get in here. Excuse me, I guess it was the company we had for dinner.
Well, see you in the morning.
Huh?
Good night, Uncle Mort.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, Uncle Mort.
What, you still up? Good night, Leroy.
Good night, Uncle Roy.
Good night. What's that? Who? Oh, good night, Oliver.
You hear that?
Yes, it woke me up. There must be a fire somewhere near here.
How about let's go in and see?
You better ask your Uncle Mort first.
Okay.
Mom and Pop.
Hey, Uncle Mort, can I go to a fire?
What's that?
There's a fire somewhere close. Can I go see it?
A fire? Oh, boy, I haven't done one for years, and I just love to go to blazes.
Well, hurry up, Uncle Mort, hurry. No, not that door. That's the bathroom.
Oh, excuse me. I should have known.
This way.
Yeah, thanks. Now, let's hurry outside, or the fire will be out before we are.
Gee, this is fun.
Huh?
Hey, Marge, let's go. Here's Uncle Mort.
Yeah, let's get Oliver.
Do you think he'd be interested?
Sure, it'll be a tonic for his nerves. Oh, Oliver.
Yes, Mama, I'm getting up.
Yep. I'm not your mama. Come on outside with us. Hurry up.
What's wrong?
There's a fire, Oliver.
Fire! Oh, my goodness, come on, let's go. Right away, out. Follow me.
Wait for us, Oliver. Leroy, bring Oliver's shoes. Hey, come on, Marjorie. Hey, Oliver, come back here.
Where's the fire?
It's somewhere around the corner, Oliver.
Is it coming this way?
No, we're going that way. Come on.
Here's your shoes, Oliver. You better put them on before you wear out your socks.
Oh, thanks, Leroy.
All right, let's not spend all night here. The fire won't wait for us, you know. Oliver, you can tie your shoelaces afterward.
As you say, Mr. Gill.
Oh, on second thought, Oliver, you better tie them now.
I might as well, now that I'm down.
Gee, this is the latest I've been out since the night I went walking in my sleep.
Yeah, well, let's take a quick look at the fire and scoot back to bed.
I wonder whose house it is.
Well, we'll soon see.
I think the engine's right around the corner.
They are? Oh, I see a lot of people.
Yes, there they are.
Gee, look at all the neighbors. There's nothing like a good fire to bring out all the best people.
Everybody must have gotten up.
Huh?
Oh, look. There's Edie Quinn. Wearing the same kimono she wore to that fire last year.
Yes. We carry.
Well, here we are. I don't see any fire.
I better find out what this is all about. Let me through here, please. Excuse me, lady. Oh, pardon me, Chief, but could you direct me to the fire?
Mister, I wish you could direct me. We can't find it.
Oh, well, it may be a little unprofessional, but have you asked anybody?
Say, that's an idea. Thanks.
Oh, it's all right.
Quiet, please. Let's have quiet, everybody.
Yes, quiet.
Now, did anyone here turn in a fire alarm?
Excuse me. I was the one who called.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Beasley. Well, where's the fire?
Oh, there isn't any fire. My poor little cat is stranded on top of that telephone pole up there.
What? Oh, good grief. Madam, do you mean you got us all out of bed and dragged the firemen away from their gin rummy game just to look at a cat?
Oh. Disappointed because someone's home isn't burning down.
Huh?
I know who you are. You're the man who does want to set the world on fire.
Now, see here, Mrs.
Oh, this is Mrs. Beasley, Uncle Mort. Mrs. Beasley, this is my uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
Charmed, I'm sure. Now, see here, Mrs. Beasley. What do you mean by waking up the whole neighborhood?
Now, take it easy, mister.
I won't take it easy. Chief, are you going to waste the taxpayers' money climbing telephone poles for tomcats?
Well, what's wrong with that?
Well, give me a reason why you should go to all that trouble.
Sure, I'll give you a reason. This lady happens to be the mayor's sister-in-law.
Just as I thought. Politics.
Hey, boys, get out the 40-footer and bring down that cat.
Thank you, Chief. I'll see that my brother-in-law hears about this.
Yes, and I'll see that the newspapers hear about it, too. I'll write letters to the editors. And I write a nasty letter, madam. And as for you, Chief, you're paid to fight fires, not to go sky-hooting around town all night.
Now, I've heard enough out of you, fatso.
Yep.
If you don't pipe down, I'll turn you over to the police, you big false alarm.
I'm a false alarm, you little brass pole polisher. Take off that fireman's uniform and say that.
Now, don't get so hot under the collar, beef crust, or I'll have the boys cool you off with a hose.
I'm not afraid of you and all your little squirts. You twitch a thumb at me, and I'll push that tin hat of yours so far down, you'll have to breathe through a straw.
Well, now you have gone too far. Gogan! Yes, here, hold my coat.
That suits me. Oliver.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Keep off the grass. You'll get your feet wet.
Hey, look! Look, they've got the cat down, Uncle Mort.
Oh, thank goodness.
Where's the lady that owns the cat? Right here, Kelsey.
Now I've seen everything. The idea. Using thousands of dollars worth of fire equipment, waking up hundreds of people in the middle of the night just to snag a mangy cat off a telephone pole.
Here it is, lady. Safe and sound.
Thank you very much. Oh, dear me, this isn't my cat at all.
Well, now it isn't even her cat. Lady, if you aren't...
Uncle Mort.
What's wrong, Marjorie?
I'll tell you what's wrong, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is your cat.
Yeah. Our cat?
Yes.
Aesop?
Is that a hot one?
Oh, my goodness. Let's get home. Come on, children. Come on, Aesop. Goodbye, Chief. Thank your boys for doing a noble and humane deed.
Go back to bed, you big mattress.
Oof.
Come on, man, let's go.
I don't like the way he said that.
Too bad there wasn't a fire. We could have at least gotten warm.
Oliver, don't you dare catch a chill.
I'll try my best not to, Midgie. Wish I'd brought along my cold pills.
Let's hurry into the house, Oliver. We'll fix you up a nice hot cup of... what can you drink a nice hot cup of?
Water, if it's distilled.
Well, it'll be nice to get back into a nice warm bed. Open the door, Leroy.
Okay. Uh-oh, it's locked.
Locked?
Why didn't I go home on a straight time?
Now, don't get excited. Don't be nervous. Take it easy, everybody. I have the key right here. Right here in my pants pocket. Oh, no.
No what?
No pants. I'm just wearing pajamas. Here, let me try that door. Ooh, no shoes either.
Maybe it's stuck.
No, we're stuck, Oliver. The wind must have blown it shut. Well, I guess the joke's on us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't get it.
You keep asking questions like that, Oliver, and you'll get it all right.
There must be a window around the side or in back that I could climb into.
No, Leroy. Before we went to bed, I made sure that everything was locked as tight as a drum in a bagpipe band.
Oh, wait a minute. We forgot something.
Huh?
I know how we can get in.
You do? Well, what is it?
Birdie.
Clever girl, Marjorie. Birdie. Yeah, come on, everybody.
Where are we going now, Midgie?
We're going to see if we can wake Birdie on me.
Yes. Oh, Birdie.
Oh, Birdie! Oh, Birdie!
Too many birdies. Let me do it, children. Oh, Birdie.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Birdie, will you please come downstairs and open the front door?
Come downstairs. Open the front door.
Yes, I'm locked out, and so is Marjorie and Leroy and Oliver.
What an unfortunate coincidence.
Yes, Birdie, quit stalling and hurry down here.
I would if I could, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I just can't.
Why can't you?
Because I'm locked out, too.
What? Birdie, aren't you upstairs?
No, sir, I'm right here on the back porch.
Oh, this is a pretty pickle of fish. How did you get locked out?
Well, I just got home from a lodge meeting.
Yeah.
You know, the mysterious and bewildering orders of the daughters of Cleopatra. I'm the head Sphinx.
Sphinx? You are?
Yes, sir. And I found the back door bolted. You know, that's contrary to the customary procedure.
Yes, well, I wonder if the people next door have got a pass key.
Oh, they went away on their weekend.
Oh,
I'm getting terribly cold. Maybe I better go home after all.
No, Oliver. We'll get inside in 2 shakes of a jiffy. The only trouble is all the downstairs windows are locked. If we could only reach the 2nd floor.
I can do it. If you boost me up, I can climb this tree and then crawl out on that branch and drop down on the roof of the porch there.
Who do you think you is, Leroy? A Superman man?
Yes. No, I won't let you risk your neck, my boy. You're too young. I do it myself, only why ruin a tree that never did me any harm?
Oh, dear. Now, isn't it too bad that we don't have anyone big enough and thin enough to come to our rescue?
It's getting colder, isn't it?
You know, I can't help thinking what King Arthur, one of his knights, would do in a case like this.
Yes, I believe it is getting colder.
Why, he'd leap off his horse, spring to the tree, and just swarm up to his lady love's window.
If I'd only brought along some of my vitality tablets.
Oh, what's the use? Oliver, why don't you go climb a tree?
Who, me? Midgie, you know I get dizzy spells from high places.
Oliver, it's really very easy. You can do it with your eyes shut.
I don't like this.
Give him a boost up, Unc. Can't you see he's raring to go?
Raring to go home.
Come, Oliver, you've got to be brave. Pull up my pajamas. No, I mean the ones you're wearing. Yeah, now tighten your belt.
I didn't say yes.
You shook your head.
Can I help it if I shiver in the affirmative?
Well, Now, you take his other leg, Leroy.
Okay.
Yeah, careful now. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, grab hold of the branch, Oliver, right above you.
Well, don't drop me. I bruise easily.
Yeah. It's all right. I'm right below you. Now, just pull yourself up. No, Oliver, go the other way. You're getting out on the wrong limb.
Gee, if I only had my slingshot here, I'd head him in the right direction quick enough.
Leroy. Keep going, Oliver. You're doing fine. Oh, what are you stopping for now?
The string on my pajamas broke.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm falling. I made it. I landed on the roof.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Oliver. I never thought you'd make it.
How about it, Missy Witchy? Am I as good as any night?
Oh, yes, Oliver, you're wonderful.
Yeah. By George, for a weeknight, he finished strong on Sunday. Yeah. All right, Oliver. Now just climb in one of the windows and all our troubles will be over.
Mr. Gildersleeve,
Huh?
I've got bad news for you.
What?
There aren't any windows over the porch.
What? A porch without windows? I never heard of such a thing. Let me look. Well, that's one for Ripley. You better come on down, Oliver.
Oh, I can't reach that limb again.
Jeepers, we've stranded Oliver.
Is that bad?
Now what are we going to do, Unc?
Well, there's only one thing to do. I've got to get a ladder someplace.
And a piece of string.
All right, Oliver.
Oh, hurry, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's terribly cold up here.
Yeah.
The people in the back's got a nice big ladder.
Yeah?
Why don't you just pussyfoot over and throw the bar?
Well, thanks, Bertie. I suppose that's all I can do. Children, you just stay where you are. And Oliver, don't go away.
Very funny.
I'll be back just as soon as I can, Oliver. Fine state of affairs when a man can't break into his own home. Well, that's what you get for chasing fires in the middle of the woods. Oh, it's you, Aesop. Out of my way, you Siamese snake in the grass. Now, let me see. There's a loose board somewhere along this fence. Ah, there it is. Tight squeeze, Throckmorton. You should really cut out the starches. I wonder where that ladder is. It's as dark here as the back of a coal miner's neck.
Who's there?
Huh?
Speak up or I'll shoot.
Oh, hello. Don't shoot, Mrs. Beasley. It's only me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What are you doing in my backyard at this time of night?
What am I doing here? Oh, yes, we were locked out of our house, Mrs. Beasley. You happen to have a ladder I could borrow?
It's in the shed, and the shed's locked.
Well, then, if you could find the key and kind of throw it down to me,
Nerve. Waking me up, scaring me half to death, and then having the gall.
What did you say, Mrs. Beasley?
Wait where you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll be right there.
Yeah, lovely woman. A break at last. This time we're all set, TP.
Where are you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Right underneath your window, Mrs. Beasley.
Directly underneath?
Yes, directly underneath.
Well, then, catch.
On the grass. I hope Uncle Mort doesn't get his feet damp.
Hey, sis, I did it all right. Boy, that was a thrill.
Well, it's only a matter of minutes now. Oh, Oliver, it's only a matter of minutes now.
Only minutes before I freeze. I wish I brought a parachute.
Shh. Who that there?
It's me, your Uncle Throckmorton. If I ever lay hands on that Beasley woman, I'll kill that old cow.
Why, Uncle, you're soaked. What happened?
She lured me underneath her window and then threw a bucket of water on me. I'm going to tell the mayor about this.
Oh, that's a shame. But don't you worry. We'll have you in the house and dry inside of 5 minutes.
Oh, you got the door open?
No, not yet, but soon. Poor Oliver's been freezing on that roof.
He's freezing.
Yes, so I sent Leroy down to the corner to ring the fire alarm.
Oh, fine. Oh, my goodness. What'll the chief say when he sees me this time? Can't you stop him, Leroy?
I don't think so.
Oh.
In fact, I'm sure I can.
Oh, my. Here we go again.
Stop right here, men.
Okay, where is it?
Oh, hello, Chief. Well, you're just in time. Look.
Where? Oh, say, what is this? First a cat on a pole and now a guy on the roof. Who's responsible for this call?
Well, it was like this, Chief.
Well, if it isn't the taxpayer's best friend and the fire department's severest critic.
Huh?
Hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, hi.
Been writing any letters to the newspapers?
No.
Now, stop teasing, Uncle Mort, Chief. He's just soaked to the skin.
Yeah, and that takes in an awful lot of territory.
Yeah. How about saving those cracks for the fireman's minstrel show and getting our front door open?
Oh, is that what you want? Well, why didn't you say so? Hey, Max, bring an axe. We've got a door to chop down.
No. Can't you just send up a man and a ladder to one of the windows on the second floor?
Oh, never mind the axe, Max. Bring a ladder.
Okay. Say, Chief, there's a cellar door open around on the other side.
The cellar door's been open all this time? Oh, I could kick myself.
We could help you with that, too.
Thank you just the same, no. Say, boys, I'm awfully sorry about this whole thing. Let me make some amends, huh? How about you all coming in for coffee and sandwiches? Huh? Won't you? Come on. Just for good old Gildersleeve. Huh?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, come on, come on, come on. Have another cup of coffee, Chief?
No, thanks. I've had 2 already.
You've had 4, but have another anyhow.
Oh.
Sandwich, Mr. Grogan?
No. I'm full clear up to here. Incidentally, I made sure that cellar door was locked tight this time.
Thanks, Mr. Grogan.
Well, this has been swell, Mr. Gildersleeve, but now we'd better be getting back, boys. Hey, you guys in the kitchen, let's get wheeling.
Well, goodbye, boys. Thanks for everything. And if I ever have a fire, you'll be the first people I'll call in. I like firemen.
Say, Uncle Mort, can I go out and watch them leave?
Sure, we'll all go out and wave goodbye to them. Come on, Marjorie. You too, Bertie.
Okay, Uncle Mort.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the hospitality.
So long, boys. Don't take any wooden fire plugs. Yes, nice fellas. Well, let's get back in. There they go. It's colder out. Catch the door, Bertie. It's good. Oh, my goodness.
Gee, we're all locked out again.
Yes, this is where we didn't come in.
Hey, isn't anybody ever gonna get me down off this roof?
Oh, Oliver!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, let me remind you that next Friday is Halloween. And if you mothers are the kind that worry about the children being out and getting into mischief, here's a worthwhile suggestion for you. Keep the kids at home with a well-stocked pantry. Yes, if you have plenty of popcorn and cookies and cakes on hand, you can be sure the kids won't go very far away. Now, to make popcorn extra good, drench it with plenty of melted parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, that delicate, tempting flavor that makes parquet a favorite for table use makes it delicious on popcorn, too. And remember, use parquet margarine in the cookies and cakes you bake. It makes them tastier because it's a real flavor shortening, not just a bland, tasteless fat. And not just at Halloween, but the year round, parquet margarine provides your family with wholesome, nourishing food values. Yes, parquet margarine is a highly nutritious energy food that contains important vitamin A. So use parquet margarine made by Kraft all 3 ways. At the table, for baking, and for pan frying. It's delicious, it's nourishing, it's economical. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for a pound or 2 of parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, our time's up. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now, Frank Sinatra, transcribed as rock employment, and when the agency sends me up to the Knickerbocker magazine, I am very happy to accept their $48.50 a week less withholding. Excuse me, lady, in which of these glass brick kennels do I find Mr. Walter Partridge?
Just open your ears and head for the biggest noise. That's our Walter.
I'm telling you, Bert, I want those reviews on time.
See what I mean?
Thanks.
For 2 weeks in a row, I've had the business office after me for missing deadlines. I'm not in business for my health, which is lousy. What do you want?
Mr. Partridge?
It says Partridge on the door. My cufflinks are initial WP, and I've got Dear Walter tattooed on my right bicep. Yes, I am Mr. Partridge.
Okay.
Who are you?
Rocky Fortune. The agency sent me over.
Oh, yes.
Well, what do I do?
Do you see this sad, broken-down, pseudo-intellectual here?
Now, Walter, you're taking unfair advantage of
This
me.
miserable object is Burke Whittemore, the drama critic of the Knickerbocker magazine. His reviews are followed with bated breath by middle-aged women from Hohokus to Great Neck. There's only one trouble. He has not seen a play in the last 3 years.
But if he doesn't go to plays, how does he review him?
Oh, he goes. He occupies an aisle seat in the 5th row. He's there in body, but unfortunately, the spirit has been applied internally.
Ah, come on, Walter. Isn't it fitting to pour libations to Dionysius before attending his temple?
I'm not worried about Dionysius. I am concerned about the libations being poured into Burke Whittemore. You get the picture, Mr. Fortune?
He's on the sauce.
That's the general idea.
My dear man, paralyzed drunk, I can type a better column with my elbow than any other drama critic in the metropolitan area.
Just once, I'd like to see what you can do while sober. All right, now, Fortune, you understand your job.
Look, Mr. Partridge, I am a great connoisseur of the theater arts. I have sat under the runway of Old Howard in Boston and similar high-tone resorts in Union City, New Jersey. But if you're looking for a drama critic, I think you better get yourself a new boy.
Don't be ridiculous, Fortune. I've got a drama critic. What I want is someone who can keep him from falling on his face.
Oh.
All right, now, here's your job. There's a new play opening tonight, Trolley in the Sky by St. John Maloney. Now, you're to stick with Whittemore from now until curtain time. Just keep him sober and don't let him fall asleep in the show. Your seat will be directly behind his on the aisle. And if he starts to show any signs of drooping, give him a good stiff poke in the back of the neck.
Now, see here, Walter.
You think you can manage that, Fortune?
Don't worry, Mr. Partridge. He won't even wink. I got a real dandy rabbit punch. I developed it punching rabbits. I am now remembering that this Burke Whittemore is the fellow known on Broadway as the Kiss of Death. He has not written a review with a kind word in it since Helen Hayes was playing kid parts with bloomers showing. But now he's a rum-dum, senior grade, and I'm hired to make an honest man of him. We head back to Whittemore's office where the job of protecting him from his various follies starts even sooner than I think.
But you can't go in there.
Get
You
away
can't.
from that door. Won't you come in, Maloney?
I knew I'd find you hiding in here, Whittemore.
Be careful how you swing that cane.
All right, Maloney, what's the idea of breaking the glass in my door?
Your glass isn't the only thing I'm going to break. Are you planning to cover my opening tonight?
With a shroud.
Whittemore, I'm warning you. I will not create a sensitive, important, searching drama and have a warped Nibelung tear it to shreds with his pointed teeth. After you reviewed my last play, it ran exactly 2 performances.
A long run for that play. How did it do on the road?
Listen, you snake. If you vent your malevolent spleen on my new one tonight, so help me, I'll kill you. In fact, I don't think I'll even
Hey,
wait.
put down that can... Now, a Malacca cane with a silver head is not as heavy as a bulldozer or as high-powered as a 6-inch shell. But when laid neatly back of the ear, it'll serve. I fold up in a tasteful knot and droop gracefully to the axe minster. Having delivered his ultimatum, St. John Maloney turns on his heel, which happens to be on my stomach at the time, and strides out of the office.
Fortune, you all right?
Oh, what happened to me?
We tried to brain me with his cane and caught you on the backswing. That's the trouble with these modern playwrights. No sense of direction.
I believe you.
Of course, we'll have to do something about that lump on your head.
Shall I call a doctor, Mr. Whittemore?
Oh, nonsense. We'll just cover it up with a hat. Fortune, do you happen to possess a Hamburg?
Are you clowning?
Well, then we'll buy you one on the way to the theater. Now, come on along.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Ain't you even going to call the cops?
What for?
Didn't you hear Maloney? He said he was going to kill you.
There isn't a playwright worth his salt on Broadway who hasn't threatened to kill me. Come along, Fortune. Thespis awaits.
Mr. Whittemore, wait. What about your mail? It's been piling up on your desk for days.
Good. Pile it alphabetically and burn it, Alice. Bills, nothing but bills.
But, Mr. Whittemore... Oh, dear. Mr. Fortune, would you take these letters along and try to get him to read them, please?
Okay. Here's one that doesn't smell like a bill. Lavender envelope.
Fortune.
Huh? Oh, coming, Mr. Whittemore. So I slip the letters in my pocket and away we go. First he insists on buying me a Hamburg hat, and then we head toward the theater. We get there about 40 minutes late. Burke Whittemore collapses in an aisle seat in the first row while I am right behind him in the second. A pint-sized blonde named Valerie Carter is emoting all over the stage, but I'm too busy to pay much attention. Already Burke Whittemore is beginning to slide down in his seat.
Were I yet another, yet were I another's other, yet were I yet
Hey,
your other.
Mr. Whittemore, wake up.
Take me, for I am no other than your own, else were I another.
Okay, pal, I warned you.
Oh, hey, Fortune. Did you have to do that?
Cheer up, Mr. Whittemore. Something might happen. Who knows? Her dress might slip. In the first intermission, we struggled through a lobby the size of a phone booth, which is occupied by a cloud of smoke and a few thousand people. Whittemore runs up against a sad little man who looks as if his last friend just bit him. This is Judson Flanagan, the producer.
A great show tonight, Burke, eh? St. John has written a modern masterpiece in verse.
That third-rate carpenter couldn't write a testimonial for an underarm deodorant.
Very witty, Burke.
Do you like it? I'm using it in my review.
Are you writing them in advance now? You've only seen 10 minutes of the play.
My dear man, you tried out in New Haven. A gentle wind wafted the aroma straight into my office.
Listen, Burke, seriously, you've got to be fair. I've got my own money in this show.
You must be mad.
But, Burke, you can't pen it. You just can't. Look, I've done everything I could to please you. I've even starred your favorite actress.
Valerie Carter? She was my favorite actress. You should have given the part to Lassie. This thing is really a dog.
Burke, I'm desperate. If you cut this show to ribbons, I'll kill you.
We leave Flanagan and fight our way down the aisle. Just as we reach our seats, the house lights go down and the stage is dark, too, and as nobody is seated yet, we all kick each other around for a while. Just as I get myself firmly planted, somebody falls in my lap.
Oh, excuse me, monsieur, but you are in my seat.
Excuse me, lady, but you're in my lap.
Oh, no, this is seat D1.
This is B1, lady.
Oh.
But stick around. It's a great seat.
Oh, no, I could not. Pardon me for...
She's a small, tight brunette wearing a veil and a mink and smelling of something at $50 an ounce. All in all, she appears to be some dish from where I'm sitting, which at the time is right under her. However, cherchez la femme, I always say. At this point, I notice Burke Whittemore is starting to slide again. I reach over and give him the old rigid digit in the back of the neck. Hey, Mr. Whittemore. Hey, wake up. Come on.
Stella, where art thou? You whose else becomes more present than absent.
Mr. Whittemore, wake up, pal.
Would that you were not another's other, so that I could seek and find you where you are.
I'm telling you, Mr. Whittemore, you gotta wake up. Evidently, I have more power on my index finger than I give myself credit for. Whittemore slides out of his seat and rolls into the aisle. I'm down beside him, but it doesn't take me long to head up the aisle to the front of the house, where I flag down Judson Flanagan, the producer.
Shh! This is the reconciliation scene.
It better be the reincarnation scene, pal. Come on outside. I got a flash for you.
Huh?
Whittemore is stiff in the aisle.
Again? Fortune, you help me get him out. We'll get him some black coffee and bring him to...
It'll take more than coffee, Flanagan. He's got a knife buried in his back.
Ted? That's impossible.
Improbable, maybe. But nothing's impossible these days, so you better call the cops.
We can't call the police now. It's only the second act.
Look, Mr. Flanagan, I know it may seem like bad theater, coming so early in the play, I mean, but there's a corpse in the center aisle. Aren't you even interested?
Of course. We'll have to get him out of there before intermission.
I guess I ain't getting through. Burke Whittemore is dead. D-E-D. Look, give me some change and I'll call him myself. Where's the phone?
Right behind you.
Oh, yeah. Where's the change?
Here you... Ow!
Turning my back on Flanagan was like playing Potsy in the Holland Tunnel. He let me have it right on the cowlick with about 2.5 tons of small change in a bag. I figure if I stay on this job much longer, they'll refer to me as Melonhead Fortune, because I'm beginning to feel distinctly squashy behind the ears. When I come to, I'm on the floor of a small closet with my head sharing a bucket with a slightly damp mop. I stagger to my feet and commence banging on the door. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. I got a right to make one telephone. I want my lawyer.
Well, Rocky Fortune, what are you doing in there?
Sergeant Finger of Homicide as I live and breathe.
What are you doing in this closet?
Look, Sarge, a guy got croaked tonight. A drama critic by the name of Burke Whittemore.
How come you know?
Because I was sitting in the seat right behind him.
Eh? What were you doing there?
I was acting as his bodyguard.
Oh, that's a hot one.
I knew that'd break you up. Look, the guy was a lush. His magazine hired me to keep him on the wagon.
He's on the wagon, all right, only now it's a hearse. So you were sitting right behind him when it happened, huh?
Yeah, I was.
And he got the knife right in the back. It's very interesting.
Now, wait a minute.
Why'd you do it, Fortune?
You know something, Sarge? You are a pilgrim in the path of least resistance.
What do you mean by that?
You always pin the rap on the nearest suspect. It saves you so much time.
Why not? You had the perfect opportunity, Rocky.
Sure, but why would I want to do it? You need a motive, Sarge, a motive.
You're right. Why did you do it?
Oh, nuts. Look, why do you pick on me?
You got any better suspects, Rocco?
How about the guy who wrote this turkey tonight? How about it, Maloney? Didn't you threaten to kill Whittemore if he panned your play?
Certainly I did. I'm only sorry that someone beat me to it.
How do we know that someone did?
I wasn't even in the theater when it happened. I can't stand the strain of opening nights. I was in the little bar across the street.
We'll check on that. Okay, Rocky, who else?
The producer, Flanagan. He had a fight with Whittemore at intermission time, just before it happened, Sarge.
That doesn't mean a thing. I never left the front of the theater.
Says who?
Ask my box office man. I was checking receipts with him from the time the second act curtain went up until Fortune came running up the aisle.
Well, now that leaves us right back where we started. Only one suspect, and Rocky, guess who?
Now, take it easy, Finger. Not so fast. Almost anybody in the theater could have done it. The lights were down. All they had to do was walk down the aisle in the dark and... Wait a minute. The brunette.
The who?
The brunette who sat in my lap.
What are you doing, dreaming again?
No, honest, Sarge. She thought I was sitting in her seat. We had a friendly tussle about it, and then it turned out she was looking for D1 instead of B.
When did all this happen?
Right after the start of Act 2, just before Whittemore rolled out in the aisle. Maybe you better chercher la femme.
Where did you say she was sitting?
D1.
Well, that's impossible. D1 is a house seat, reserved for critics on opening night.
But I'm positive she... Look, we had an argument about the seat.
Anybody hear the argument? How about you, Miss Carter? Any of the actors notice a commotion down front?
Well, no. But, of course, we were all concentrating on our performances.
Fortune, why don't you quit trying to feed me all these wild stories?
Look, I could prove I was hired as Whittemore's bodyguard. Let me call the magazine, will you? Walter Partridge, the publisher. He'll back me up on it.
Okay, then, Fortune, get Partridge over and tell him to fly. Because if he don't, you're going to be my pigeon. On toast.
By this time, Fingers made the whole thing sound so crazy, even I am beginning to wonder if there really was a brunette in my lap. Still, this is no time to give up. I feed a dime into the backstage pay station and inform Knickerbocker magazine that they have just lost one drama critic. Furthermore, that unless they wish to lose me, too, they'd better send Partridge over in the wing. As I hang up the phone, I find Valerie Carter waiting in a dressing gown that is made of old butterfly wings.
Mr. Fortune.
Yeah.
Mr. Fortune, could you step into my dressing room just a moment? I'd like to talk to you.
So would Sergeant Finger, and he may be getting impatient.
Well?
Well, he ain't got the strange attraction you have. Let the bum wait.
Won't you sit down?
Thanks.
Do you mind if I sit next to you?
It's your couch, honey.
Mr. Fortune, I don't exactly know how to explain this.
You lost something lately?
Well, how did you know?
Well, I didn't think you were looking for sugar just now when I felt that hand in my pocket.
Oh, well, then I suppose I better come right out with it.
Yes.
It's a letter.
Oh? A letter to Mr. Whittemore, you mean?
Yes.
Maybe the lavender one with the perfume.
Yes, may I have it?
Why?
Well, you see, Burke, that is, Mr. Whittemore and I were good friends for years.
I'm glad to know he had one friend.
In fact, we were even engaged to be married. But we had a silly little quarrel, and he said that he was going to criticize my performance tonight.
Yeah?
Well, naturally, I got very angry. So I wrote this letter and I sent it off. And then I regretted it, of course, and I called his secretary to try and intercept it.
And that's how you knew I had it on me?
Yes. You will give it back to me.
You mind if I open the letter first?
Oh, no, please don't. It's so foolish, really, and it has nothing to do with what happened in the theater tonight.
How do I know that?
Well, Mr. Fortune, do I look like a brunette?
Well, no.
And after all, it happened right in the middle of the play. So, may I have the letter, please?
Nope.
Well,
I thought you were a gentleman, Mr. Fortune.
Gentlemen are usually dopes. When Finger finds out who the murderer is, you'll get the letter back unopened.
Took you long enough to make that phone call, Fortune.
Take it easy, Sarge. Mr. Partridge is on his way over now, and he'll put me in the clear.
Yeah? It's going to take more than that.
What do you mean?
Fortune, you're in this up to your flapping ears. I've been checking out alibis, and both Flanagan and Maloney are clean. I guess who that leaves.
Name somebody. What about the brunette?
You know what's strange? Nobody seems to have saw her but you. And a man was sitting in seat D1. Rocky, why don't you save the state the cost of a trial and confess, huh? Maybe I can get you off light with the electric chair.
I tell you, Finger, you are out of your...
Hello.
Mr. Partridge, I am so glad to see you, my boy. Will you tell this guy who I am?
I don't know who you are.
What? Now, wait a minute. Didn't you hire me today to look after Burke Whittemore?
Yes, I did.
And what do you mean by that crack, I don't know who you are?
Apparently, I should have asked for character references first. I hired you to protect Mr. Whittemore, not to let him get stabbed in the back.
All right, Rocky boy, let's go down to the station.
Before you go, Fortune, I'll take Whittemore's mail.
How did you know I had it?
Why, hand it over, Fortune.
Not so fast. Funny thing, you're the second person to ask about that. Why is everybody so anxious to get their mitts on Whittemore's mail? Wouldn't be the lavender letter, would it?
Mr. Fortune.
What lavender letter?
This one, Sarge. Valerie Carter sent it to Whittemore today. Who knows? We might even find a motive inside.
Mr. Fortune, that is not your letter. You have no right.
Sarge, listen to this. Dear Burke, it's no use you're trying to hold me with threats. It's all over between us, and nothing you can say will change my mind. I'm in love with another man, and I advise you not to cross him, Burke. He isn't the kind to let anything stand in his way.
Who's the other man?
Let me read it, will you?
No, you don't. I'll take that.
Here, give me that letter.
Hey, Partridge, what's the big idea?
Grab him, Finger. He's our boy. Before anyone can lay a glove on him, Partridge is across the stage and starting up the iron ladder to the catwalk. Sergeant Finger runs to beat, so I'm the first one up the ladder after him. When I hit the catwalk overhead, he's already touching a match to the letter.
Stay away from me, Fortune!
Unless you can fly, you're a gone goose, buddy. This catwalk has got a dead end.
Stay away!
I'm coming to get you.
Oh, you...
Look out, Partridge, you're going over.
Partridge! Fortune, hey, help me. My hands are slipping. Fortune, I can't hold on.
Did you stab Whittemore, did you?
Yes, I did.
Louder.
I did it. I killed him. Now help me.
You hear that, Finger?
I heard it. My hands, I'm slipping.
All right, Partridge, catch. Alley-oop. I haul Partridge back up on the catwalk and frog march him down to Sergeant Finger.
I could have been killed. Fortune, you're crazy.
All right, Sergeant. You got the confession?
I'll repudiate it. He was threatening my life. That confession will never stand up in the court.
Well, maybe not, Mr. Partridge, but now that I got the man and the motive, I got a hunch we ain't gonna need it. There'll be other ways we can pin it on you.
Walter, I can't.
Hey, Rocky.
What?
You think the dame is mixed up in it, too?
Miss Carter? Nah. If she'd have known Partridge was going to bump him off, sending that letter was the most stupid thing she could do.
Yeah, I guess that's so. Okay, Partridge, let's fly downtown and find you a cage.
So, once again, I am a free man, meaning a man without a job. And all I have to show for it is a new pearl gray Homburg. Miss Carter.
Yes?
About that letter, I'm really sorry. You see, I was on the spot.
If only I hadn't written that awful letter, that's all.
Look, it's been a kind of rough evening, and you look a little beat. Would you like me to see you home?
Oh, no. I don't want to put you to any trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble. Just wait till I grab my hat here. B1, B... It's funny, no hat. It must have fallen under the seat.
Oh, well, do you see it now?
Yeah, Ow!
What's the matter?
Something stuck me. A bobby pin. Now, how did that get under my seat?
Well, what's so remarkable about that?
Yeah, nothing but bald-headed critics sitting in this row. No dames, except maybe the brunette who sat in my lap. Only why would a brunette be dropping blonde bobby pins around?
She wouldn't. I think you just made that brunette up.
I think maybe she made herself up with a brunette wig.
But who'd want to do a thing like that?
Well, it couldn't have been you. You were on stage.
That's right.
Come to think of it, though, were you there all the time? What about the start of the second act?
No, I wasn't. Any other questions?
Miss Carter, you don't happen to smoke a pipe.
No, I don't.
Then that's a gun in my ribs.
It is?
You did it, not Partridge. You sneaked around
If you mean that I killed Burke Whittemore, yes.
And why did Partridge take the rap?
Because he's in love with me.
He must be.
Don't worry. He'll come out all right. He can prove he was somewhere else tonight.
I wish I could say the same.
All right, now. Start walking.
Where?
The stage door, Mr. Fortune.
Yeah, that was pretty clever. Only don't you think you did this thing the hard way? Why didn't you just marry Partridge and tell Whittemore to go whistle up a tree?
I couldn't. Burke threatened me.
With what? Bad review?
With deportation. I'm in this country illegally, Mr. Fortune. Burke threatened to turn me in if I tried to leave him.
Oh, I see. Well, here's the stage door. What now?
Open it.
You got something definite in mind?
I have. They'll find you lying in the alley.
Won't be the first time.
Well, it'll be the last. Open that door.
Okay, here goes.
Miss Carter, I'm glad I caught you. I got a question.
Finger, watch out.
Hey, what goes?
Finger, I could kiss your lovely, stupid mug.
What for?
I'd be a dead duck if you hadn't figured this thing out.
Figure what out?
That you had the wrong man, of course. This dame was about to knock me over.
Miss Carter? You mean she committed the murder?
What else? Ain't that why you came back?
No, I came back to get her autograph.
Autograph?
Yeah, my kids are nuts about the theater.
Oh, brother.
NBC has presented Frank Sinatra as that footloose and fancy-free young gentleman, Rocky Fortune. Others in tonight's cast included Elaine Ross, Leslie Wood, Stotts Cotsworth, Arnold Moss, James Monks, Roger DeKoven, and Bill Zuckert. Tonight's script was written by Ernest Kenoy. Fred Wade directed. Now to tell you about next week's adventure, here's Frank Sinatra as Rocky.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Deadhead Freight.
It is shortly before midnight, August 27th, 1938, at the Santa Fe Freight Yards in Lubbock, Texas. A deadhead freight hauling empties back to the west coast from Galveston has just pulled into the yard. The brakeman and a railroad detective are making a routine check of the cars for free-riding hobos.
If I was a yard dick, I'd be snoozing in the roundhouse. You ain't found a free rider in months.
And so what? I get paid to check, and I check.
Oh, you know, Boson, the freights always hop off before we pull into the yards.
You ever think one of them might fall asleep in the car and not have anybody to wake him up?
Well, could be.
Flash your light and listen.
Okay. Hey, see? Nobody. Now, the car up ahead is the last of the boxcars. I walked the flats and gondolas while we was rolling, so I know that they're clear.
Hey, why's the door rolled shut on this one?
Well, I don't know now. Shouldn't be.
Now, let's get her open. Now, throw your light around.
Yeah.
Nobody riding, huh? Come on. All right, Bo. On your feet. And throw that light right on him.
Yeah. Well, no wonder it didn't move, just an old duffel bag.
Yeah. What's a duffel bag doing on a deadhead freight? Hey, there's something in it.
Huh?
Hey, come here. Feel this.
Why, feels like a body.
Hey, you got a knife on you?
Yeah, here.
It's a good thing we didn't pass this car. The top of the bag sewed up tight. I'll have to cut right through the side.
What? It's a young woman.
Yeah, stabbed to death. And throw that light around the car.
Well, what are you looking for?
There's no blood anyplace. She wasn't killed on the train.
Somebody must have loaded the body on to get rid of it.
Yeah, so the murder can't be pinned down to any definite area. Hey, where'd you stop last, before you pulled in here?
Siding west of Sweetwater?
The body must have been put on someplace between there and Galveston, then. We better call the police. They can notify the Texas Rangers.
After a brief but penetrating study of the situation, Ranger Captain Stinson had the body removed to a Lubbock funeral parlor. He then requested Texas Ranger Jace Pearson to take over the case.
Well, there it is, Jace. Pretty brutal job of stabbing.
You figure it happened a good piece from here, huh?
Couple of reasons for that. Here's a map. Shows the route the freight train took. Spot circled in red shows where it made stops. And at what time.
I see. No stops after it left the siding outside Sweetwater, huh?
Right. And most of the stops were made much further east.
Well, according to the time of these stops, body must have been loaded on the train between Presby here and Turner City here.
Well, how do you arrive at that?
Train made all its night stops between these points. Isn't likely the killer loaded the body on by daylight. Too much chance of being spotted by the train crew.
That's good reasoning, Jace. You may be right.
You said the body was sewed up in a duffel bag.
Yeah. You better look at it before I send it on to the lab. I had the undertaker lock it in this cabinet and give me the key. Yeah, here it is. Regular opening at the top of the bag is sewed up tight. The draw cord is missing. See?
Good thing the man who found the body cut into the bag instead of ripping out those new stitches.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Kind of funny stitching.
It may have been made by somebody with a special trade where that kind of stitching's used. Lab gets a look at it, may be able to tell us what trade.
Well, I hope so. The bag itself won't help much, I'm afraid.
Probably picked up in war surplus. Could belong to anybody. Hey, look at this. The bottom of the bag.
It's kind of soiled. Whoever carted it around with a body in it must have set it on the ground to rest.
He sure did. On reddish-brown earth. Blood seepage made some of it stick. Let's have a look at that train map again. I think that earth stain kind of narrows down our search, Captain.
Oh? How come?
I know the country that train passed at night. I've been over it plenty. Only place I've seen earth that color is right around this area in a few stream beds. Cotton Belt runs parallel to the railroad for about 40 miles through there. Well, I've seen all I want to see, unless you have something else.
Nope. Let's go. I'll get this bag off to Austin.
Body going to be held here for identification?
Yeah. If she isn't identified, we'll see if we can run down something by her clothes.
Any laundry marks or anything on them?
Afraid not, Jace. Homemade and home laundered. No dental work to help us either. And her fingerprints aren't on the file.
Might have a man check on the shoes she was wearing. They weren't homemade.
Yeah, we'll try it. You got any ideas about what you're going to do?
If it's all right with you, I'd like to take a crack at that Cotton Belt area. Tow charcoal down on the horse trailer and then ride parallel to the railroad tracks and see what I can find.
Well, that's a lot of territory. How about Steve Clark riding with you?
Good deal.
We get anything from the lab, I'll let you know. I'll radio Clark and assign him. Then you can pick him up on the way. Good luck, Jace.
Thanks, Captain. You'll hear from me. I met Clark. We drove down to the beginning of the area I wanted to check, left the car, and used our horses for the long ride along the rail bed. By noon of the next day, we'd covered 15 miles.
Horses are getting tired, Jace.
I know. But there's a siding a little ways ahead. Freight stop there.
Yeah. Look, another culvert coming up.
Yeah. Bank's pretty steep. Watch your horse.
Right. Careful, boy.
Easy, Charcoal.
Careful.
Easy.
Steep climb out of here, Jace. Maybe if we ride... Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, the ground, huh?
Yeah. Same reddish-brown color we've been checking for.
Well, don't see anything else, though. Want to ride through it a ways?
Yeah. Come on, Charcoal.
Up, boy. I don't want to be a killjoy, Jace, but we done this in a dozen creek beds.
Yeah, but none of the others were as close to a train stop. Siding's only about 50 yards further up the... Ooh, charcoal.
Oh, boy. Oh. Find something, Jace?
Yeah, come here.
What is it? Yeah, marks in the sand.
Trace of a couple of footprints, not enough to make a cast, but look at this other mark. A round impression.
Yeah. What made it?
Might have been somebody setting that duffel bag down.
Yeah? Well, that would account for the dirt you found on the bag.
We'll find out. Get a glass jar from your saddle pack.
Okay. Gonna cut a core around that mark?
Yeah. Lab can test it for blood trace. Earth this color, we can't tell anything by sight.
Well, here's the jar.
Thanks.
A few empty cans around here, Jace. Those marks might have been made by a hobo.
No, I don't think so. Bindle stiffs travel light. They don't carry duffel bags. And what's the nearest town to here?
Bullville, about a mile further on.
Well, let's get there. We can phone for a highway patrol car, and they can drive you back and pick up our car.
Right. You gonna check around Bullville?
With a fine-tooth comb. The cotton crop around Bullville was good. Too good. Migratory pickers were jamming the town. I had photos of the dead girl and tried to find somebody who might have seen her.
No, Ranger. Never saw her around the gin here. Town's full up, though. It's possible one of the pickers saw her someplace.
You know anybody who comes in contact with a lot of the pickers?
No. Afraid you have to tackle them crew by crew.
That's what I was trying to avoid.
Yeah. Must be a couple of thousand migratories around.
You mind if I ask your man at the weighing platform to check with the haulers when they bring cotton in for ginning?
No, it's all right with me.
Thanks.
Oh, Ranger.
Yeah?
Hold it a second. Just happened to think. There is somebody who gets to see a lot of the pickers.
Who?
A Mexican woman. Name's Old Rosie. Drives a junky old truck around peddling soda pop in the fields.
You know where I can locate her?
Yeah, haulers give you a lift out to the fields. And somebody will steer you out to her. Everybody knows Old Rosie.
Somebody killed that poor girl, huh?
That's right, Rosie. You ever see her?
You find who killed her, you're going to put him in a jail?
That's my job. How about it? You ever seen her around here?
See, one time.
Where?
At the bus station in the town. She was with a man.
You know who the man was?
No, senor.
And why'd you hesitate? Is that the truth?
Why should I tell a lie, senor? I don't know who the man was, but he looked like he was...
She described the man, a vague, stumbling description that might fit anybody. And while she described him, I had a feeling she was lying. A feeling that was strengthened by a faint odor of whiskey coming from the truck. Whatever business Rosie was in, it wasn't limited to the sale of soft drinks. I pretended to swallow her story, then I got a lift back to town where Steve Clark was waiting with our car.
Better hop in, Jace. Just had a call from Austin.
Yeah, they checked the earth samples sent in the jar?
Yeah, blood trace all right. Same type as the victims. They got a line on a few other things, too. The shoes on the dead girl have been traced through the manufacturer to a store in Sheffield. Yeah, I wrote down the name of the store and the address.
We better get over there and see if we can establish identity.
Yeah, shoes will be waiting at the Sheffield airport. Isn't likely that a shoe clerk is going to remember who he sold them to, though.
I saw the shoes. They've been repaired recently. Whoever fixed them might remember.
Well, that's a chance.
Any information on that duffel bag?
Yeah. Lab ties it in with a seaman.
How?
Well, stitches used to sew up the bag are the kind seamen used to mend a torn sail. Chase, you look like that throws you.
It does, a little. I was beginning to have a sneaking suspicion about an old Mexican woman. But she's no seaman.
What made you suspect her?
She said she saw the dead girl with a man. She gave me kind of a phony description. Not only that, but she's supposed to be selling soft drinks to the field hands from an old truck. It reeked of liquor.
Oh, bootlegging, huh? Hey, that could mean something.
What?
A report from Austin mentioned liquor stains on that duffel bag. Naturally, they just figured that a bottle had been broken in the bag at one time or another, but...
Yeah, but it could be something else, too.
Yeah?
That bag might have been used for hauling moonshine. Stop the car.
Hey, Jace, what's the matter?
Slide out. I'm going to Sheffield alone. You stay here.
Okay, Jace. What do you want me to work on?
Tail old Rosie, the Mexican woman, while I'm gone. Check on any special contacts she makes. Whoever she sees, find out who they are. See if you can run down any who've worked as seamen. I burned up the road to Sheffield. The clerk who'd sold the shoes couldn't help, but I got the information I was after in a repair shop.
Sure. I fix it is, all right? Look, here's where I sewed the broken strap, you see? I remember because of something else, though I never get paid for the job.
Whose shoes are they?
Mrs. Watson. She's living 2 blocks up at Brownwood House.
Mrs. Watson, huh? Is her husband around?
Oh, no. He's go away a month ago. That's why she got no money for pay for the shoes. I known you bother her. She lived with her mother and her little baby's a 1-year-old.
Any idea where her husband went?
Oh, no. Sometimes she says to go away for work or someplace with the cotton, sometimes to Galveston to work for the boats.
Oh, you've been a sailor, huh?
Sailor, everything. Whatever he is, he's no send the money. Last week she come in. She says she's going to meet him and she's going to pay me when she's come back. But she's not come back. Hey, just a minute. Why you asking me all these things, eh? And how come you got the shoes?
Because Mrs. Watson doesn't need him anymore. She's dead.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Deadhead Freight, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
It wasn't the kind of news you enjoy breaking to a dead girl's mother, and the girl's baby crying in the next room didn't help it any.
See, they'd split up about a month ago. And then last week, her husband wrote to her from Bowlville. He said he was sorry and he wanted my daughter Helen to come to meet him. I thought she was there with him.
Looks like she was for a while.
Oh, he promised Helen everything in the letter. Said he had a lot of money for her and their baby. He was never any good. And now the baby's left to me, and I'm just too old.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you give me your son-in-law's full name and his description?
Herbert Watson is his name. They call him Bud.
Herbert Bud Watson. About how tall would you say he was? Yeah, you better pull yourself together, ma'am. Somebody's at the door.
I'll call out the window and send him away. I don't want to see anybody now. Oh.
What is it, ma'am? What's the matter?
I want somebody. Open the door.
It's him. My son-in-law, Bud.
All right, ma'am. Open the door and let him in. Go ahead.
Well, what took you so long? Where's Helen?
You know where she is. What did you do to her? What did you do to my girl?
Are you crazy? What's the matter?
Let him go, ma'am, and stand back.
What? Ranger, what?
Get your hands up and turn around.
You killed her. And you got the gall to come here with your own baby crying.
Ranger, what is this? Kill who? Helen. Where's Helen? Where is she?
Don't you know, Watson? Or did you think she'd never be identified?
Helen's been murdered? Oh, no. No.
You did it. You did it.
No, Mom. No, I gave her money. Told her to come back home and I'd meet her here today. We was going to take the kid and make a fresh start.
How much money did you give your wife?
$1,000.
That's a lot. Where'd you get it? Come on.
I was bootlegging to the pickers.
How long you been getting away with that?
Started it last season.
Did old Rosie sell any of this stuff for you?
How did you know about that?
I didn't for sure until now. Come on. We're going back to your place of business in Bowlville.
Hi, Jace.
Steve?
Yeah, I got your message to meet you here. Rosie's over there. Want to get her off the truck?
Yeah, she can talk from there. Come on. You too, Watson.
Okay.
Bud Watson, murdered girl's husband. Been bootlegging here. Rosie's been moving some of the stuff for him.
Oh?
Why you keep me from my work, senor?
Your work isn't as legal as it could be, Rosie, so sit tight. Yeah, you ever seen this man before?
You know she's seen me before.
They didn't ask you. How about it, Rosie?
Si.
All right, Rosie. Now, is he the same man you saw at the bus depot with the girl whose picture I showed you?
Si. He's the man.
At the bus depot? But that ain't so. I was never with Helen at the bus depot.
You didn't meet her when she came down here?
No, I tell you. I didn't know what bus she was coming in on.
Or even if she would come after she got my letter. First I saw her, she turned up here at the shack.
Well, how about when she left to go home?
She only stayed 2-3 hours all told. Let her go back to the bus depot alone because, well, it was getting dark. Near time for the pickers to be coming there to buy drinks.
You hear that, Rosie? Yeah. That means one of you is lying.
Rosie, tell the truth, senor.
You don't always tell the truth, Rosie. The first time I asked you about the man you saw, you said he was a stranger, a man you'd never seen before.
I forget, senor. I see a lot of people every day in the fields.
You trying to kid me? You've been selling liquor for this man. You couldn't mistake him for a stranger.
But I do, senor. I make mistake. You wanted help, I give you help. Rosie tell you all she knows, that's all.
Now it was obvious that Rosie was lying, just as I'd suspected her of lying the first time. There had to be a reason for it. We took Bud Watson into Boleville jail and then went back to search his shack.
I can't figure something, Jace. Why won't Watson admit it if he was at the bus station with his wife? That wouldn't hurt him.
No, it wouldn't. That's why I think he's telling the truth.
Then Rosie must be covering up for something.
Covering up for somebody's a better guess.
She might have done it herself.
No, I don't think so. She's too old to cart a body across the country to the railroad.
Then you figure she really did see Mrs. Watson at the bus depot with a man, huh?
Yeah. The man who killed her to get the $1,000 Bud Watson had given her.
Well, then what's Rosie's angle in lying to us?
That's an easy one, Steve. Shake down.
Hey, Jace, you're right. Couldn't be anything else. Why, it'd be worth the cut for her to forget seeing the man and say it was Watson instead. Only one thing wrong with it.
What?
Well, I watched her while you were gone. She didn't make any suspicious contacts, nothing that could have been a payoff.
She might have gotten her payoff right after I showed her the Watson girl's picture and told her she'd been murdered. That was before you started to tail her.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. She had time. Well, we combed this shack, Jace. Nothing here. What do we do now?
Go back to tailing Rosie again? If she squeezed hush money out of the man once, she's liable to try it again. They all do. We'll start by watching her house when she comes in from the fields tonight. We staked out near Rosie's adobe hut, but it got dark and she didn't come in from the fields. I left Steve on watch and went out to look for her, keeping an eye out for her old truck. I found it about 5 miles out, surrounded by a group of men carrying torches. Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, Ranger. Rosie. You better come.
Yeah, what happened?
We was walking into town. We saw the truck here by the side of the road, thought maybe it broke down, so we started to call for old Rosie. Then one of the boys spotted the blood on the ground.
What blood?
I'll show you over here. Must be old Rosie's, I reckon, because we found her over here in the cotton row. She's dead, Ranger. Somebody cut her throat from ear to ear.
Old Rosie had tried to shake down a killer once too often, with the usual payoff. I sent a rushed call to Steve Clark to tow his horse out and join me. We followed a trail which led to a deserted picker shack way off in a field that looked like it hadn't been cultivated for years. The shack had been occupied, though, recently occupied. But whoever had been there was gone. There's a lamp there, Steve. Light it.
Yeah. It's clean as a whistle, Jay.
Yeah, it's too clean. That floor's been scrubbed mighty hard for a shack like this.
It sure has. Especially for a place nobody's living in. Must have been cleaning up blood.
Yeah. And there are 2 other things.
What's that?
Whoever was hiding here was mighty handy with a knife. Look at the inside of the door. Circle drawn on the wood. Wood chipped where somebody practiced throwing a knife at it.
Yeah, good aim. All the marks are right smack inside the circle. Now, what else?
Take a look at the lamp you just lit. The cord it's hanging by.
It's just an ordinary hunk of rope.
Except for the knot holding the lamp, a running bowline. So the light could be raised or lowered toward the table.
A running bowline is a seaman's knot.
Yeah, and that cord is just about big enough to be the draw cord from a duffel bag. Our seaman was here, all right.
Well, it couldn't have been Watson, Jace. He was safe in jail when Rosie was killed.
Yeah. Whoever Rosie saw with Mrs. Watson at the bus depot must have met the girl after she left Watson, after she had the money.
Yeah?
Married woman on her way home to her baby isn't liable to leave a bus depot with a stranger, is she? Chances are it was somebody she knew.
Well, Watson's been a sailor. Think it might have been an old shipmate of his?
Let's go see if he remembers one who was handy with a knife.
You say somebody killed old Rosie?
Yeah. The same man who killed your wife. Now think and think hard.
Yeah.
The killer was a seaman. We got reason to think it could be an old shipmate of yours who knew your wife.
Oh, but Helen knew shipmates of mine all along the Gulf. I introduced her to lots of them.
The one we want had a habit of throwing a knife.
Hey, he drew targets on a door. Never missed.
Matt Corbett. It was Matt Corbett!
How do you know? Any reason for him to be around here?
Yeah. He was my partner last year. Bootlegging here. Business got bad and he left. I wrote to him months ago asking him to come back for this picking, but he never answered me.
Did Rosie know him?
Sure she did. From last year.
That's it, Clark. Rosie'd seen Corbett with Mrs. Watson. That's why he couldn't run with the money after he'd killed her. He had to wait to see if the body was found and identified.
And when we moved in and she knew about the murder, she really had him pinned down.
And he used to be my best friend. A sneaking...
Never mind that now. Where would he run to?
I don't know. He was always roaming, like me.
Hey, you wrote to him someplace, you said. You must have an address.
Yeah. Yeah, it was general delivery at Port O'Connor. There's an old bait shack there. He lived in it whenever he had enough money to stop moving for a while.
He's got enough now. What he got from your wife. Come on, Clark. Let's get him. We headed for Port O'Connor, made it by morning, and found the abandoned bait shack.
Nobody inside, Jace, can see through the window. He isn't here.
Yeah, he's probably traveling by freight to avoid being spotted. He couldn't have beaten us here. We rolled too fast.
Gonna stake it out and wait?
Yeah, our car's out of sight where we left it. He won't spot it coming along the wharf. Come on, let's go inside.
Yeah, it looked like Matt Corbett's the man we're after, all right. Same trademarks here we found on that picker shack at Bullville.
Yeah. Knife marks in a circle on the door. Same running bowline holding the lamp. Draw that burlap sack across the window.
That'll make it pretty dark in here, Jace.
You want it dark when you're throwing a surprise party. Hey, Steve, wake up.
Huh?
Shh. Somebody coming along the wharf.
It's dark. What time is it?
A little after midnight.
Steps are coming closer.
Yeah, it must be Corbett. Nothing to bring anybody else this way at this time of night.
He's heading for here, all right.
Yeah. Let him get all the way inside. And remember, he's got that knife, and he's handy with it.
I know.
All right, Corbett. Never mind that lamp.
What's the knife, Jace?
Just stand clear of the light, Steve.
Can you handle him?
Or stop your struggling, Corbett.
You stinking... My arm. You broke my arm.
All right, just wrench your shoulder, Corbett. Keep you from throwing that knife for a while. Come on, get up. Better light the lamp now, Steve.
It's a good thing you jumped him, Jace. I felt that knife passing my ear. Look, buried in that wall a good inch.
Hey, Rangers. I thought you were a couple of crooks. What you doing here?
Just dropped in to arrest you for the murder of Helen Watson and old Rosie up at Bullville.
It'd be nice if you could prove it. I haven't been near Bullville.
I think we can prove you were. By marks you left on the door and a few other things. How'd you come back? Freight?
Are you kidding?
No, I'm serious. You should have rode Pullman. Get your shoes shined on a Pullman. Would have taken that reddish-brown earth off your shoes. Our lab can match that with Bullville. Watch out for that shoulder.
Yeah, that's better, Corbett. Want to cuff him, Jace?
No. I think you'll come quiet. All right, Corbett. Let's move.
Herbert Bud Watson served the required term for his bootlegging activities, and Matt Corbett was tried and convicted of murder. The sentence of the court was carried out on February 20th, 1939, when at Huntsville Penitentiary, Matt Corbett died in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea, with another interesting story about the Texas Rangers.
In the early days of Texas, major disturbances were not infrequent. It was a lusty, brawling, growing territory, and as happens in such a territory, there were days when the streets were not safe for the good citizens. An Easterner, happening into a Texas town at such a time, found shelter in the house of a minister. Everything will be all right soon, he was assured. Later that same afternoon, the minister, who'd been looking out the window, said, "Well, friend, the streets are safe now. You may go about your business." The Easterner looked out the window, but all he saw was a lone figure riding casually down the main street on a horse. "What makes you think it's safe for me out there now?" he asked in bewilderment. The minister pointed to the horseman. "Because that feller on the horse is a Texas Ranger," he said. "Only folks that aren't safe in this town now are the ones who started the trouble. And when he finds them, they'll wish they'd been peaceable." Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Ellis, Tom Holland, Byron Kane, Tom McKee, and Lillian Bayer. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
From Hollywood, California, we bring you the Smiths of Hollywood. Yes, friends, it's the Smiths of Hollywood, with Brenda Marshall as Nancy Smith,
Bumps, aren't you going to go to the corner movie tonight?
Jan Ford as Daughter Bumps,
No, I heard it was a dull picture. The heroine only bumps off 4 of her husbands.
Harry Von Zell as Bill Smith,
Oh, so even you are getting tired of homicide. Hollywood better start producing better pictures. People are revolting.
They certainly are, William. People are most revolting. I much prefer gophers.
and that was Uncle Cecil from England, played by Arthur Treacher. And if you're tired of homicide, relax and listen to the Smiths of Hollywood, with music by Charles Hathaway. Presented by Twisters, you can take a breather. It's the Smiths of Hollywood. And now, here's Nancy Smith.
Hi. You know, I was brought up with the idea that if you couldn't say something nice about a person, you shouldn't say anything at all. This worked fine till Bill's Uncle Cecil moved in on us. His theory is that if you have something to say that's nice about a person, you're slipping. Now, all of us sort of picked up Uncle Cecil's philosophy. I noticed it first at lunch one day.
Well, Uncle Cecil, it's only lunchtime. What got you out of bed? Insomnia?
Quiet, William, or I'll sick my frightful hangover on you.
Now, what would you like for brunch, Uncle Cecil?
Oh, the usual.
Yes, you mean 2 aspirins, sunny side up?
Oh. Say, Bumps, don't dip your bread in the gravy. It's bad manners.
Maybe it's bad manners, but it's good taste.
Oh, you're getting worse every day. I've never seen such a sloppy child. Even your room looks like a little pig lives in it.
A little pig does live in it.
You should talk. You never put away anything.
He doesn't put anything away. Who put away my last bottle of scotch last night? We were saving that for a special day, too.
Oh, really? My birthday?
No, the day you go back to England. Listen, Uncle Cecil, if you intend to stay here, you could help around the house. How about making a bed once in a while?
Fine, yes, fine. Give me a hammer and saw, and I'll be glad to try. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, I say, don't you think that was rather good, William?
No, I don't think it was rather good, William.
Oh, too bad, yes. I thought it might put you in a merry mood. I was about to discuss something painful.
Yes, your hangover again, I suppose.
No, my wallet. Could you spare $10 for a month, old boy?
Don't be silly. What would a month-old boy do with $10? Hear that, Nancy? Didn't you think that was rather good, Uncle Cecil?
No, I didn't think that was rather good, Uncle Cecil. Really, William, I'm in quite desperate straits. Could you lend me $5?
No.
I'll give you an IOU.
Oh, Uncle Cecil. Your IOUs turn up in places that Kilroy hasn't even heard of.
Kilroy? Who's he?
Never mind. Listen, how about that 10 you borrowed last week? I'm getting tired of asking for it.
Good, I'm tired of having you ask for it. William, my boy, money flows from your hand like water in a river. I'm talking about the Los Angeles River, of course.
Oh, this is getting on my nerves. If you two don't stop, I'm going to scream.
William, I'm sorry I said money flowed through your hands like the water in the Los Angeles River.
Yes, well, you'd better apologize.
Apologize? I understand now and then there is a little water in the Los Angeles River.
Why...
I said I'm going to scream.
Oh, by all means, old girl, scream. Now then, where was I, William? Oh, yes, you were about to advance me some money.
I was not. I wouldn't... You could... Bumps, what are you writing down?
This conversation.
Our conversation? What for?
So when I get sent to a psychiatrist, he can see from my notes how it all began.
You don't need a psychiatrist. You need a hairbrush. Backside to backside.
Well, get to talk about hairbrushes from Uncle Baldy, of all people.
Hey, that's enough. Bumps, one more word from you and you go to your room. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That was a word. Make her go to her room.
Honest, Mom, I didn't mean to say nothing.
Didn't mean to say nothing? What atrocious grammar.
Oh, you shut up, too. One more word and you go to your room, understand?
I'm sorry I was short-tempered, Bumps. You can stay and finish your lunch.
Appease her?
That was the word. Make him go to his room.
What a vile child.
Any more of this and I'll need a psychiatrist. Now, from this point on, if we can't speak nicely to each other, we just won't speak.
Quiet, isn't it?
I mean it. In fact, we're going to start a penalty system. I'm going to buy a piggy bank, and anyone who says something nasty has to put a dime in it.
Oh, if Uncle Cecil stays around, I'll have to cash in all my war bonds.
Now, look, we're going to start right now. Till we get a bank, we can use the vase on the mantel. Now, every gripe costs a dime.
Hadn't it ought to be half price for little children?
You little scavenger, you. You have enough cash in that swine vault of yours to buy and sell the rest of us twice.
Uncle Cecil, that'll cost you a dime. Here's the vase. Drop it in.
But, Nancy, all I said was... Very well.
Oh, Nancy, you're a genius. A dime already. Guess that'll teach old Uncle Sourpuss to think twice before he...
Sourpuss?
Huh?
Here's the vase, darling.
Oh, no.
Oh, William, you tight-fisted scoundrel, you...
Yes, what were you saying?
William! Sweet, sweet William.
No, you don't.
Too late. Both of you owe the kitty another dime. Come on, pay up.
I say, what becomes of the money we take in?
Oh, you would think of that. I mean, you would think of that.
That was a nice recovery, darling.
You better not keep the bank where a certain person can get to it. From the experience I've had with my piggy bank, I know...
Ante up, you little monster!
I didn't mention any names.
We know who you meant. Who else would steal pennies from a child? I say, what am I saying?
Well, that's how the Great Bank started. A dime here, a dime there. And sometimes, like when Uncle Cecil drove through the garage doors with a car, and Bill said... Well, in no time, the Great Bank was full, and Bill and I went into a huddle about how to spend it.
Gee whiz, there must be a fortune in here, Nancy. What do we do with it?
Well, why don't we all go out and have a celebration?
Hey, oh, you mean Uncle Cecil, too?
Well, sure, why not?
And let that old fossil cash in on my well-chosen swear words?
Old fossil, ante up, dear.
Yeah, oh, I haven't got a dime. Only got a 50-cent piece.
You know how to make change.
Yeah, all right. Here's the 50 cents. Now, why should that fat-headed, muddle-brained...
Ladies and gentlemen, broadcasting restrictions make it necessary to forcibly delete the next few lines of the Smiths of Hollywood program. What you hear now is a censored version of Bill Smith's opinion of his Uncle Cecil. After it has gone through the censor's hands.
Oh, darling. You really shouldn't lose your temper. It makes you black in the face.
It does? Well, all right, Nancy, you win. I never got so much fun out of a $50 before, though.
Well, then you agree with the way I want to spend the money from the Great Bank?
No, I don't agree, but if you want to do it, it's all right.
Well, look, we can have dinner at the Brown Derby and get some theater tickets.
Yeah?
There's no school tomorrow, so Bumps can come along with us, huh?
Okay. Look, we'll start the evening off with champagne. Hey, how about that imported bottle we've been saving before the war?
Just the thing.
Oh.
Oh, look, let's surprise Uncle Cecil and not tell him about it till later, huh?
Yeah. I'd like to watch him squirm a little. Look, let's tell him we're going out, and he has to stay home with Bumps.
That'll please him. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's kind of a dirty trick.
Yeah, that'll please me.
Pop!
Yeah?
Can I have a nickel for an old man that's outside crying?
What's he crying?
Ice cream cones, 5 cents.
No, now just forget the ice cream for now, Bumps, and we'll let you in on a deep, dark secret.
Oh, am I finally going to get a baby brother?
Oh, no, Bumps, dear. This is going to be a surprise for Uncle Cecil. We're all going out to celebrate tonight.
How come? Is Uncle Cecil leaving?
No, we're all going out together to spend the money in the Great Bank. Shh. Here comes Uncle Cecil. Now, don't say a word.
He's got a beautiful ruby-tinted nose. Well, why all the sudden silence? Talking about me again?
Well, as a matter of fact, we were, Uncle Cecil.
And have you paid the kitty for what you said about me?
Well, we were wondering if you were going to be busy tonight.
Yeah, Nancy and I had something planned.
And I suppose you want me to stay home and take care of your dreadful child.
Well, it's been a long time since Nancy and I have gone out on the town.
You mean you're going out for an evening of merrymaking while I sit home with your... I say, William, can you spare me some change to finish a sentence?
Oh, Uncle Cecil, don't be a bad sport. You can never tell what'll happen.
While I stay home doing housework, eating bread and water, you two are celebrating at the Brown Derby.
Derby, Uncle Cecil, Derby.
That's what I said, Derby.
Come on, Nancy. Didn't you say you wanted me to drop you at the hairdresser?
Let's turn off that confounded wireless.
This is my favorite program.
And his 10 loose screws, playing that new hit, They Say My Hair Is Getting Thin, but who wants that hair anyway? Blue.
a word from our sponsor. Stick around. I wonder what would happen if I didn't. And that was the sponsor of the Smiths of Hollywood. Now back to Spike Hathaway. Spike Hathaway? Yes, I did. Most wonderful thing about radio is the switch that turns them off.
Uncle Cecil, I'm going upstairs and do my hair for tonight.
For me? What a sweet thought. I shall shave.
Oh, I didn't mean for you.
Oh, a secret romance already.
You'll find out tonight.
Maybe she'll elope and somebody else will have to put up with her. I think I'll see what's in the icebox. Probably not a lick of food in the house. For all they cared, I could starve. I see, a bottle of champagne. What a perfectly delightful surprise. I wonder what it's doing in there. Somebody ought to drink it before it gets too cold. No. Good vintage. Awfully dusty, though. Shouldn't put it back in the icebox without dusting it. William will thank me for taking off these cobwebs. I say, what tenacious cobwebs. Seem to be made of wires. Yes. The cork seems a little loose, too. I suppose I'd better twist it back into place. Not many men have a willpower like mine. I'm a man of strong character, luckily. There, the cork's in solidly. Now I say, how in the world did that happen? Oh, dear, William will hardly believe this was accidental. Well, now that it's in the glass, there's no use letting it go flat. Poor little buttercup, dear little buttercup, deedle-de-doodle-de-doo.
Uncle Cecil, did you drink that whole bottle of champagne?
No, child, I put a little in my fountain pen. You see before you, Bumps, the victim of a most unfortunate accident. I was just standing there at the icebox minding my own business when all of a sudden...
What?
Can't you understand English, dear?
Uncle Cecil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. After Mom and Pop made plans to take you out for an evening, you drink up all the champagne.
Child, you sound like you'd had the bubbly. They never even gave me a thought.
They did, too. It was going to be a surprise for you, and the champagne was part of it.
Oh, dear, now I've spoiled everything. Unless I can replace the champagne before they return. Bumps! Charming Bumps. Wonderful Bumps.
No, I don't have any money.
No, neither do I. Well, whatever will I do now?
How about hawking something?
Child, you have a brilliant brain at times. I know just what will bring in some cash. I'm off to the hawkery.
No. In the first place, it ain't worth $15, and in the second, why are you trying to pawn a woman's fur jacket?
Doing it for my niece, see? Now, she's been gambling heavily. Big bingo games in the church basement.
Oh.
Ran into a heavy losing streak. She stutters, you see, and by the time she says bingo, she's on her way home broke. I simply must have $20.
Yeah, well, I can sympathize with you.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, my first wife, or maybe it was my second, I forgot. Anyway, her bingo binges drove me into this business. I'll give you the 20, Mac.
Thanks. Well, Bumps, here we are. Champagne to replace the bottle that accidentally opened itself.
Shh, not so loud. Mom and Pop are home.
Oh, dear. Did they see the champagne was missing?
No, well, I kept them away from the icebox. You better put that in the refrigerator quick.
Uncle Cecil.
Get your hands off that champagne.
Yes, I was just...
Now, that's special. Nancy will be here in a minute, and we'll open it.
Open it? How delightful. I simply love champagne.
Yeah, so do I. It's been years since I've had any.
Me too, William. Can't remember when I last tasted champagne.
I can tell you.
Quiet, child. Oh, what a nasty child. Oh.
Everybody waiting for me?
Oh, yes, this was your idea, darling. I wanted you to break the news to Uncle Cecil.
Oh, how nice. Uncle Cecil, we're all going out tonight in honor of you. And to start things off, there's champagne in the icebox.
How delightful. Let's have at it,
Would you want it now?
Now, by all means. Now is always the time for champagne.
Well, if you say so. But we have to get dressed. I'm going to really get decked out in your honor, Uncle Cecil. My anniversary clips and earrings. My fur jacket.
Oh, how delightful. The fur jacket. Nancy, isn't it a little warm for fur?
Uncle Cecil, this is California. Come on, let's open the champagne.
Now? Before we dress? Oh, how uncivilized.
What are you talking about? You were the one who wanted to open it now.
Me? I never drink before I dress. I say you two start and I'll join you right away.
Uncle Cecil, refusing a drink? Are you sick?
No. But I just remembered a little last-minute detail. I won't be long. I'll be right back.
I don't get it. Now you're in here with a man's tuxedo, trying to trade it for the woman's fur jacket you pawned. Say, looky, is this hot?
I don't know. I never worn it. It's my nephew's, you see. He's taking up bingo, too. I want to trade this for the fur jacket.
Well, why do you need the jacket back?
Well, you see, it's for my niece. She's going to Pasadena to the society bingo game tonight. And you don't want her to go in rags, do you? She's a very sensitive girl.
Yeah, but...
And have other women make catty remarks and give her a complex. I hope she blames you in the suicide note.
She doesn't even know me.
There would be a police investigation, too, if you want that. The publicity, the notoriety, your children forever disgraced.
Mac, I don't even have any children.
Yes, I see what you mean, yes. Now, if you'll hand me that jacket... Thank you, yes. Now, here's the tuxedo, and God bless you. You have a heart of gold.
Well, thank you. Say, what am I thanking him for?
Well, Uncle Cecil, it certainly took you long enough.
Well, I'm terribly sorry to keep you waiting. Well, let's have it the champagne, huh?
Oh, but you said you never drank before you dressed.
Well, can't a man change his mind? Open the bubbly, William. I say this is awfully jolly.
I don't know. I think I'd better have mine after I dress. It's been so long since I wore that tuxedo, I doubt if I can get into it after champagne.
Oh, you'll look fine in it. Tux? Did you say Tux? William, you've betrayed me.
Oh, you won't have to dress if you don't want to, Uncle Cecil. But Bill and I so seldom dress. Well, are we or aren't we going to have the champagne now?
Oh, later. No, I mean now. No, I mean later.
Uncle Cecil, listen, if I didn't know better, I would think you'd already had some champagne.
Pop, sometimes you're uncanny.
Oh, quiet, child. I forgot something. Now, you go right ahead with the champagne and don't dress till I get back. My, this is fun, though.
Is that guy out of his head?
Say, you back again?
My good man, you're talking to a person of means.
Oh, so somebody finally won at bingo. What is it, penny ante?
Now just count out your money and restore the rest of that Gripe Bank.
Gripe Bank?
Yes, it's a wonderful idea. Makes having a nasty personality pay. Now count out your fee and give me that tuxedo, please.
Well, Nancy, shall we drink the champagne or wait for Uncle Cecil?
Well, they say champagne improves with age.
But not Uncle Cecil. Let's drink it. Oh, here he is. If it isn't Uncle Dasher. Are you coming or going?
Well, I was afraid the champagne would be gone by now. Glad to see it's still here. Shall I open it?
That's one thing he has a know-how for.
Oh, what a perfectly delightful sound. Bumps, what's that vile concoction you're pouring for yourself?
Water.
Water? Straight? Oh, how is it?
Oh, that's enough champagne, Uncle Cecil.
Yeah, well, I propose a toast to the most wonderful person I know.
Well, thank you very much, William.
Who said anything about you? Nancy, dear, to you. The most wonderful woman in the world.
Bravo, well said.
Oh, thank you. Thank both of you. Now, may I propose a toast? To the Gripe Bank. It brought peace, and it's paying for our night out on the town.
Bravo, a wonderful idea. Let's drink up. What did you say? What did you say, Nancy?
Oh, Bill and I decided we'd surprise you. The bank's full. We'll go to the Brown Derby and then to the theater.
Oh, dear.
If I know that look on Uncle Cecil's face, we'll go to the Greasy Spoon and then the Penny Arcade.
Yes, well, now, let's not open the bank tonight. Now, let's wait till it's full.
Oh, but it is full. Go get the bank bill and show him.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Hey, where is the bank? It's gone.
By some strange coincidence, I happen to have it here in my pocket.
Let me see that. Uncle Cecil, you robber. You old senile delinquent.
Bill, contribute to the bank.
I will not. Uncle Rob will cease it. Uncle Cecil Rob.
Now, wait a minute. The bank is still in effect no matter what. Now, you contribute, Bill Smith.
No.
William, my boy, let me explain.
Oh, you can't.
I had to borrow some funds.
Well, you'd better have an airtight reason.
Oh, an excellent reason. I did it all for you.
For me? How come?
Well, I had to get your tuxedo out of hock.
Well, I know that, but you... Yeah. My tuxedo? How did my tux get in hock?
Quite simple. I had to hock your tux to get Nancy's fur jacket out.
Well, there, Bill, you see. What? My fur jacket in hock? Why, you thieving old reptile.
Nancy, ante up.
I will not.
Who was it who just said the bank was still in effect no matter what?
Your fur jacket is back, Nancy. Absolutely safe.
Yes, but why did you have to pawn it in the first place?
Why, to get some cash to buy a bottle of champagne to replace the bottle I accidentally drank this afternoon.
Oh. Oh, no. You drank my vintage champagne. That tears it. Why, you...
Careful, darling. Careful, darling. You're getting black in the face.
I don't care. You champagne-filching blackguard.
Censor! Come muzzle my husband!
Of all the thieving,
No, let him go. No, here, William. Here's the bank. Speak your mind, old boy, and there'll be enough money to buy barrels of champagne. Ha, 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 ha. I say, pass the champagne. I want to toast the Gripe Bank. Who says crime doesn't pay?
Look me around.
Who?
Well, to say what he thinks of Uncle Cecil will probably be worth what it cost Bill. Remember the Gripe Bank when you're talking about the Smiths. It might cost you. But anyway, be back with us with some dimes next week. The Smiths of Hollywood with Arthur Treacher, Brenda Marshall, Harry Von Zell, and Jan Ford is written by Dick Nosserman, directed by Robert Fresnel Jr., with music by Charles Hathaway, and produced by Andrew Hickox. Also in tonight's cast was Charlie Lund. And this is Tyler McVeigh saying good night from Hollywood.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard Station throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Corpse That Took a Powder, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If life's tossing curves you can't handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, they say that if you think about suicide twice, you won't go through with it. Well, I've thought of suicide over and over again. Tomorrow evening, I'm going through with it. Unless by then you can find some way of freeing me from this horror and the fear that's driving me to this. Hurry. Please hurry, Mr. Valentine. I need somebody's help so badly.
I need somebody's help so badly. I'm desperate. And it's signed Marcia Palmer. Afton Apartments 4A.
All right, Brooksy, we'd better get on our bicycles.
Wait a minute, George.
Huh?
Well, don't you think this note sounds, well, a little hysterical? Offbeat?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Come to think of it, let's change that to motorcycle.
Well, I meant something else. Why don't we telephone the Afton Apartments? Tell the young lady just to stay put till we get over there.
Angel, too much of a chance. Suppose we aren't persuasive enough, it might rush things along.
Well, still,
It may not be easy to explain a great horror of fear in so many words on the phone.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right.
So come on, Brooksy. There's only one way to tell. Excuse me, Mother.
Oh, young man. You nearly frightened me out of my wits.
Oh, sorry. We just wanted to get to one of those bells.
Oh. Funny how you fall into a routine, miss. First, I shine up the mailboxes in the vestibule. Then I work on the brass around the buzzer.
Yeah, well, that's a very nice system, but...
A little intelligence doesn't hurt, even if you're only a scrub woman.
Oh, no truer words were ever spoken. What was that apartment number again, George?
Of course, I haven't always done this kind of work. I wouldn't be doing it now if I weren't at liberty. But when you've got a job to do, you do it the best you know how.
Yeah, you're so right, Mother. But how about letting us at Marcia Palmer's bell?
Miss Palmer?
That's what the gentleman said.
Yeah, I've been worried about that girl the last few days.
Worried? Why?
Oh, you know how it is with people's appearances. You can always tell. She's afraid of something. Yes, sir, afraid.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll try to take care of that. Which one of these bells do we ring?
No, you don't have to press the bell. Just take the elevator up. It's self-service. It's the 3rd floor, 3A. I know she'll be glad to see friends, the poor soul.
3A. Hey, are you sure it's 3A?
Young man, I haven't worked here for a long time, I have. I should know where the tenants live. Of course, I'm only a scrub woman.
All right, Mom, all right, sorry. 3A it is.
What's the matter, George?
Nothing. I just think more than ever we ought to hurry. Maybe Miss Palmer has thought of suicide once too often.
Here we are, George. 3A.
Yeah. She's just got to be in, Brooksy. Well, that's a good sign. I heard somebody moving inside.
Good.
What? Hello.
Oh. Miss Palmer at home?
I haven't the slightest idea.
What?
Well, I've been trying to work up enough nerve to find out that very thing for myself.
Well, you certainly should be in a position to know. This is her apartment, isn't it?
Huh? Look, did I meet you people somewhere with Marcia? Here at my place at a party, perhaps?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Is this your place?
Well, that's what the lease says. The name is Glenn Stratton. I'm a commercial artist when I work.
Well, where does Marcia Palmer live?
Right over my head, just like an angel. Apartment 4A.
Sorry. It seems we got the wrong information.
Hey, there's nothing wrong, is there? I've been worried about Marcia lately. She hasn't seemed herself.
Yeah, I know. Afraid of something.
That's exactly it.
Come on, let's get upstairs, Brooksy.
Oh, if you see her, old man, would you tell her that her persistent suitor would love to have dinner with her?
The charge will be $1 for 10 words, Mr. Stratton.
All right.
Come on, honey. No use waiting for the elevator.
Mr. Stratton is quite a boy. Any minute you expect him to step back into Esquire.
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why Mother down in the vestibule gave us a bum steer about the apartment number. If anybody, she should know where people live in this place.
Now, let's be charitable and say she's slightly pixelated.
This must be it. Here, Angel. I better try it again.
Obviously, Marcia hasn't any fear of the outside world. The door's open.
Miss Palmer?
Let's try the living room. Oh.
Did you say living room, Brooksy?
She's...
Yeah, that stuff all over the front of her is in red ink.
Oh, George, maybe we better...
Brooksy, don't touch.
But
this is a deal for the police. Anyway, she was considerate enough to leave a note right here by the gun.
Oh. What does it say?
Please forgive me. I hope this doesn't hurt anybody too much. But I really can't go on any longer. Marcia.
Oh, maybe if we'd come sooner.
She must have a telephone somewhere around here. Usually they belong on desks.
Oh, maybe it's in the bedroom. Oh, if we only knew what she meant by the fear that was driving her to this.
There's a lot of things we don't know about Marcia Palmer.
There's the phone on the bed table.
Oh, you're good. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to Lieutenant Riley. Hello, Riley's office, please. This is Valentine.
It seems simple enough to explain, but when you're all through, somehow you don't believe it.
Oh, hello, Riley. Yeah, me. I'm at the Afton Apartments, 45 Lorraine. Yeah, I know you're happy to know where I am. Now, look, a client of mine, Marcia Palmer's committed suicide. Okay, I know it's a big town and you can't go poking into every suicide, but... Oh, sure, I could report it through the ordinary channels, but believe me, there's something offbeat about this case. Okay, if you don't want to bother, I'll just take care of this myself. Okay. Well, I guess we can expect a lieutenant, Brooksy.
Good.
Now, let's get inside and see what we can find around here.
Oh, I don't think I'd like to look at her again if I can help it.
Just take it easy, Brooksy. I don't think you're going to have to look at her.
What do you mean?
She isn't there.
But that's impossible.
I know. She couldn't have just walked out of here.
And the note's gone.
Oh, Riley's going to love this. Well, anyway, the gun is still here. There's something I'd like to know right now, Brooksy.
What do you mean, George?
Do I or don't I have a client?
Well...
And if I do, where is she? Dead or alive? Oh, hey, you. You're the janitor here, aren't you?
I'm the superintendent here, if that's what you mean.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief. Not that I believe anything like this happened, but did you notice Miss Palmer leave the building within the last few minutes?
Oh, the model?
Oh, whatever she was, did you see her?
No, and I've been working on this lawn for the last half hour. And if she did, I certainly would have... Young lady, did you say whatever she was?
Skip it, Chief. Now, did you see anyone else come out carrying a large bundle and driving off with it?
Nobody. This is a very quiet time of the day around here.
I see.
Hey, look, who are you people anyway?
Say, I want to talk to that elderly lady who cleans the halls for you.
And have you understand that I do every stitch of work around here myself. That's why it's so neat and clean.
But we talked to a scrub woman when we came in.
In the flesh.
We don't have a scrub woman here. The way I keep this place, you can eat off the floor.
But
We have no scrub woman.
Valentine, aside from being a cop, I'm trying to be a logical, understanding man. When you tell me there was a girl sitting in this chair when you came in and she committed suicide, natural curiosity makes me ask one simple question. Where's the body?
We don't know.
Stop repeating yourself, Miss Brooks.
But she was there.
And while you were telephoning me in the bedroom, the corpse walked out on you. Well, I don't know why I should let that upset me. That sort of thing happens every day.
Well, it happened today.
Well, what about this letter she sent me, Lieutenant? And there's the gun, still on the desk.
Valentine, half the people who write you should be rounded up with a butterfly net.
The gun, Lieutenant?
Yes, we'll look at that right now. Careful, like, so we won't destroy the all-important fingerprints in this amazing case. There. Do you see what I see, Mr. Valentine?
Yeah.
Not one shot's been fired.
And from the looks and smell of this murderous instrument, I'd say it hadn't been used in weeks.
All right. I admit I'm stumped.
And this is the gun the girl who isn't here used to commit suicide. Yeah. How do you know she was even dead? Did you examine the body?
That's not fair, Lieutenant. You know you're not supposed to touch the body.
And where is this female Harvey who loves to polish mailboxes and doorknobs, but who doesn't work here?
Don't rub it in, Lieutenant. But I'm going to find an answer to this.
Oh, it's all yours. I'm going to have one of the boys track down your Miss Palmer for you, but if you ask me, my friend, somebody's taking you for a ride.
Well, if you ask me, my friend, it's Marcia Palmer who's been taken for a ride.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about conservation in your car. If you're not getting full gasoline mileage from your car, better have the spark plug serviced for dirty, chipped, or cracked plugs. Often waste as much as 1 gallon out of every 10 gallons of gasoline. That's throwing away quite a bit of money, even if you buy only 10 gallons of gas a week. To help your spark plugs do their job, and they do have to fire 1 million times in every 1,000 miles, get them cleaned and reset. For this money-saving service, depend on the men who have a reputation for expert car care at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations. If your spark plugs have given you 10,000 miles of service, you'll be money ahead by getting a new set of Atlas Champions. These spark plugs are precision-made for accurate timing, full flash sparking, trouble-free service without fuel waste. And you can get Atlas Champion spark plugs at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, a young model threatens suicide, so you darn quick get over to her apartment. But she's already dead. You go into the bedroom to call Lieutenant Riley on the phone, but when you come back, the body isn't there at the desk anymore. All of which makes no sense at all. But if you're like George Valentine, you find yourself face to face with, of all things, a theatrical agent.
No, Max. None of the ladies in these pictures is the one I'm looking for.
Ah, what are you saying, Georgie? Every one of these ladies spent the better part of their lives scrubbing floors in front of audiences.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. But
Edna Tremaine. Look at her there. In one place, she spent 2 full acts on her knees scrubbing floors to send her son through medical school.
Uh-huh.
And then, in the third act, when he's the president of the same medical school, he passes her in the corridor. You don't even recognize it. Pathetic, ain't it?
Yeah, I'm all choked up, Max. But will you listen to me?
Wasn't I all the time?
No, I told you I feel pretty sure that someone hired a woman and a darn good actress to play the part of a phony scrub woman at the Afton Apartments today.
How can you be so sure she was an actress, Georgie?
A phrase she used, Max. She said she only worked there because she was at liberty. Now, that's a theatrical term. You know that.
At liberty? Oh, I hate those words. The more I hear them, the more money I don't make.
Come on. Think hard, Max. I described it to you. She has a thin, hatchet-like face with eyes that tried to smile at you, but you couldn't quite believe it.
Wait a minute, Georgie. I got a few more pictures. People I ain't used for years. I'll let you see them. Hold it till I call my secretary. Who am I kidding? I ain't got a secretary.
Oh, same old Max. Hey, there's room for $10 on the expense account if you can be of help.
Must be down here in this drawer. Here, take a look, Georgie.
Okay, all right. No.
That one it wouldn't be. Very versatile. Well, it's strictly burlesque.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's this?
You recognize her?
She's the one, all right. What's her name? Where does she live?
I'll get you that information in a minute, sir. I'll just get my secretary.
Max?
Yeah. Who am I kidding? Oh, I used to have a secretary. Anyway, on the back of it says her name is Amy Randall.
Address?
Hotel Raleigh, character parts, all dialects, glad to audition, age over 21. They all say that.
Okay, thanks, Max. I think I found just what I want.
I don't know how you found out where I live, Mr. Valentine, and I don't know what you want from an old scrub woman.
Do you mind if I hold your hand a minute, Mom?
Now, young
Such
man,
soft, well-kept hands. Not the hands of a scrub woman.
Huh?
Come on, Amy. Give it to me straight. I know all about you. You're an actress.
Oh. And I thought I played my part so perfectly.
Oh, that you did. You did that. You deserve 3 curtain calls. But come on now. Who hired you to be there just when we arrived?
When you've been out of work as long as I have, Mr. Valentine, you don't ask any questions. $50 for an hour's work is a lot of money.
Who was the man?
He never said.
He gave you a check, didn't he?
No, it was all cash.
What did he look like?
Well, he was rather short and stout.
Uh-huh.
And he had just a kind of fringe of gray hair on his head.
Yeah?
Told me he saw me on the stage once and looked me up. He said he was playing a practical joke on somebody. I just had to say I was worried about Miss Palmer and put on an act.
Uh-huh.
For a moment there. Didn't you really believe I was a scrub woman? Didn't you?
I told you before, Mom, you were slightly terrific.
You don't know what it means for me to hear you say that.
And you don't know just what kind of part you played in a little drama today.
What?
But then again, that makes us even, Mom. I don't know that either.
All right. If that's the way it has to be, the 3 of us will sit down here in the lobby until Miss Palmer gets home tonight.
I don't know why you're here at all, Lieutenant Riley. I thought you were convinced that this was all a weird joke and somebody was taking George for a ride.
Well,
Practically your own words, Lieutenant.
Valentine, I can handle you alone. And, Miss Brooks, I don't have too much trouble with you either. But when both of you gang up on me like this,
Yes?
Well, the truth is we haven't been able to find the Palmer dame all afternoon. And I just didn't put one man on the job, but 6. I covered all the places she usually hangs around, too, and nobody's seen her.
If you just stop blustering and pouting, Lieutenant, I'd like to say thanks for coming back.
Yeah? Well, I'm not doing you any favors. Every time you get a case like this, I get a headache. Let's say I'm here just because I can't afford to buy any more aspirin.
Well, how do you figure it, Lieutenant? Somebody went to a lot of trouble to hire an actress so she could create an appropriate atmosphere for the so-called suicide.
I know, Miss Brooks, I know.
Lieutenant Riley.
Stratton, I told you the first word I got about her, I'd let you know.
Oh, thank heaven you're still here.
What's the matter with you? What happened?
She's up there.
Miss Palmer?
Up where?
In her apartment. She's sitting there at the desk. I thought for a moment she'd speak to me, but she didn't.
Okay,
she
don't
didn't.
fall apart. Let's have it in clear, simple language.
Huh?
In words of small syllables.
She's dead. She killed herself.
No question about it now. She's good and dead. What were you doing here anyway, Stratton?
I thought I heard footsteps, so I came up. You see, we'd had a little argument last night. I just wanted to tell her I was sorry.
What kind of an argument?
The kind two people have when they love each other. No reason for it, but I don't know, when you want to make up for it, suddenly it's just too late.
All right, Stratton. We'll talk about that sometime later on.
But why the fake suicide this afternoon? And then to come back here tonight and go through the whole thing for keeps.
Hey, this might mean something, Lieutenant.
What's that?
There's a smear of blood on the light switch over there.
Oh, I must have done that. You see, it was dark, and fumbling for the light, I must have touched the desk first. Didn't even notice it, because as soon as I saw
This gun on the desk, the one Miss Palmer used, have you ever noticed it around here before?
Yeah. I told Marcia she was a fool to keep it around, but she had a license for it, and she felt she was safer with it.
Any reason why she should write me a letter like this? Go on, Stratton. Take a good look at it.
It's Marcia's handwriting, all right. I'm sure of that. I can't understand what she could have meant.
Didn't you yourself say she seemed to be afraid of something?
I said she looked as though she did, and she really did, but I still don't know what it could have been.
Okay, Valentine. I know there might be a lot more to this, but for the time being, I've got to accept the obvious.
Obvious, he says.
Miss Palmer wrote you a letter threatening suicide. She went through with it. That's all we've got to work on for the time being. Oh, Stratton.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Be at headquarters at 10 in the morning. We want to get your story down straight.
That happens to be a very convenient hour for me, Lieutenant. You see, I'm unemployed.
Oh, one more thing, Stratton.
Yeah.
Marcia was a model. Where did she work?
Oh, she modeled clothes for a big firm downtown called the Mode Moderne.
Uh-huh. Which brings me to you, Brooksy.
Huh? I fail to see the connection.
We'll talk about it later. But you also have a date tomorrow morning at 10.
Yes, Miss Brooks. I'm Miss Gavin, the head model here.
Well, I know you're going to think I'm just perfectly mercenary.
Aren't we all?
I mean, to be here at the Mode Moderne the first thing in the morning after reading about what happened to that poor Marcia Palmer. Wasn't it perfectly awful?
Yes. It was quite a shock to all of us here.
Well, I thought there might be an opening for me here. After all, I'm a perfect 12, and I've had loads of experience modeling. You can check with Mr. Gillespie at High Style Incorporated or Mr. Farbstein at the...
Well, even if Mr. Wyatt were here, he's the head of the firm, you know, I doubt if this would be the right time to talk about taking Marcia's place. I think he was more upset than any of us about what happened.
Well, like I said, wasn't it perfectly awful? The paper said there was a note. She was afraid of something.
That I don't believe, Miss Brooks.
You don't?
Marcia and I were quite close. She wasn't afraid of anything. She was always happy and cheerful. Especially yesterday when we had lunch together.
You don't say.
I even asked her what there was to be so happy about. Oh, she said it was a joke. And she'd tell me about it some other time.
A joke, huh? Isn't that just perfectly...
I know. Awful. Now, if you'd like to leave your name...
Well, I would like to talk to Mr. Wyatt.
I'm afraid you can't. He won't be in at all today. He's being honored at a luncheon at the Commodore, his club.
How perfectly exciting.
He even has a picture in the paper.
Oh?
Here.
Oh, my, he looks so friendly and chubby.
Marcia and I called Mr. Wyatt Cupid. Oh, but never to his face, if you know what I mean. Shall I tell him that you'll get in touch with him, Miss Brooks?
Oh, but definitely.
Well, your little interview at Mode Moderne, Angel, only makes this case screwier than ever.
Well, as soon as I heard about Mr. Wyatt and saw his angelic countenance in the paper, I thought he might fit in somewhere.
Yeah, a short, chubby little man hired our actress for him to play scrubwoman. Oh, he fits in all right, but not with the facts.
What do you mean, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. Let's go and see Riley, see what he's got out of Stratton.
Oh, Valentine. I've been expecting you.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Oh, so. Well, here's the way it stacks up this morning. The medical examiner goes along with the suicide theory. Gun, fingerprints, everything. Stratton here tells a straight story.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
So that's about it for now, Valentine.
Just one thing's been puzzling me.
Yeah?
Stratton, apartment 4A where Marcia lived has exactly the same layout as yours in 3A, hasn't it?
I suppose so. You know, these apartment houses, not much imagination.
But you said you fumbled for the light switch and got blood on it because you were over at the desk first.
That's exactly what you said, Stratton.
Well, I suppose so. I don't remember.
3 of us were there when you said it.
Now, why did you have to fumble for the light switch? It's exactly in the same place in Marcia's apartment as in yours, right next to the door.
Well, maybe I didn't explain myself just right.
You were planning Marcia's body at the desk where it was, and the gun, too.
No, you're
That
wrong.
you wanted to do in darkness. Then you put on the light and went running downstairs. That's why
Hold it, Valentine. Hold it. I'll take it from here.
Look, Lieutenant, you got to listen to me.
That smear of blood on the light switch put you square on the spot, fella. Now, the less you say now without a lawyer, the better. I'm holding you on suspicion of murder.
Well, you'll have to pardon us. Brooksy and I have a luncheon date at the Commodore.
Huh?
Have we? Oh, yes.
Oh, wait a minute, Valentine. I want to talk to you
Maybe
about...
you're happy about this way this case washed out, Lieutenant, but I'm not. Go on, keep talking, Mr. Wyatt.
I don't know what to say. I should be inside in the ballroom, Mr. Valentine, talking to the fellows.
How can you even think of your silly club now, after everything that's happened?
All in all, it was a pretty elaborate job. Even hiring a character actress to build suspense.
Yes, I tried to think of everything.
You did?
Oh, it was a clever stunt, all right, getting Miss Palmer to write that letter to me. It amounted to a suicide.
I knew I couldn't afford to overlook a thing. I'm sorry. Sorry I ever got involved in the whole mess.
Okay, Mr. Wyatt, don't take it so hard. You better get back to your luncheon. And, go easy on the cream chicken.
George, I'm still reeling.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, all right.
Oh, I know children can be children. But a grown man like Mr. Wyatt...
Oh, not a mere man, Angel. The new president of the Liars Club, being honored at the Commodore, no less.
Fantastic.
You see, Brooksy, he had to have the tallest story ever heard for this inaugural. And he probably would have had.
I'll say.
A suicide that wasn't a suicide. A missing body and all the trimmings. He knows all the names, facts, and answers. But still, there he was, free and unfettered to address all his fellow liars. Boy, can you top that one?
Not at the moment. But maybe Marcia wouldn't have been murdered at all if Mr. Wyatt hadn't dreamed up that gag.
No, Brooksy, we can be pretty sure she would have. You read Glenn Stratton's confession. He was insanely jealous. He was just waiting for the right opportunity.
Thinking back, it makes me shudder, George. To fool us, Marcia went down to Stratton's apartment, probably laughing at the joke. Then he killed her and brought her back upstairs.
Yeah. Wyatt must have cooked up the deal with his favorite model down at Stratton's apartment. That's why Wyatt told the phony scrub woman it was 3A.
Darling, Riley's never going to forgive you for leaving him up in the air, not knowing whether he had the murderer or not.
Yeah, but I had to talk to my client, Brooksy.
Client?
Well, can you think of anybody else in the case I could pin for a fee? Except the biggest liar in the world?
George, I have an idea. Let's present him with a bill that will make even Mr. Wyatt scream, "It's a lie!"
It's often the little things that make your day a good one or a rough one. The simple business of starting your car, for example. If it's obstinate and gives you a bad time when you want to get going, it can add up to a lot of irritation. For fast starts every time and wherever you're driving, just try Chevron Supreme gasoline in your car. This premium quality gasoline is climate tailored, specially adapted to each different climate and altitude zone in the West. Day or night, summer or winter, you can depend upon it for fast starts. And that's a saving, too, of the power in your battery. What's more, Chevron Supreme gives your car smooth acceleration and extra power for rugged hills. Get a tank full tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hey, look, Barney, what was the idea of dragging me into this doorway when that car came up?
Boy, Mr. Valentine, did you see him turn around and beat it when he started getting to work?
What works? What happened?
Oh, we figured you might be followed when you left the Swede, so the Bearcats were ready on the roof with ash cans, bricks, cans of garbage, stuff like that. Boy, they let him have it.
I suppose I should say thanks.
Ah, nothing to it. Say, what'd you find out about Danny?
Nothing much, kid. Except that there are at least two characters who'd do anything to keep me from finding out.
Well, don't you worry. They won't. Not with the Bearcats on the job.
Tonight's adventure, George Valentine, has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Jacqueline DeWitt as Gloria, Tony Barrett as Glenn Stratton, Gwen Delano as the scrub woman, Ralph Moody as the janitor, and Harry Lang as Max. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the man called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the man called X. More Frigidaires serve in more American homes than any other refrigerator. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X. The university near Los Angeles looks peaceful and serene on its oak-studded acres. But in a small office in the physics building, a man is making a long-distance call to New York. A call that could affect the lives of millions of people.
Hello? Hello, is that you, Mr. Thurston?
That's right. Who's that?
My name is Bill Wilson. I'm a physics instructor out here at the university. You don't know me, but things are happening out here that... Mr. Thurston, you've got to fly to Los Angeles today.
Oh? Suppose you offer some inducements, Wilson, such as why?
Have you ever heard of carbon-14?
Carbon-14. What about it?
Would it mean anything to you if I said that a lot of it has been disappearing out here?
Go on, Wilson.
Well, I'm afraid to talk freely over the phone, Mr. Thurston, but I can tell you this. The carbon-14...
Wilson, what's happened there? Hello, Wilson. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello, Wilson. What's wrong? What's happened? Hello.
What is it, Ken? Something wrong?
Chief, what do you know about carbon-14?
Carbon-14? Well, let's see. A radioactive isotope that...
Yeah, that's right. One of the common elements they've been treating with active uranium.
Sure. Been using them as tracers, haven't they, to determine the cause of certain diseases?
Chief, they might hold the clue to curing cancer, tuberculosis, any number of bacteriological diseases.
Oh, no wonder they're called miracle workers of science.
Yeah. We've only been able to make them for a year or so, and so far their use has been limited to this country.
Uh-huh.
So even small amounts of that stuff could be worth a fortune if sold underground most anywhere in the world.
Sure, but what's all this got to do with that phone call?
I don't know yet. But from what that guy said before we were disconnected, maybe I better go to the West Coast and find out.
Now, wait a minute. You can't go chasing cross-country on the strength of an unfinished phone call from a man you don't even know. Nothing but a wild goose chase.
Chief, when you chase wild geese, the geese usually get shot, not the hunters. I'm flying out to L.A.
Attention, please. Passengers arriving on Flight 7 from New York may claim their baggage just off the terminal entrance. Passengers from New York, Flight 7
I beg your pardon, sir. My cigarette. Could you be kind enough to furnish me with a light?
Light? Sure. Yeah, here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Here.
No, that's okay. You can keep them. Excuse me.
I noticed, sir, that you just arrived here in Los Angeles on that flight from New York. You have been so kind. I'm lost without my tobacco. I thought perhaps I might reciprocate.
Oh, forget it, man. If you'll excuse me.
Perhaps you do not have transportation. This airport, you know, is quite some miles away from things. I have my car. Perhaps I could assist you.
No, that won't be necessary. Thanks all the same.
But I am driving out toward the university.
The university?
Yes. If by any chance you were going in that direction, we might have a very pleasant trip together.
What makes you think I'm going in that direction?
Why, nothing, sir. But if you are, it would cause me no inconvenience, I assure you. I would be more...
From New York, Flight 7, report to the dispatcher's office at once, please.
Yeah, thanks for your offer, but I'm making other arrangements. Maybe I'll see you around sometime.
Yes. Yes, perhaps you shall, Mr. Thurston.
My name's Ken Thurston. I believe you were paging me?
Oh, yes, sir. This Ranieri wishes to speak with you.
What, young lady?
How do you do, Mr. Thurston?
Well.
I'm Carla Rayner. I must apologize for having you paged in this fashion, but I did not wish that foreign man to see me talking with you.
Oh, why not, Miss Rayner?
It was at Dr. Sherwood's request.
Dr. Sherwood?
Yes, he is head of the Nuclear Research Department at the university. I'm his assistant, and he sent me to meet you.
It's mighty nice, but I still
He
don't...
did not want any of the staff to know that you are arriving, Mr. Thurston. The foreign man is Professor Udow of the department.
Udow, I see.
My car is waiting outside, Mr. Thurston. Shall we go?
No, Miss Rayner, I don't think so.
Really? Is there some reason why you do not wish to go with me?
A very simple reason. I didn't tell anyone, including Dr. Sherwood, that I was coming to Los Angeles. Bye, Miss Rayner. What? Oh, Pagon Zellschmidt.
Hello, Mr. Thurston. Welcome to sunny California. Hop into my jalopsy and I'll take you right there.
Take me right where, Pagon?
The university. Where else? See, Mr. Thurston, I was temporarily embarrassed for fun.
No.
Yes. And this Bill Wilson offered me a job getting acquainted with this Professor Udow.
Udow? Why was Wilson interested in him, Pagon?
He didn't tell me only that I should really case the guy. You understand?
How'd you make out?
I didn't even get to third base. Now, who can understand that man? Such a terrible accent he's got. So I told Mr. Wilson to call you, and all I want is a small commission for getting you the job.
Yeah. Thanks. How come you knew when I was arriving?
Oh, that. I was keeping with Miss Brooks over the long-distance telephone. She told me about your reservations. Accidentally, of course.
Oh, sure. And you told everyone in earshot. Pig on eye order.
Look, Mr. Thurston. There's the nucleus building of the university. Must be something plenty important going on there, eh?
Could be important enough to cure millions of people who are dying unnecessarily.
Gee, Mr. X.
Yeah, you better pull over and let that ambulance get past before it runs us down.
Smart guy. Thinks just because he's got a tin whistle he can... Hey, look! He's going right to the nucleus building.
Yeah. Someone must be hurt in there. Keep going.
But I thought you said the stuff in there cured people.
You can cure them, Pagan, or kill them. Step on it.
Sorry to welcome you to my office under such circumstances, Mr. Thurston. But one of our workers carelessly exposed himself to radiation from some isotopes. Even a tiny speck of those radioactive elements can prove deadly, you know.
So I understand, Dr. Sherwood. Bill Wilson was telling me about him.
Bill Wilson? Then you knew him?
Knew him? Sounds like he's dead.
Well, frankly, Mr. Thurston, he may be. Wilson has supplied the university with a mystery worthy of Sherlock Holmes.
What's the story?
Yesterday morning, Carla Rayner, my assistant, thought she heard shots from Wilson's office, but when she entered, it was empty.
Oh?
A window was open. There was a blood stain on the floor, and Wilson was gone. He's been missing ever since.
Oh, you seem to be missing a number of things around here, Doctor. Wilson, isotopes.
We're missing no isotopes. Where did you ever get that idea?
I don't know, Doctor. Well, I won't take up any more of your time.
Thurston! You hear that?
Somebody's trigger happy out there. Let's get going.
The ambulance. Well, look, Thurston, that's...
Dr. Sherwood. Dr. Sherwood.
What is it, Carla? What's happened out here?
Those men in the ambulance. They were fakes.
What's that?
They have located the storeroom. They have taken the isotopes, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth.
Good Lord.
Well, looks like you have to change your story now, Doctor.
Yes. And I'll have to change my story about Bill Wilson, too.
Wilson? What do you mean?
He isn't missing any longer, Thurston. He was driving that ambulance.
And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. In the Nuclear Research Laboratory of a university near Los Angeles, radioactive isotopes are being used, precious new tools of science. But shortly after Ken's arrival, the isotope storeroom is looted by an ambulance crew, apparently led by the missing physics instructor Bill Wilson. It's now an hour later. A steady rain is falling as Ken and Pagan stand in the night darkened shadows in front of an apartment door.
Nobody's home at Mr. Wilson's, see?
I didn't expect anyone to be. So?
You didn't? Then why did we come here in the first place?
You see what a dead man who drives an ambulance can tell us about missing isotopes.
Huh? Hey, the door was open.
Yeah. Go in.
Look at this joint, Mr. Thurston. Boy, what a mess. Scrambled up like eggs, eh?
Yeah. If there was anything to find here, somebody's beaten us to it.
Yeah.
Relax, you idiot. It's on the telephone.
But who'd be calling us here?
You're just silly. Hello?
Bill, thank heavens I found you. I've been searching for you everywhere. Listen to me, Bill. I have that number that you asked me to check on. It is NC26X13. Have you got it?
NC26X13. Yeah, I have it, Carla. Thanks.
You are welcome, Mr. Thurston.
Short conversation, eh, Mr. X?
That was long enough, Pagan, for now. I'll continue it in person.
You mean you're going to this Carla Reiner's house?
Who's that?
You realize, of course, it's raining very hard at that. She lives way out in Coldwater Canyon.
Yeah.
Sure, so you need a car to get out there, and by a strange coincidence, because we drove it up here, my car's outside, so for a slight consideration, of course, I shall be very happy
Pagan, I wouldn't think of troubling you. There's a cab stand at the corner. Good night.
But Mr. Thurston! How do you like that? After all he's done for me all these years, I get the brush up, huh? All right. Well, maybe he don't appreciate me, but there's other people. Yeah, I'll show him a couple of things or two. Hello? This is Pagan. Pagan Zelchman. Yeah. I got news for you. Mr. Thurston's on his way to Carla Reiner's house. That's right. Huh? Oh, don't worry about the thing. I'll stick to him like a bleach. For my usual consideration, of course.
Come in, Mr. Thurston.
Thanks, Carla. Nasty night out, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. I noticed your car's parked outside. You going somewhere?
I dislike talking at cross purposes, Mr. Thurston. What is on your mind?
Radioactive isotopes and Bill Wilson.
I have nothing to tell you about either.
Too bad. I have a couple of theories I'd like your advice on.
Theories?
Yes. Bill Wilson could have called me in New York and faked a couple of shots to alibi himself, so he could disappear and not be connected with the stolen isotopes, huh?
And what has this to do with me?
That's my second theory. You could be working with him and helping him hide out. What do you think of him, Carla?
You do not have to answer that, Carla.
Well, Professor Udall.
That is correct, Thurston. And if you wish any more answers, perhaps this gun can speak for both of us.
I'll rest my case for a while, Udall.
Very sensible. Carla, my dear, we have work to do at the research building. Dr. Sherwood wishes us to start preparing new isotopes at once. It will give us another opportunity for action.
How about including me in your plans, Udall?
Ah, but you are included, my dear Thurston. Like this.
Wake up. Wake up, Mr. Thurston. Please wake up. Oh, it's all my fault. Mr. Thurston. Oh, he's dead. If I hadn't told that he was coming here. Speak to me, Mr. X. Please speak to me. Say something, anything.
I ought to wring your neck.
Oh, Mr. X, you're not dead after all. Not even subconscious.
I heard you sneak in here after Carla left me with Udall, and I gave you a chance to hang yourself. Who was it you tipped off about me?
I'd be very happy to tell you, Mr. Thurston. Only I don't know.
Pagan?
I swear by the father of my father, Mr. Thurston. I just called the number Mr. Wilson gave me, and somebody answers. The next morning, there's cash in my mailbox. That's all.
That number you call isn't NC26X13, now is it?
Huh? NC what?
All right, skip it. Let's get out of here.
Hey, you're going the wrong way, Mr. Thurston. I didn't park in the garage.
Nor did Carla. That's why I want to look in there. Here, let's look inside.
Plenty dark in here, Mr. Thurston. Can't see a thing.
Should be a light switch. Yeah. Well.
Mr. X, there's an ambulance in here.
The ambulance, Pagan.
Huh? You mean the one that robbed the atom building?
Yeah. Let's look inside.
Nothing in it. Nothing in it. Look, it's empty.
Whoever pulled this job moved the isotopes out of here fast.
That cutie Carla. That's the one.
Did she, Pagan? Look forward into the driver's seat.
Driver's seat? What can be... Hey! Mr. X, it's Bill Wilson.
And this time there's no doubt about it. He's really dead.
Mr. Thurston, please, won't you tell me, what are we doing here at this airport in the middle of the night?
Looking for a DC-3, Pagan.
Huh?
A twin-engine transport job.
Huh?
This one.
What's the difference between that one and the other airplane?
The number on the wing.
The number on the... Hey, it's NC26X13. That's the number that cutie Carla gave you over the phone.
Yes. Those license letters, NC, with a tip-off. They told me what the number meant.
So that's why you were calling all these airplane fields from the hotel, eh?
Right. And now we've found it, let's get aboard.
Hey, what if somebody sees us?
Never mind that, come on. Now let's go back and look at the cargo compartment.
Yipes, it's as dark in here like my Uncle Ahmed's soul. Oh, that flashlight helps.
Yeah. There's the reason we came aboard.
You mean all those little boxes?
Little boxes. Those things are full of radioactive isotopes.
Oh, but why isn't somebody here to guard them?
That'd attract too much attention.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
But what are they doing here?
Waiting for somebody to fly them out of the country?
They are, but why should anyone want to do that?
Because somebody wants a few $1 million. Doesn't care how many lives it might cost.
A few million? Oh, Mr. Thurston, not that I want to sound monetary, you understand, but why don't we latch on this radium things and scram to Mexico ourselves?
Quiet. Somebody's coming aboard.
So what? We could split with them. Maybe I'll make a deal with them.
And get paid off like Bill Wilson?
Bill Wilson? Oh, no. Mr. Thurston, you turned off the flash. It's coming this way. Oh, it's coming in this hold.
Hello, Carla.
Oh! What are you doing here?
Checking up on some missing isotopes. And a theory.
I see. And now you think you have proved it.
I proved still another one, Carla. Wilson got scared when somebody fired at him in his office, and he hid out. You were trying to help Wilson get to the bottom of this mess, huh?
Oh, yes, that's right, Ken. Only he didn't tell me any...
But the person you suspected found Wilson's hideout before you did. The results in your garage.
Yes, Ken, yes, that is the real answer. They had given me a lead on a license number of a plane, this one. That is why I came out here tonight to see if we...
Mr. Rex, somebody's at the wheel. We're going to take off.
I thought it was about time. Let's go up forward. Sorry, Doctor, there'll be no takeoff tonight.
Why, Thurston.
Here, let's cut these switches. You're not going anywhere.
Well, I hope you have an explanation for this, Thurston.
Sherwood, you're the one who's going to need explanations about the isotopes aboard this plane.
Are you crazy? Wilson's the one you're looking for. Or Professor Udow.
It won't wash, Sherwood. Wilson's dead. Well, your men parked him to cover up for you. And Udow was helping Carla.
But he knocked you out, Mr. Rex.
Ah, it was only because he wasn't sure of me. He wanted to play it safe.
Look out, Ken. He's got a gun.
Let's have it, Sherwood.
No, you're not taking me. I'll kill you first. Those isotopes are mine, I tell you. They belong to me. They belong to me.
Drop the gun. Drop it.
No,
That's better. I said it was all over, Sherwood. Well...
Mr. X, listen. Another ambulance.
Not this time, Pagon. It's the police. Sherwood, you made a bum choice when you decided to use nuclear science for your own profit. Because there can't be a choice these days. Just like those isotopes. It's kill or cure. And believe me, there's something we'd all better remember. All of us.
Now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And I'd like you to know that Carla tonight was played by Kathy Lewis. Next week, our story is called One Way to Macassar. And it's one I don't think you'll want to miss because it's packed full of excitement and mystery. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along in the role of Pagon Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by Jack Johnstone, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious. And any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. Remember, every Sunday night brings you two popular dramatic shows on CBS, The Man Called X and The Adventures of Sam Spade. Yes, for the best in entertainment, tune in and stay tuned in to CBS, the biggest show in town. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Witch's Tale. The fascinations of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
Another 122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell everyone to douse their lights. That's it. We want lots of darkness when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon, with the light of the moon and the stars, you'll see a barren stretch of land where two roads meet in old Massachusetts state. 3 policemen stand a-talking there beside their motorcycle bikes, and soon you'll hear the story of the haunted crossroads. The haunted crossroads.
Sure you're not scared to have us lady here alone, Tom?
Of course he's scared, Sergeant. Look at his knee shaking. I'll probably yell for help the minute you guys get out of his sight.
Sure, Jim. I don't think he is properly frightened.
I guess not. Well, if he sees any spooks, he can't say we haven't warned him.
Seriously, boy, you'll keep your eyes peeled for other scenes and ghosts on this patrol.
You bet I will, Uncle Pat. And I always my luck to have the skunk who knocked up Smith and Barclay here start something with me. Well, I hardly think that'll happen. Those killings weren't done by the same man.
They were both stabbed in the back the same way.
Oh, well, that doesn't prove anything. Several fellows were stabbed to death here right after the Civil War. And another about 20 years ago, according to all records. It wasn't the same murderer who got them, and 2 cops of our troops. Well, unless you believe the crazy stories about this place being haunted.
Well, I must be riding back to troop headquarters for Captain Elton and be skinning the hide of it. And you, Gene Hardy, you better be after getting on your patrol.
Well, I'll get the old bike moving. Oh, when you get home in the morning, Tom, remind your sister she's got a movie date with me tomorrow night. Kathleen's not apt to forget any date she has with you.
Super Hardy, your job at the moment is to keep your eye peeled for speeders and reckless drivers.
Well, I'll try to remember that, Sarge. Well, good night. Good night, Gene.
Night, bye.
Kathleen, the morning, What the? Tom! I'm coming back, kid. Coming back.
Gene!
I'm coming, Sarge.
Tom almost
Sarge, what is it? What has happened? I'm here. What's happened? Tom!
Yes. He's dead.
He can't be dead. We just left him.
I started right after you rode away. Then I heard him yelling, "Oh, merciful God, I have raised that boy. He was like my own son."
He's been stabbed in the back. Just as Smith was stabbed a week ago, and Barclay.
Here at the same rotten crossroads.
Now pull yourself together, Sarge. You know what I thought of Tom. But we're cops. Listen, you were back here before I did. You must have seen
I saw no more than you see now. Whoever did it got away.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Tom wasn't alone here more than a minute. No one could have gotten to him across these open fields and then away again between the time I left and come back. And I saw no one but him and you. What was that?
A woman's laugh. A woman's laugh. You hear it too?
It sounded here, beside me.
Right here beside it. At me very elbow.
Yet no one's here. But we can see.
An invisible woman.
That's the craziest part of your whole crazy story.
But we did hear it, Captain Elton.
It's true, so help me. But there wasn't any woman, by your own confession. You said you searched and couldn't find her.
We looked everywhere around, sir. But there's no place there for anyone to hide.
And like the hicks around here, you've come to the conclusion those old crossroads are haunted. A female ghost stabbed Tom Fallon with a very ungodly steel knife, I suppose, which she carried away with her because you couldn't find it either. That's a fine way for two policemen to explain a murder.
We're only telling you what really happened.
But it couldn't have happened.
Just the same it did. Now look here, sir. Tom Fallon was my closest friend. I'm engaged to marry his sister. And Sergeant McGee here is his uncle. You don't think we'd lie to you when Tom's dead body lies out there in the squad room?
He was like me own son. Oh, here, Sergeant Pat. Sit down. I'm sorry I have to pound at you like this. But Tom is the second of the two that has been killed inside a week. At the same place. In the same way. And last year we found Barkley dead there. 3 policemen stabbed to death, and we haven't a single lead to the rat who did it.
You think the same person killed them all, sir?
Yes, and that person's a man, not a laughing, invisible woman. A man with strength enough to kill with a single blow. Hardy, you say Fallon wasn't out of your sight for more than a few minutes before you heard him scream.
Well, I'd only passed the first turn south of the crossroads, sir. A minute and a half at most.
And you got back to him in about half that time. How about you, Sergeant McGee?
I left Tom right after Trooper Halley rode away, sir, and headed north.
And neither of you saw any vehicles approaching from the east or west, nor past any?
No, sir.
There was no traffic at all.
Then, in the 70 or 80 seconds that Fallon was alone, someone ran across that completely open space, drove a knife into Tom Fallon's back, and then ran away again.
It's crazy, but that's the way it must have happened.
It's the only way it could have happened.
It didn't happen! It's impossible! The world's greatest sprinter couldn't have covered the necessary distance in that short time, and a running man must make a little noise. Yet Fallon saw and heard nothing until a knife was in his back. You're lying to me, both of you. By the Lord, if I didn't know how close you were to the boy, I'd say you bumped him off yourself.
Captain Elton said that, don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean that, of course. But unless you fellas change the story, the coroner's jury is going to ask some mighty embarrassing questions. You've established yourselves as the only persons in the vicinity who could have come close enough to Fallon.
No one's going to think we had anything to do with this when they recollect those other killings at the crossroads. Even if they won't believe we heard that woman laugh. You've forgotten, Captain, that Tom is the third to die out there. By the same man's hand, you say. Last week when Smith was killed, Sergeant McGee and I were on duty with you in this station from the time Smith left here until his body was found. And when Barclay got here a year ago...
Then, George, you and I were up in Maine, Torres, doing some fishing. Don't you remember? And Jean here.
And I was serving a motorcycle escort for the governor. Now, no one will question that alibi.
Yeah, you're right. But if you've told me the truth about tonight, what's the answer? I didn't have to listen to such a nutty yarn about Smith's and Barclay's murders, for no one was near him when it happened. They'd been dead for hours when found. Oh, excuse me, boys, the things I've said. If I don't find someone to pin these stabbings on pretty soon, I'll be believing those damn crossroads are haunted. That's all. Just a minute. Tom?
Miss Fallon up there, sir.
Bring her in.
Yes, sir.
Does she know her brother is...
No. I telephoned her to come down here. That's all. You'd better break the news, Pat. You're her uncle.
No, not me. I can't even see her now. Let me out this other door before she...
Quiet, here she is.
Captain Elton, why did you telephone me to come down here? Uncle Pat, why are you here? What's wrong?
Let me out of here. Let me out.
Uncle Pat, it's Tom. Something's happened to Tom.
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about it. Kathleen, dear.
Miss Fallon.
Tom was posted at the crossroads tonight. He's been killed there, like the others.
Yes. Your brother is...
Oh, Tom.
Dearest Kathleen, let me out of here. Oh, let me out.
Oh, Pat.
I can't bear to hear her cry like that. I can't bear to have her eyes upon me. She has eyes like Tom, and they accuse me.
Accuse?
Before God, I swear I didn't mean to kill him.
What, you?
Yes, I killed him. I didn't tell you the truth. I never left him at his post at all. I killed the boy I loved because something from the blackest hell got into me. I stabbed a knife into his back because I couldn't help myself. I was made to do it. No, I'll pay for what I've done.
Don't let him get his gun! He shot himself.
Uncle Pat.
He's dead. Tom Fallon's murderer has just killed himself.
He's stabbed my brother. Oh, no, he couldn't.
You heard what he said, Miss Fallon. But who killed Smith and Barkley? McGee couldn't have done that. No. Why did he say he couldn't help himself? That he was made to kill his nephew.
And what was the meaning of that woman's laugh I heard?
It's only me, Jean. Kathleen. You can put away your gun. But I'm glad to know you're being so careful here.
Why drive away out here at this hour, honey?
Oh, I couldn't sleep knowing you were posted alone at these crossroads tonight.
Dear, I told you not to worry. A trooper's been posted alone here every night for 3 weeks now, ever since poor Tom was killed. And nothing's happened.
You think there's no danger here anymore, now that Uncle Pat's dead?
Look, you mustn't stop thinking about him now.
Well, it's rather difficult not to think about him. I'll never understand
He
why...
was out of his mind. That's the only explanation.
But what drove him out of his mind? What could have made him destroy someone he loved, as we know he loved Tom? And he said he was made to do it.
I don't know.
Jean, you're all I have left. If anything should happen to you now...
Now, nothing's going to hurt me, dear. Come on. Get a hold of yourself, sweetheart.
But Uncle Pat had nothing to do with the other deaths here. He was miles away when Smith and Barclay were stabbed. Jean, maybe this place is haunted.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff any more than I do. You're just all upset and... here, I'm going to disobey all standing orders of the state police and join you in this car for a little roadside parking.
Oh, no, don't get in. I'd rather get out and walk a bit. Mm-hmm. I've never been out here before, you know. At night, I mean.
Yeah, and you shouldn't be here now. Fine thing, driving this deserted old road at midnight. Have you got that little gun I gave you?
Oh, yes, I always carry it when I drive alone.
Ah, that's good. Well, come on then if you want to walk.
Jean, exactly where did you find Tom's body? Uncle Pat kneeling beside him.
We're not going to talk any more about that.
Oh, all right. Really wouldn't do me any good to know. It's such a gloomy spot here. No cars passing, no road lamps.
These are just old county roads. No state trooper had to patrol here regularly until...
Until after Frank Barclay was found stabbed here.
Oh, Kathleen.
I want to talk about it, Jean. I loved Uncle Pat. He was a good man, not a killer or a maniac. And I've got to find out what made him do the thing he did. Find out what made him say he couldn't help himself. Uncle Pat was in Maine when Frank Barclay was killed. Tell me about that.
Well, all I know is that Barclay didn't report on schedule. When they found him, he'd been dead for several hours.
And then Smith, just a week before Tom.
Like Barclay, he'd been dead for a long time when found.
But Uncle Pat couldn't have done it.
Oh, he wasn't out of my sight, and that of a dozen others at any time that night. Well, after that, Captain Elton made this a fixed post.
Oh, I can't understand it.
Neither can anyone else.
And 70 years ago, the papers say, a town constable was stabbed here, and another constable about the time when we were children. That makes 5. All policemen.
It's screwy, all right. But you mustn't think about it anymore, dear. And look, don't worry about me. Look around here. There's nothing but open spaces, sand and grass, and 2 level, hard dirt roads. Why, there isn't a bush or stone big enough for a cat to hide behind, let alone a man with a knife.
No one could come close to you here, except someone you knew and trusted. As Uncle Pat was trusted by Tom. As you trust me.
That's enough nonsense now. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. Yes, and keep that little automatic of yours handy on the way. Night driving's no business for a woman.
I wish you'd let me stay.
Not a chance. You want me to lose my job? That's what happens to cops who entertain ladies during business hours.
But it's so gloomy here. So silent and eerie. It looks like a haunted place.
Oh, bunk. Here, give me a kiss and say goodnight.
Oh, Jean, I can't lose you.
You're not going to. I'm safer here than I'd be in a church. What was that?
A woman laughing.
That's what I heard the other night.
There.
A woman's in the road.
Wasn't there a moment ago?
I'll soon find out.
Jean, come back here.
Stay in the car, Kathleen. You in the black dress. I want to talk to you.
Don't follow her, Jean. Come back.
Wait, I tell you, whoever you are. Don't walk away from me. I'm an officer of the law.
Don't do it. No. Oh, there's Captain Jean. She will wait. She disappeared. She vanished as I watched her. Where did she go to? Come back here, Jean. Come back. Come back.
I'm coming.
What happened to that woman?
Coming.
Jean, what's happened to you?
I've got to do it.
Why do you stare at me like that?
Got to do it. Got to do it.
Why are you opening that pocket knife?
I can't help myself. Can't help myself.
love me.
Kathleen. Love.
Don't come any closer. Get away.
Kathleen. Love. Your gun, Kathleen. Shoot me before I reach you. Shoot me. It's the only way to stop me, but I can't help myself.
No.
Just shoot me or I'll kill you with this knife.
Oh, you're mad.
Shoot! Shoot, I say, before I drive this knife into your back.
Oh, my God, forgive me. It's the only way.
No.
I shot you, Keith. I shot you. Oh, she's here beside me. The woman in black. Oh, give away. Give away. Give away.
Come on, Miss Fallon. I want to hear more about this woman who laughed. This ghost.
Oh, please don't ask me any more questions now. I'll go up to that operating room again, Captain Nelson. Make sure that Dean's going to live. I only shot him to stop him.
You stopped him, all right.
Oh, here's the doctor at last. Oh, doctor.
It's all right, Miss Fallon. We've taken the bullet out of Cooper Hardy's shoulder, and he'll be up and around again in just a few days.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
And also Jean's tough constitution. Now, that's off your mind. Will you please tell me exactly what happened at the crossroads tonight?
I'll answer all your questions now.
What I've already heard has made me very curious. Sit down, Doc. It's your office and your hospital. Go ahead, Miss Fallon. Let's hear all about that laughing, appearing, and disappearing woman.
If I were you, Captain, I'd withhold my judgment a while. But Cooper Hardy has been babbling about the phantom woman under the ether. Under ether, people don't lie. He's been repeating over and over that he couldn't help himself.
He couldn't. Somehow she made him want to kill me. But he loved me. That love was stronger than her power. He had time to warn me.
So you obligingly shot him?
Yes.
Then the woman reappeared again?
Yes, beside me. And she laughed. She laughed horribly. And then, as I looked at her, she just wasn't there.
A woman dressed in black, you say?
Yes. A dress all folds that might have been a shroud. And her face was like the dead, but with an awful purplish tinge as if she'd been strangled. And around her throat there was a heavy rope that dangled to the ground. Oh, God, I'll see her till the day I die.
I don't believe in ghosts. You just shot one of my troopers. I don't care if you were engaged to marry him.
That's enough, Captain.
Oh, what?
I'm boss inside the walls of this hospital, and this girl is in no physical condition to stand your third degree. Besides, I think she's telling the truth.
The truth?
Why not? We can't call a thing a lie simply because we don't understand it. And have you any better explanation than we've heard for the tragedy at those old crossroads?
You don't think anything supernatural?
I think something that has lived beyond the span of ordinary human life is responsible. Remember those almost forgotten cases the newspapers have searched out? The man who was stabbed there in 1865? That other chap in the early 1900s? One of the reporters told me they'd discovered several more crossroads stabbings in the records. A peace officer was killed there in Andy Jackson's time. And a member of the watch was stabbed when Washington was president.
Oh, policeman.
By Jove. I hadn't thought of it just in that light. Miss Fallon, you say the phantom woman had a rope round her neck?
Yes, a thick rope tied with a heavy knot.
A hangman's rope. And at the crossroads in the early days, criminals were hanged and buried.
What's that got to do with it?
Maybe a lot more than you think. Excuse me, Captain. Leave a chair aside so that I can get to that bookcase.
What?
I want to find something. Something I've read and more than half forgotten. Policemen, officers of the law. They've been the only ones to die at those crossroads where a gallows tree once stood.
Oh, that's a coincidence.
But you must admit a strange coincidence. Here's the book. I know the history of this county.
History?
Here it is. I knew I read it somewhere. Look.
What is it, Doctor?
I'll read it to you. Listen. On that 13th day of August, 1721, by order of the King's Governor, a gibbet of good, stout oak had been erected at Berkeley Crossroads. That's the old name of our place, Captain Elton.
Go on reading.
And there the criminal, Goody Fairfax, was taken, still protesting her innocence of the foul crimes that had jeweled her tears.
No, I swear that I'm innocent. The officers are lying.
Hold more tightly on her, Peter, so I can fix this rope round as strong
funny neck.
Let me go. You cannot kill me.
She wriggles like an ear. Wait no more time. Fall to the beam.
No. I have done no murder. Have mercy. I am innocent, I swear.
Hey, you've had a fair trial, Shame, and be found guilty. And soon be a crime you'll be buried in the soil of infamy. Here beneath this gallows tree. Hey! Oh, you past me. Hit upon your grave.
I not suffer that, I won't.
The rope's fast at last. All is ready, my lord sheriff. When you give the word. Quiet! Our lord the king cries, sheriff, speak.
Nay, I who am about to die this unjust death will speak. Hear me, ye officers of so-called justice, who have decreed this fate for me. As I die innocent of crime, I vow to return from death the murderer you to hang me for. As ye officers of blind lord who visit death on me, so I shall visit death on you, with no more sense of right or pity. You mean to bury me beneath this gibbet, in unhallowed ground, away from God. Whilst I remain away from God, beware, I warn ye, for not even death will stay my hate. I shall return to bring ye death, ye officers of law.
Pull on the rope. Aye.
I shall return to bring you death. I shall return.
And so, still screaming her threats of ghostly vengeance, the murderess Goody Fairfax was hanged to death. Then the old account goes on. Her body was cut down from the gallows and buried underneath it at Birthby Crossroads.
The haunted crossroads.
Captain Elton, whether or not you believe in ghosts, it might be a kindly thing to search for Goody Fairfax's grave, and if you find it, to place her restless bones in hallowed ground. A kindly thing and a wise thing.
I haven't got over it yet. There were human bones, a woman's bones, buried beneath those crossroads.
I knew you'd find them if you only persisted in the search.
He persisted, all right, making us troopers do the digging with me on double shift. Fine way to treat a man only a week out of hospital.
And a newly married man.
Oh, I thought that was a good way for you to earn your sergeant's stripe.
Sergeant Stripe?
Yeah, here's your warrant.
Captain Elton.
I had to make you two crazy ghosts here some kind of a wedding present, and this didn't cost me anything.
Oh, how can we ever thank you?
Be happy. And Kathleen, let that first shot you had at your husband be the last.
Well, that's the end of that, Satan. You folks come see us again on my birthday. We'll have another cheerful yarn to sing ye.
The thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, one of the Shadow's most thrilling adventures, Murder from the Grave.
That's him there, walking towards the corner. Yeah. Pulling closer to the curb. Okay. Wait till we're right beside him, see?
Yeah, I know.
All right. Let him have it.
Right over here, Doc.
All right.
Well, here he is, what there is left of him.
Yeah. They did a pretty complete job, officer.
Yeah, he must have stopped every slug they threw at him. He's still breathing, though, and I don't know why.
We better get him to the hospital at once. Here, give me a hand with him, will you?
Okay, but it looks to me like a waste of time. Well, what's the story, Doc?
DOA, officer. Dead on arrival.
Yeah, I figured that. Well, better make out a report.
You want to send him to the city morgue or hold him here at the hospital?
I'll check headquarters and find out.
Yes. Gangster, isn't he?
Might say so.
Do you recognize him at all?
Now, how can I answer that? The guy ain't got hardly no face left, has he?
Good evening, Dr. Henry.
Oh, hello, Dr. Metzger. What brings you down here to the receiving room?
Just keeping in touch with the activities of the hospital. Well, what have you there?
Gang shooting, Doctor.
He seems to be well perforated.
Yes. Especially the face. It's been just about shot away.
Yes. So I see.
He died on the way to the hospital.
So, mind if I have a look at him?
No, Doctor. No, go ahead.
I'm going to use your phone, Doc. I'll be right back.
All right, officer.
Dr. Henry.
Yes?
Did I understand you to say that you have pronounced this man dead?
Why, yes, Doctor.
I'm afraid you were mistaken.
What?
This man is still alive.
Why, Dr. Metzger, I couldn't feel any pulse, no heartbeat.
He is alive. Ring for the elevator.
But, Doctor, I tell you...
This man is to be brought to my laboratory. Hurry, Doctor. There's no time to lose.
Dr. Henry speaking.
Hello, this is Dr. Metzger.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
That patient, man who was brought to my laboratory, is alive and can be saved.
Why, that's unbelievable, Doctor.
Nevertheless, it is true.
But what about his face? His face has been shot away.
I intend to give him a new face. Now, listen to me, Dr. Henry. I want a general order given to all in the hospital that I am not to be disturbed for the next 6 weeks.
Yes, sir.
All of my meals and any surgical instruments or supplies that I might need are to be left outside of my door for that period. You understand?
Yes, Dr. Metzger.
If these orders are carried out, I can tell you now, Henry, that in 6 weeks' time, I will bring forth a man who is whole again.
Doggone it, Jack. I just can't help it. Old man curiosity is getting the better of me.
And you've got to find out what goes on in Metzger's laboratory. Is that it?
Yes. He's been in there almost 6 weeks now, Jack. Imagine almost 6 weeks without telling anyone how his experiment is progressing.
Say, does anyone even know if the patient is still alive?
Yes, we do know that much. Metzger sent word to that effect to Doc Hawkins yesterday.
Look, Sherlock, how do you plan to get into the laboratory?
Well, when Metzger opens the door for this tray of food, I'll just walk in with him, that's all.
Good luck.
Yes, I'll need it. Knock on the door for me, will you?
Sure.
Who is there?
Your food tray, Dr. Metzger.
Oh, thank you.
Where do you want me to put...
One moment. You will leave the tray with me, Dr. Henry.
I was just going
You were just going to try to gain entrance to my laboratory. I'm aware of your intense curiosity, Henry. A curiosity that is shared by everyone else in this hospital. Well, you can tell them all for me that my experiment is nearing completion.
Very well, Doctor.
If they wish, they may come here to my laboratory tomorrow at noon. And I shall reveal to them my finished product.
I don't know what we're waiting for. Dr. Metzger asked us all to be here at noon today. It's now 1:15. I, for one, see no reason for waiting around any longer.
You're right, Henry.
Well, what do we do?
Well, we'll let him know we're here. Dr. Metzger. Dr. Metzger.
Why doesn't he answer?
Well, there's only one way to find that out. Let's start trying to get in. The door isn't locked. I'll go look for him. Dr. Metzger. Dr. Metzger.
He must be in there. He's not out here.
Come here, all of you.
Well, what is it?
Look, there on the floor.
Oh, it's Metzger. He's dead.
Yes. And it looks like murder.
His face has been slashed.
Look, here on the floor. A broken mirror.
Where's the patient? The man he was working on.
There was no one else in this room when I came in.
Well, then he's gone.
Yes. But not before he murdered Dr. Metzger.
And since that time, Lamont, the police have learned nothing.
Well, that's understandable, Dr. Hawkins. They really have nothing to work on.
You have no idea what this Mr. X looks like, have you, Dr. Hawkins?
No, we haven't, Margot.
Dr. Metzger did a plastic job on his face, changed it completely. That's all we know.
Well, it's been 24 hours since the killing. The man has had ample time to get away and cover up his tracks.
Yes.
I don't see how Lamont can do any more than the police have done, Doctor.
I didn't ask Lamont to come here for that purpose, Margot.
Oh, no?
No, I discovered something in Dr. Metzger's laboratory that I haven't even told the police about.
Well, why not?
Because it's something too fantastic for them to believe.
Oh, what is it, Doctor?
Metzger's personal notebook, in which he recorded the progress of his experiment. I have it right here.
Well, what does this notebook contain?
Well, the first entry was written the night the patient arrived in the hospital. Dr. Metzger wrote in the notebook at that time.
Tonight, I have at last been given the opportunity that I have been so patiently waiting for. The perfect subject for my experiment is at this very moment lying on the table before me. I have given him the first injection of the solution. The reaction was most successful. Now, the real work.
What does all that mean, Dr. Hawkins?
You'll learn later, Lamont. Just as I learned as I read further into the notes. The next entry of any importance came a week later. At that time, the doctor wrote,
Everything is progressing satisfactorily. Today, the patient has sufficient strength for me to begin the plastic work. I have found that best results can be obtained by giving injections of the solution every 24 hours. This is most important. Any period of time beyond this is dangerous.
Well, what is the solution that he keeps talking about?
I'm coming to that, Margot. I'll skip over the entries that follow. They deal mainly with a growing conflict between the patient and Metzger. A note of regret creeps into his writing. You sense that he's almost sorry for the work that he's done. Eventually, this conflict flames to open hatred. And in the last entry, written the night before he died, Dr. Metzger wrote,
May heaven have mercy on me for ever conceiving this work that I have done. The patient has now reverted to the vicious being that he has always been. Instead of having gratitude for what I have done, he shows only resentment. Tomorrow morning, I shall remove the bandages that cover his face. He has threatened me that if he is not pleased with my work, dire consequences will result. This, then, is the fruit of my labor. This is the price I pay for my great discovery. My discovery of a solution that literally brought a dead man back to life again. A solution that was...
So that's it. That was the secret solution.
Yes.
But that's unbelievable, Dr. Hawkins. A solution that brings the dead back to life?
Metzger was a great scientist. Nothing was impossible to him.
Well, where is the solution now?
I couldn't find it. I've searched everywhere in the laboratory.
Then it's evident that the patient, knowing about it, took it with him.
I'm afraid so.
Well, I'd say you had good cause for alarm, Doctor. This killer who is now at large is a man returned from the dead. A man without a soul.
Yes, it's true. But tell me, Lamont, have you gotten any clues from what you've just learned?
Only one. The broken mirror that was found near the doctor's body. Obviously, this mirror must have been shattered by the missing man.
Why do you say that?
He must have broken it in rage when he first saw his new face. Metzger must have made him sufficiently horrible to bring on this rage. So we have only one clue to work on. A man with an incredibly ugly face.
Dr. Hawkins! Dr. Hawkins!
What is it? What is it? Come in.
Dr. Hawkins, something terrible has happened.
What's wrong?
In the morgue. The hospital morgue, just a few minutes ago.
Yes, what happened?
A man with a gun came in. Forced me to take one of the bodies. A dead body out to a car.
What?
I had to obey.
Why didn't you call out for help?
I was about to until I saw his face. His face, Dr. Hawkins. It was the most frightening thing I've ever seen. It wasn't human.
Doctor, I'd say our killer has made his first move. And I fear that it won't be his last.
While we're waiting for the curtain to rise in Act 2 of Murder from the Grave, I want to ask you something. When the summer months come, what are you going to do for a supply of hot water? Would you be able to have all the hot water you want, when you want it? And will it be available at a cost within your budget? This is an important problem in many homes. That's why today, the Blue Coal Dealers of America are offering the latest in low-cost hot water heating equipment. They've given you the Blue Coal Automatic Heat Regulator. They've given you the John Barclay Home Heating Service. And now, in 1941, the same Blue Coal dealers bring you the equipment that provides all the low-cost hot water you want. Yes, the new Blue Coal Deluxe water heater that works automatically gives you more clean hot water than you can use. Think of it. Now, at last, you can have an abundant supply of clean hot water heated at just the right temperature and whenever you want it, all summer long. Phone your neighborhood dealer tomorrow and ask him about this new Blue Coal Deluxe water heater. Remember, it will pay for itself in savings over the usual cost of summer hot water. And remember, too, when it comes to keeping your home warm and comfortable, there's no other fuel like Blue Coal. Give your dealer a call in the morning. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
All right. Put the slip in the car.
Yes, sir.
We're getting to be regular customers, ain't we?
Why do you do this? Why do you want these bodies?
You'll find out. Everybody will find out very soon. This ain't our last visit to you, Mr. Mallkeeper. You'll be seeing us again.
No, you'll get me into trouble.
Shut up. All right, Eddie, step on the gas. Let's get out of here.
Extra, another gangster's body kidnapped from the morgue here.
That particular pendant will cost you $2,000.
Oh,
There we are. All of you. This is a stick-up.
What do you want with that? We can't get away with this.
No. Just watch us. Grab them rings, Eddie. Right. Phil, take that for your bracelets.
Okay.
That's all we need here. Wait a minute, boys. Before we blow, we ought to let the folks have a look at us for purposes of identification. Take off your mask, boys.
No, they're not you.
How horrible. We ain't very pretty, are we? Well, nobody is. Once they've been dead. Look, only 3 guards for a payroll over $100,000. Come on, Eddie. Squeeze them into the curb. Right. Good work. Come on, boys.
What do you guys think you're trying to do?
You'll find out soon enough, Buster.
You men, stand where you are. We've got a Tommy gun here.
Go ahead and use it, brother. Go ahead.
All right. You ask for it. Look! The bullets don't have any effect on them. They're still coming toward me over the bottom.
Don't you know better than to shoot at a mob that's already been dead? Let them have it, boys.
Margot, the entire city has been terrorized by this mob of, well, ghouls. That's all you can call them.
Lamont, do you honestly believe that this gang consists of the dead men who were kidnapped from the different morgues?
Yes, Margot. There's no doubt of it. They've been sustained by Dr. Metzger's life-giving solution.
Oh, how horrible.
And so far, no one has been able to learn just where this gang is hiding out.
Well, what can be done, Lamont?
Well, one of the mob was captured by the police this afternoon. They've got him in a city jail.
Did he reveal anything?
No, he refused to talk. That is, to the police. But I have an idea that I might be able to get something from him.
I think I know what you mean, Lamont.
I think you do. I'm paying a little visit to his cell as the Shadow.
Why don't they come for me? They know the cops have got me. Why don't they come? What was that?
So, your friends have deserted you, eh?
Who's talking to me? I must be getting stir crazy. I don't see nobody.
You're not stir crazy. I've merely made myself invisible to you.
You made yourself invisible? Oh, I get it. The Shadow's paying me a bit.
That's quite correct.
What are you doing here?
I've come to talk to you, to learn something about you and your companions.
Save your talk. I ain't saying nothing.
I know the horrible secret that you and your gang possess. The power that you have to bring life to the bodies of those already dead.
How'd you learn? Where'd you ever dream up an idea like that?
I followed the activities of your leader from the day he killed Dr. Metzger and stole the life-giving solution.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. You're being foolish enough to remain loyal to your mob after they've deserted you.
That ain't true.
Then why haven't they tried to get you out of this jail? Certainly they must know that you'll soon need another injection of the serum.
What are you talking about?
I learned from Dr. Metzger's own journal that the life-giving solution must be injected every 24 hours. To go beyond this period without it means a return to the dead.
No.
No, you're just trying to scare me.
How long has it been since you received your last treatment?
Yesterday. Just about this time.
Then its effect should be wearing off right now. We must act quickly. Tell me where the hideout is. And after dealing with your friends, I promise to bring back enough of the serum to keep you alive.
Are you sure? You ain't handing me no line?
I swear it. Now, tell me the secret hiding place and just how many men there are.
Okay. About the men. The boss has only 2 henchmen left now. Phil and Marty. It's been getting harder to make snatches from the morgue. Besides, the boss don't want to waste the serum on us dead ones anyway. Only 2 days ago, he let one of the boys go back to the grave without a shot from the hypo. And believe me, Shadow, his face wasn't pretty to see.
Quickly now. Where's the hideout?
The hideout? Well, it's... Hey, what's happening to me? I got a funny feeling in my head.
Quickly, men, quickly.
Like buzzing.
Tell me where the hideout is.
It's...
How much better for them to have left you untouched after death had claimed you the first time. Well, Margot, we're certain of one thing.
What's that, Lamont?
That our Mr. X, having built up his mob from the remains of notorious gangsters, is now finding it difficult to get bodies of gangsters who, before they died, knew their trade.
Correct.
Also, he's obviously running low on Dr. Metzger's solution. He's letting his lesser helpers die without giving them injections.
Correct again.
Well, then, here's my plan. I'm going to ask Commissioner Weston to plant a story in all the newspapers that our notorious out-of-town gang leader, Dutch Carson, has just been killed by the police.
Who's Dutch Carson, Lamont?
A Middle Western mobster who dropped out of sight about a year ago.
Well, why are you doing all this?
To attract the attention of Mr. X. Then I shall arrange with the commissioner to be taken to the city morgue and be placed on a slab as the body of the dead Dutch Carson. And unless I'm badly mistaken, Margot, within 24 hours, the 3 missing ghouls will be back in their graves, and this time for good.
Ready to stretch out on the slab, Mr. Cranston?
All right, Tom.
You know, you're the first live stiff I ever had in here.
Well, I hope I remain that way.
Yeah.
And will you cover me over with a sheet, please?
Sure. Hey, what's going to happen when these fellas find out you ain't a dead one, much less the missing Dutch Carson?
Well, now, Tom, it's something I'd rather worry about when it happens, if you don't mind.
Well, I'm here to tell you I wouldn't touch your job.
Quiet.
Huh?
I hear footsteps outside the door.
Yeah, somebody's there. Who are you?
Take a look at me, Pop. That ought to answer your question.
You come again, huh?
Yeah, I told you I'd be paying you another visit.
What do you want?
I want the body of Dutch Carson. I got a job he's going to do for me. Phil.
Huh?
Makes up a shot of the solution.
Hey, it ain't time yet, boss. We don't need none for another hour.
It ain't for us, stupid. It's for a new guy I just snatched out of the morgue. I got him in the next room.
Yeah, but we're running low on this stuff.
Mix it up, I said. We can use this guy. He's valuable.
Huh? Who is he?
Dutch Carson.
Oh, yeah. I don't know him, but I heard of him. He's,
Well, I don't know him either. But he was supposed to be one of the smarter boys in the Middle West until he disappeared about a year ago.
What happened to him?
I don't know, but what's important now is that we've got his body in the next room. Hey, what's going on out there?
Come on, get inside, you.
Hey, why'd you bring that dame in here, Marty?
Well, I caught her snooping around outside trying to look in a window. Maybe she was trying to cop a quick look at a couple of dead men, eh, boss?
Interesting. What's the idea, girlie?
Well, it was just Oh, your face.
Find something wrong with it?
You're the one. You're the one that killed Dr. Metzger.
Also interesting. Where'd you get your information?
Let me out of here.
Not a chance. Now sit down like a lady like this.
You can't push me around like that.
Oh, well, I'm giving you a pretty good imitation, ain't I? Now, what were you doing outside? Who sent you here?
Oh, you're so clever. Why don't you find out?
Who sent you here? Answer me.
Oh, stop it. You're hurting me. Lamont.
Lamont. That won't do you no good, sister.
Lamont. Where is he? What have you done with him?
I ask you a question. Wait a minute. Done with who? Who are you talking about?
You brought him here. What have you done with him?
Hey, she must mean the stiff inside.
Now, what is this? Who'd you bring here, boss?
The body of Dutch Carson. Why?
Dutch Carson?
Yeah, I snatched him from the morgue. You heard of him, Marty?
Heard of him? Are you kidding? A year ago, I buried Dutch Carson a load of concrete at the bottom of a river.
I see.
Hey, then who did you bring here, boss?
I don't know. Hold on to this dame. I'm soon going to find out. He's gone. The body's gone.
It's a trap. The cops are behind this.
Yeah, one thing is sure. The guy is still in the house. Marty, go out and look around the grounds.
Okay, boss.
And now, if you don't mind.
But I do mind. You're staying right here.
No, keep away from
Give
me.
me that knife, Phil.
No, no.
Sadly, boss, here you are.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to carve that pretty face of yours to ribbons.
No, don't. No, don't. Keep away.
Get ready, sister. Who laughed?
Not quite so fast, Mr. X.
Hey, what's happening?
You're not touching that girl.
Hey, who done that? Who knocked that knife out of my hand?
I did, Mr. X.
Who's speaking? Where's that voice coming from?
It's coming from the shadow.
The shadow, eh? Well, now, Shadow, this is one time you've stubbed your toe. Because even you can't do anything to dead men.
You're wrong, Mr. X, because I know that you need an injection of Dr. Metzger's solution every 24 hours in order to continue living.
Yeah, and we aim to continue getting it.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What do you mean by that, boss?
I mean that I now possess the solution. You see?
Look, the bottle hanging there in midair. He's got the solution.
Give me that bottle, Shadow.
Oh, no. This is my hold on you, gentlemen. And I shall keep it until your allotted time expires. I shall watch you return to the dead again.
Get it away from him, boss, quick.
I'll get it all right. We may not be able to see you, Shadow, but we can see the bottle.
Boss, put that gun away. That ain't the way to do it. Oh, now you've done it.
You hit the wrong target, Mr. X.
Oh, you broke it, boss. You broke the bottle. It spilled all over the floor.
I didn't mean to hit the bottle. I wanted to plug him.
The cops.
You'd better give up, Mr. X.
No, we ain't giving up. We still got another hour to live, Shadow. And a lot can be done in that time. We're going to rip this town wide open, just for luck.
Wait. You're staying here.
Yeah, try and stop us.
Margot, they've got an hour to spread the greatest terror this city has ever seen. I've got to stop them.
We ain't got much time, boss. Looking back, Marty's gone already.
Yeah, I know, Phil.
Will we look as bad as that when we return to the dead?
We'll never know. Besides, right now, we got a little fun ahead of us. Now, when we get to town, shoot and keep shooting at anybody who gets in our way. They're going to remember us when we get done, Phil.
Okay, boss. Hey, watch your driving. This is a narrow bridge.
You know, something's pulling the wheel.
What?
I can't straighten it out.
You'll never straighten it out, Mr. X.
Shadow. How did he get here?
I've been with you since you left your hideout, gentlemen.
Let go of the wheel, Shadow.
So that you can carry on your campaign of ruthless killing? Oh, no.
Hey, he's trying to steer us into the river. Where is he?
He must be on the running board. Hey, let go, Shadow.
Don't be a fool, Shadow. If we drown, you'll drown too.
That's not as important as the lives of the innocent people you're planning to kill.
Phil, I can't hold the wheel much longer. Stop the car! Stop the car! Too late! It's too late!
But Lamont, you might have been drowned, along with your ghostly friend.
I certainly might have been, Margot. But fortunately, I threw myself into the car before it went over the bridge.
You know, Lamont, I've become very attached to you. Oh, don't think for a minute that all our mad exploits together hadn't been fun. But I wish that for a while at least we could have a calm, peaceful existence.
And we shall have, Margot. We shall have.
Mm-hmm. Well, nonetheless, I'm sure you'll forgive me if I hang on to my hat when we start out again next week.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. Characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Calling all adventure fans. Calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
The makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those two delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns, now bring you another thrilling Dick Tracy detective adventure. And there go the big guns, reminding us all that puffed wheat and puffed rice actually are shot from guns right in the Quaker plant. Nourishing grains of sun-ripened wheat and rice are loaded into the guns, and then they're exploded to 8 times their normal size. That's what makes puffed wheat and puffed rice so specially easy to digest, so that you get their trigger-fast food energy much more quickly and easily. And that's important if you want to think fast and act fast like Dick Tracy does. And if you're a loyal Dick Tracy fan and friend, check up on the pantry at least twice a week to make sure there's always some puffed wheat or puffed rice there. Look to see at the end of today's program, and if there isn't one of those famous red and blue packages in the pantry now, ask Mother to order some from the grocer's. She's sure to be glad when you remind her of something so specially good for breakfast. And then you and Mother and Dad can join the thousands of happy families who enjoy Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice every day. And be sure you have your pencil and paper ready for today's secret messages. Get them now. When Dick Tracy closed the case involving the Baron and the substratosphere airplane plans, he paid a visit to Scotland Yard, and here the great detective found a new mystery. Dryden Small, the well-known Egyptologist, was returning to America with certain treasures which he had discovered in the ancient tomb of Tutankhamun. Small had reason to believe that someone was trying to kill him, and Tracy was asked to protect him on the voyage to America. Sitting in Small's cabin the first night out, Dick and Pat were startled to see a strange face peering in at their window.
Mr. Tracy.
What's the matter, Small? What's wrong?
Look, there at the window. The man with the yellow face.
So what?
Dick, great Scott, look. That awful face at the window.
It's gone now. Come on, Pat. We've got to find out who it is.
Yes, and why are we standing through that window? Don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone.
We'll be back in a moment. Here, through this door, Pat. That'll bring us out on deck.
I don't see anyone.
No, neither do I. We'd probably waste our time if we tried to find out who it was now. It's got too much of a head start, and it's too dark to recognize anyone. Come on, we might as well get back to the cabin. There are a few questions I want to ask Dryden Small.
You know, Dick, there's something about that tomb digger rubber that I don't like.
Well, we're here to protect him, not to make a friend of him, Pat. What I want to know is why he was so secretive. He hasn't told us the whole story by any means, Pat.
What's your theory, Dick? What do you think he's trying to conceal?
Well, I'm not sure. But I think perhaps he stole something from Tutankhamun's tomb, something which might be considered very sacred. Those who consider it so are trying to get it back. That's only a wild guess.
Well, it doesn't sound so wild to me.
Well, Mr. Small, we couldn't find a trace of your friend with the yellow face.
Mr. Tracy, I must say I'm surprised. You promised me protection, and then you run off and leave me alone. Why, I might have been murdered.
Oh, nonsense. We were nearby. Nothing could have happened to you.
I wish you wouldn't treat this so lightly. You may not realize it, Mr. Tracy, but I'm in very serious danger.
I don't treat any of my obligations lightly, Mr. Small.
I tell you, the people who are after me are very clever. Not only that, but they have at their command all the forces of evil and black magic. Oh, so it's black magic now, is it? Yes, black magic and worse, perhaps. A curse has been set on me. I know it. I feel it. I'll never escape from it. Never.
Small, precisely what are you taking back to the States with you?
Oh, not a great deal. Some ancient pots and utensils used by the pharaohs, a fragment of the Great Seal, and also the mummy of Tutankhamun's second son.
The mummy is stored in the hold of the ship, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And what else are you bringing back with you?
Nothing but those things I told you about.
Are you sure of that?
You don't believe me, do you?
To put it bluntly and briefly, no.
You think I'm holding back something from you, eh? Well, I'm not. I'm not, do you hear? I've told you everything. Everything. I don't know why they want to get me any more than you do. But I know they're after me, and you've got to help me.
I'm not so sure of that. I'm not so sure that I'm not going to rid myself completely of all responsibility in this case.
What? What do you mean?
I'll take the trouble to explain for the last time. When you go to a detective and ask his protection, you've got to tell that detective just what you're afraid of and what he's got to protect you against. Now, Mr. Small, don't withhold any information from me, because in this case, too, it may mean the difference between life and death.
I've told you everything. I swear it.
Who is the man in the yellow face?
I don't know. I don't know any more about him than you do.
From the way you spoke of him, you've seen him before. The man with the yellow face, you said. Do you know him, Small? Have you seen him before?
Yes. Yes, I have. You were right all the time, Dick. He was holding something back.
Where did you see him before?
Several times in Cairo, and once in London. I don't understand it. I'm not sure I know how to explain it. But it seems I saw him every time I received one of those scarabs. Those scarabs which mean death and destruction for those who receive them. The only time I saw him in London was at the theatre. The usher handed me a program as I came in. When I opened it, there, folded in between its leaves, was one of the scarabs. At that very moment, I happened to look up at the boxes, and looking down at me was the man with the yellow face.
What else do you know of the man with the yellow face?
That's all.
I don't believe you, Mr. Small. You know who he is, and you know what he wants.
I tell you...
Now, let me warn you once again. If anything happens to you, you'll have only yourself to blame. Because when you had the chance, you wouldn't tell us everything you know. And now, shall we go down to dinner?
Coffee, sir?
Oh, yes, please. By the way, Small, do you still carry that pearl-handled pistol?
Yes, and I shall never part with it.
If you ask me, it's much too dainty to be any good.
I'm afraid it isn't very much to depend on.
This pearl-handled revolver has been with me a long time, Mr. Tracy. I intend to hold on to it.
Hello. The lights have gone out.
Dynamo must have failed or something.
Certainly pitch black in here.
Tracy! Tracy! In the name of heaven!
Small, where are you?
He's struggling with someone.
Help, Tracy, help!
If I could get my hands on whoever it is that... Ah, got him. Give me a hand here, Pat.
It's so dark, can't see a thing.
I've got hold of someone. Can't see who it is.
There go the lights. They're on again.
Oh. Why, I was holding you all the time.
Who do you think you were holding?
Well, all I could do in the dark was to reach out and grab.
My throat, it hurts. Someone tried to choke me.
Yes, there are marks in your throat, all right.
Grabbing hold of me did one thing anyway. It scared him off.
Yes, Small. This time he was scared off. I wonder if I'll always get to you in time. I can't protect you from something that's nameless, you know. Something you won't tell us about.
I've told you everything.
Now, look here, Small. Tonight, you had an example of what might happen. And apparently you're still unconvinced that telling me everything you know is the only sensible thing to do. Now, for the last time, will you talk up? Well, how about it?
I've told you the whole truth.
Very well. I've done my duty. I've warned you.
Hiya, Dick.
Oh, hello, Pat. Where you been? Walking about on deck?
Yeah. Isn't it a beautiful night?
Yes, I suppose it is.
Yeah, met a girl strolling about on deck. Miss Foster, her name is. Oh, boy, what a girl. She's swell platinum hair and... Shay, what's the matter with you?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
You got something on your mind?
Yes, Pat. His name is Dryden Small.
Where is our friend Small? Or should I say our small friend?
In there.
Asleep?
Reading in bed, I think. Pat, I'm more than ever convinced that he's keeping something from us.
Hey, Dick, maybe the guy's on the level. Maybe we're just imagining things. Maybe someone is trying to get hold of some of the things he took from Tutankhamun's tomb. Small says they're very valuable.
They're valuable, all right. That's one part of his story, I believe. But whatever the man with the yellow face is after, is more than just a few trinkets taken from Tutankhamun's tomb.
Well, I wouldn't spend too much time worrying about it. Our job is to see that Dryden Small reaches America safely. Once he puts foot on American soil, our job is done.
No, Pat. I'm afraid it isn't as simple as all that.
Well, why do you say that, Dick?
I've been telling Dryden Small that unless he tells me everything, I'm going to give up all responsibility for his safety. Of course, I'm not going to do that. Either while he's on this boat or after he lands.
But if he doesn't cooperate, why should you bother with him?
I've got to stay with Dryden Small until I'm sure that he's out of harm's way. We've had to protect uncooperative people before.
You know, Dick, there's something about this whole business that gives me the creeps.
Oh, it's not as bad as all that, Pat.
When we were chasing Max Gold or the Baron, we had something we could get our hands on. But what have we got here? Nothing but a face seen at the window. A figure that strikes in the dark. Dick, I don't like it.
Well, I'm not exactly delighted myself, Pat. We policemen have to learn one thing. Not to turn away when there's an unpleasant job to do. Doing the things we like to do is simple. Doing the things we don't like to do that proves whether or not we're men, capable of holding down a man-sized job.
I guess you're right as usual. And I'm glad you jacked me up. Oh, look, Dick. It's my turn to sit up with Small tonight, but I was thinking that maybe...
Yes, Pat?
Well, you know, the girl I met on deck, Miss Foster, I said I'd meet her in the ballroom for a few dances at 10:30, and, well, I sort of wondered if...
All right, Pat. Go ahead. How will you get back?
Thanks, Dick. I won't be very late.
Tracy.
Huh? What is it, Small?
Come into my bedroom one moment. There's something I want to show you.
What's the matter with you, man?
Come.
He sure looks funny to me, Dick.
All right, come along, Pat.
In here. Look. The wall above my bed.
Holy mackerel, Dick. Look, someone's writing a message on the wall. Look, it's being written right before our eyes.
You see it, too? I thought I was going crazy. It's an invisible hand writing something on the wall. I can't escape it, and you can't help me. This thing is too big for us. It's too powerful.
Oh, the saints preserve us.
No, take it easy, you two. Let's see what the invisible hand is writing. There, it's evidently finished.
Yes. Look what it is written.
Your hour is at hand. Your end is near. The black pearl of Osiris must shine again.
Yes. And look, there on the floor. It's another scarab, Tracy. Another scarab.
What is the meaning of the strange message on the wall? And how is it written? It's a puzzler, all right. But now it's time for the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting. The makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the specially delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns, invite you to attend.
The 19th meeting will now come to order, and today the members of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol congratulate the Boy Scouts of America on their 28th anniversary.
Let's all stand at attention, patrol members, as a tribute to that great boys' organization.
Boy Scouts of America, we salute you.
Fine, Junior. And now, patrol members, have you got a pencil and paper ready for the special secret code message? All right, Junior, let's have the message.
Here it is. Prisoner 25, 9, 3, 20, 11. 26, 21, 8, 17, 16, 20, 8, 16, 3. 8, 18, 15, 4. Did you get it? I'll repeat it again just to make sure. Ready? It's prisoner 25, 9, 3, 20, 11. 26, 21, 18. 17, 16, 20, 8, 16, 3. 8, 18, 15, 4.
Now you can decode that secret message with your Dick Tracy secret code book. And remember what it says, patrol members. It's important.
You know, Dick Tracy wants you to be as good as he is at decoding messages. So we're sending you a secret message every day this week.
Be sure you have your code book, a pencil, and some paper handy every day when you tune in on Dick Tracy. And listen, if you don't have a code book, join the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol now, so you won't miss all the swell secret detective activities and good times. Now, here's all you do to get your secret code book, your patrol pledge, and special badge. Just tear the tops off 2 packages of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice, or one of each. Be sure it's the top panel that says, 3 wrappings guard its crispness. Then mail the 2 box tops with your name and address to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
And you have the time of your life in the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol.
So ask Mother to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice at the grocer's. Remember, they're the 2 delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns to give you trigger-fast food energy.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at this same time. That is all.